Do, 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 do. Messaging the Discord. Do, 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 do. Hey. Okay. Good shit. Okay. Okay. It's very pretty. Lovely. Okay. Let's do this. Okie doke. Let's put all this here. Flip-flop these. Put this guy down here. Let's see. So if we do this... Alrighty. Put this guy here. And that should be all good. Part of me kind of wants to know what the heck happens when I just put a whole bunch of explosive projectile on an energy orb. In fact, let's do that. Because that sounds extremely silly. Hey, 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 Darkcast. Very pretty. 8 yeah, like 8 out of 10 lag experience. True that. But welcome on in, Darkcast. I'm glad to have you. Yeah. I'm doing some goofy shit right now. It's gonna be very silly as all hell. Cause yeah, I just need to find a suitably ridiculous wand. Like this guy. This one will suffice. In fact, yeah, this ought to be perfect. And then I can just scooch all these guys over to here. 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. Yeah. Now. That's really funny. No, that's honestly pretty interesting. I didn't know that the chainsaw automatically got the... Huh. That's fascinating, actually. So anything cast with it automatically gets the explosive projectile. That's kind of fucked up. And hey, 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 Schleifu, welcome on in. I'm super glad to have you. Let's see. Alrighty, so this is an extremely goofy ass wand here. It is technically done, but let me see if I can find a wand that just, you know, cuts down on the capacity that I need to use, because I don't want to have to waste such a high quality wand on something so hilariously mediocre. Let's see. And how is everyone doing today? Great question. How is everybody doing today? I'm doing pretty alright personally. 4, 5, 6, and 7. So this should be the exact... Okay. Not quite. I won't be able to make it exactly perfect, but that's fine, really. Let's just do this. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Whee! Pew 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 pew! Hee hee hee! You know, that's pretty fun. I like that. This is a pretty goofy one, but I enjoy it. Now you shall go over to tab 5 since you are done. Fuck yeah. Now this. What the hell is this nonsense? I have no idea. Huh. But yeah, soon we're gonna go to the... What do you call it? New Game Plus 3 today. And then I will do a proper save trim using Lim 37 save trimmer tool. Because, you know, It'll make it go faster. Yeah. So that's exciting. Indeed, yeah. Like I'm pretty excited about it. Really, going to the New Game Plus 3. And then I can, yeah, collect more orbs, do other nonsense, and it'll be kick-ass. But man, I had, you know, summertime. You never thought you'd actually get to see a New Game Plus Plus Plus. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. Yeah, I'm pretty goddamn excited about it, to be real with you. One moment. Very good. You thought it was just a legend, a story. That's pretty funny. A myth. Okay. Now let's see. Which Delios shall I move over to here? Well, realistically, I think I might as well actually just dispose of some of these summoned Deerkoi. Actually, I don't really want to dispose of them yet. Like, even though I probably should, I don't want to. I will get rid of this energy orb since I have a lot of them. I'll put this guy down here. Okay. Let's move this fella. Hi, kitty man. Would you like a snuggle spot? Is that what I'm hearing? The kitty was like, meow. Yeah, in fact, he's doing it again. He goes, meow. You're such a good, sweet little man. Hi there, kitty. Does kitty man want to be a little snuggle buddy? Come on up, Mr. Man. Yeah? Oh, why, hello there. How are you doing, kitty? Oh, the cat's doing great. He's just jumped up and now he's wanting pets and snugs. Nah, it's not so much of an issue with it being hot because, like, we basically, I make sure that my apartment is very, very, very cool. Like, about, what is it? Something like 70, 71 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what that is Celsius, but yeah. Because neither Ren nor I handle the heat well. In fact, I would go so far as to say we do a terrible job handling the heat. And we both get extremely grumpy and unhappy when it's really hot. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. This one, 22. I mean, yeah, it's okay. It's not 26, but you know, that's fine. Here's what I will do. I will. Well, actually, okay. I do this. Okay. There we go. Okay, this one is just basically, it's got a whole bunch of utility things on it that I'm gonna need for the other ones. So I will leave this one out. Let's find yet another. You already fell a couple of times these past few days because of how dizzy. Why were you so dizzy? That's no good. Yeah, what happened? Oh, because of the heat. That's awful. That's terrible. And then with this one, let's just put a bunch of these spells over to here. Good, good. There we go. Move the energy sphere and the weakening curse. Very good. Let's see. Okay. Do 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 do. Well, yeah, that means it's time to take my Adderall. Okay. And 3/4 of an Adderall. Ah, water's great. God, I love water. You can't black out when you stand up too fast and your leg just give out. Always been like that for you. So that is what we call in the business the exact symptoms of postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, or POTS. I can't diagnose you with anything, but those do in fact happen to be the exact symptoms. I'll write it down for you. Usually it is a one of the things that can cause it are Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, but other things can cause it as well. Um, it's basically just what happens when you, like, it's basically a way of saying that your body has difficulty regulating your blood pressure when you stand up. That's basically what the condition means at the end of the day. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna say bye to everybody in Dunk's chat. Okay. Yeah, basically it's a reasonably common issue. Like, it's not the most uber omega common thing, but it's not like super uncommon either. Yeah, a lot of people end up dealing with that particular problem. But yeah. Aw. Aw. Let's toss a few of these fellers out. I don't need all these plasma beam crosses. It's a few too many. And then I will move these guys over to here. Lovely, lovely. And I can then also move this guy. Move the oil trail. Swap it out for gravity. Cool. And that is good. Learning to fall. You had some nasty falls when you were a kid. That sucks. That's some rough shit, that is. Learning to fall is honestly an incredibly useful skill. It's something I learned when I was wrestling. And from wrestling in general, because there is, in fact, quite a bit of finesse needed in terms of like how to fall down in a successful and non-harmful manner. And frankly, it is definitively not the type of thing that you know, is done super often, you know? Or like that people are taught. I don't feel like a lot of people are taught really effectively how to fall down in a way that like minimizes how hurt you get. Which is a shame because it's a damn useful skill. You know? It's a damn useful skill. I learned it from wrestling, which I'm very pleased about. Yeah. Because this was a damn good skill to learn, and frankly, yeah, I'm of the opinion that it's kind of one of those life skills that would be pretty useful to basically everyone. I'm going to run a 1-minute ad to get rid of pre-rolls for anybody rolling in the next few minutes. Okay. Let's see here. Very nice. Let's move these fellas over to here. Excellent, excellent. Okay. Move this guy. Kick ass. Your cat's being weird today and he's puking everywhere? Oh, that's terrible. Poor kitty. I hope he's alright. Is it like hairballs puke, or is he just vomiting in other ways? Is he too hot? Is he an indoor cat, an outdoor cat? put this one back here. Good, good. He's allowed to go outside, so he's an indoor-outdoor. I got you. Why don't you get him an ice pack and put it on his belly for a bit? That can help kitty cats sometimes. I know that when my AC went out a while back, that the kitty cats seemed to really benefit from just having an ice pack on him and just like it just let him cool down for a little bit. Like, don't leave it on him for more than like 10 or 15 seconds. That's so you have a cute picture in Discord. Oh my. I guess I'll have to look at it then. Because I love cute pictures of kitty cats. Come on. Give me the damn wand. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Fine. If you want to do this the hard way, we can do this the hard way. There we go. And now, I toss these into this particular pool with the rest of the spells I no longer need. Good shit. And right now, what kind of wand am I building? So, I just finished building a very silly wand. I'll show it to you. And it's very fun. And right now, I am basically organizing some shit and, trying to remember exactly which wand I was planning to build here. But yes, this wand, I've learned that if you add bounce to burst of air, you can significantly increase its lifetime in most respects. But yes, look at this shit. Look how pretty. And let's see, let's put this away. And grab out some more concentrated mana to drink. Okay. Ah, whoopsie daisies. That's a big explosion, my bad. Whoa, that's gorgeous, actually. Oh yeah, that's the other nice thing that this does. Is basically this burst of... I want to make a burst of air wand that basically just kills shit on its own. Without much, like, effort or input. And this, it basically does that. And then, like, if I want it to be a more straight firing wand, then you can just do this. But, like, yeah, this is just burst of air. Congrats on the avatar. True that, though. But yes, essentially, I just kind of want this, I want this one to be able to, well, first off, I'll probably need to edit the wiki later to add to the burst of air page about, like, bounce adding lifetime to it, because I would bet money that nobody has added that, because as we have long since established, nobody cares about the effects of the bounce spell. Except me, it seems. Yeah. Despite the fact that it's a pretty useful spell. Like, because it really drastically alters the, you know, ballistic properties of a lot of different spells, you know. Hey, 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 Bob without a hat. Welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Do 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 do. Let's see. Actually, yeah, what? This wand is a null shot wand. So we want to see how... Let's just put spells that would be very beneficial to not damage the player on here. That's what we'll do. Deer Koi would be one of them, realistically. I mean, so would this guy, really. Yeah. Cool. Now, this one doesn't really have that much stuff that's like that useful to me, but... Actually, what I'll do is I will put the null shot wand up right here. And I agree, like, nobody cared about bounce, like until extremely recently, because I was like, why does no one like this spell? Let's find out. And the answer was, frankly, I think it's just because it's got complicated interactions. Which, honestly, that's a good reason not to like it, right? Because it fucks up all sorts of builds, but it also single-handedly carries a lot of builds, I found now, right? Because it does so many different things. Which I absolutely love. Like, that's beautiful. Yiplicate and tip. I still think that's so funny that they named a freaking spell Yiplicate. Like, that's really goofy. It makes me laugh. I've also kind of determined that Plasma Beam Bounce is... Okay, so it's not, like, strictly speaking, useless. But it's basically got one niche application, as far as I can tell. Which, it's really weird, actually. Basically, you can use it to, in a pretty confined space, multiply how many, like, plasma beams you have, and, like, make it rapidly increase to, like, 20 or 30 or 40 of them in no time at all. By just adding a single bounce spell with, the plasma beam bounce. And you can also make it bounce easier, and, yeah. And I agree with you that there are so many that have, like, they're beloved because of their complicated interactions. And I agree with you, actually, right? And that's kind of how I feel about, like, the Plasma Beam Bounce. Or not Plasma Beam Bounce, just Bounce in general. But yeah, basically the spell combo, if you're looking for it, is basically normal bounce, Plasma Beam Bounce. You don't need Plasma Beam Enhancer, but it makes certain parts of it easier. And then just Plasma Beam. And basically... what it do is, yeah, 4 more what? I'm confused. But yeah, basically what it's gonna do for you is, actually I have a wand that I made yesterday, just when I was messing around. So I will put this particular one back up here. I believe I put it here. So we'll find it in no time. I hope. Oh! This wand is meant to do what that other wand does. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Well, actually what I will do is I will put this wand up because I want to use it. And I don't want to have to do all of the kerjiggering right just this second. Well, that's right. I needed to set my timer for 45 minutes. But now I think it's been maybe 10 minutes, so it's about 35 minutes. 4 more spells that are beloved because of their complicated... I see. And it's true, though. Bounce, explosive bounce. sparkly bounce, and plasma beam bounce, I would assume. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Because, yeah, they're great. They're great, you know, like, and it's fantastic. And I love them dearly. They are great. And they make me very happy because they're such cute little spells. Oh, I see. Oh, the divides. Well, now I'm especially confused. Or are you just bringing up the divides for fun? Because they're fun. Okay. Oh god, I forgot. Oh man. Oh man, what is this? What does this abomination do? I totally forgot. Well, let's find out, I guess. Yep. 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 Abomination, alright. Yeah, that sure is a build, isn't it? My god. So there's one explosive projectile on it. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what in the goddamn I was cooking. Like, obviously this is unhinged because it makes so many, like, plasma beams, right? Like, this is kind of what I would say is, like, your ideal, get rid of all the summon Taikasobas you just made kind of wand. In a lot of respects. But also, I'm just like, what in the hell was I like, what was I thinking? Why did I make this? Like, what was I doing? And, like, I mean, obviously war crimes, right? Obviously the war crimes is what I was doing. Okay. Okay, that's enough. Ah, son of a bitch. Wrong one. I meant to do the, that. Hi, kitty man, come on up. I have a spot just for you, Mr. Man. Come on up. Now, let's see here. Realistically, because I do not have enough explosive bounces, I'm probably going to dismantle this wand. But that's honestly kind of fine. I will just make a clip out of, like, the way that this wand works and be done with it. Yeah. Hi, kitty. Hi, Mr. Man. Come on up. Let's see here. Let's drag the little window of... Okay. Nice. Okay, that's fine. Save clip. All good with me. Because, yeah. Alrighty, very good. Now that I've done this, hey, Kibble Kiblet! And I agree with you very much. The most spells are made much better by their complicated interactions. You are totally right about that. And thank you, welcome on in. I'm super happy to have you. And yeah, honestly, so the explosive bounce, something I'm really loving about, well, just bounces in general, really, and what I've been discovering lately, is that the singular spell, like just bounce, the modifier, it totally alters the ballistic properties of most projectiles, including things like burst of air, which, you know, usually has a bit of a, you know, lifetime problem. Like, it wears out too fast. It doesn't last long enough to be really useful to you, you know? But all on its own, bounce fixes that. I'm gonna put this wand up here for a minute. And then grab this guy. Hey, no, this one. And I'll show you, because it's fantastic. I really love it, actually. Like, first off, already, it just lasts longer than it otherwise would, you know? Let's just toss a burst of air at the beginning here and see what it does. I think I still gave it bounce by accident. But yeah, you see, it doesn't make it anywhere near to the edge. It usually, it seems to peter out some of the time, but not all the time, which is very odd. Yeah, but the weird part about it, realistically, is that, you know, it's just not, it doesn't behave the way you would like it to most of the time. But now, it behaves more like an actual projectile, see? Because, like, it bounces off of crap and whatnot, you know, it can be made a lot more useful. And then, you know, if you... Why do I have so much worm vision? That's a great question. It's because I needed my satiation filled. And the real reason also... Oh yeah, no, like, it's not messing with the actual duration too much. The biggest problem is actually more so to do with basically, I'll show you. Let's take it off the wand entirely. So, the problem is it hits something and it stops. Right? So it hits any obstruction and it ceases to exist. Hi, kitty man. And without it, this is not a thing. So it basically, functionally speaking, gives it the piercing property. Right? So no longer is it like a deal damage once, go away. No, it's a deal damage once. If it hits them again, deal more fucking damage. Right? It basically turns what is a non kind of like yeah, so basically in that it functionally increases its lifetime without like actually like, you know, do it fully increasing its lifetime, you know, like an increased lifetime would do, of course. Because this, of course, makes it even more powerful by an actually very significant amount. And sorry about the low FPS, I've just got a very weak processor. Hopefully that will be getting addressed sometime soon. Maybe. We'll see. But yes, but yeah, you'll notice how everything is dripping worm blood. It's because smoke and steam are worm blood, and water is worm blood, and a lot of other things are worm blood too. And so everything just makes worm blood. And so basically it's the singularly most abundant liquid in the game for me right now, and so yeah. And I accidentally grabbed eat your vegetables, so I have no choice but to maintain the satiation, and the worm blood satiates. So that's why I have so goddamn much of it. But yes, and in essence, the one of my favorite things about this, but bounce, honestly, I think something really cool that it messes with is fireworks. So you'll notice something I've yet to fully, like, map out about fireworks is, like, how many different projectiles and, like, effects that it produces. Because I was looking at the wiki, and the amount of information about it is rather quite lacking. But every single time it fires, like, I've seen at least 3 different effects, right? Got the blue one, the green one, and, this one. It just makes a big old explosion with, like, it kind of has a pattern similar to a cluster bolt. Then you have the purple one, so that's like 4 or 5 things that it makes. I'm not really sure what determines which ones happen. But yeah, it seems to me like about 4 or 5 different effects. And each one of them is affected by bounce differently. What's more is that some of them interact really beneficially with octagonal bolt bundle. In a very similar manner. Well, and let's throw on downward bolt bundle for it. Because it should be pretty similar. Yeah, you see. And it can be pretty nice. And this is part of why I'm not testing out as much with octagonal and downward bolt bundle, is because the steam and smoke just make a huge amount of worm blood, and it gets out of control pretty fast. Right? But you'll notice that not every single one of the, like this version of Firework does not launch launch off the downward bolt bundle. Right? And that's because it doesn't do it for whatever reason. It doesn't get along with it as well as it's not. It might also have something to do with, like, the fact that the projectile's not going downwards. But frankly, things like concentrated light don't seem to give a shit about that, or intense concentrated light. And I'm wondering if this isn't a very similar type of thing. Because it reminds me a lot of the way that intense concentrated light with octagonal bolt bundle interacts. Yeah. But yeah, so it's a very interesting thing that can really amplify your damage quite a lot. And this is also relatively safe, all things considered. Right? Like Firework with downward bolt bundle or octagonal bolt bundle. Because of how long you can make it wait, especially if you add bounce to it, you create a situation where you're a lot less likely to kill yourself with it, even if you don't have explosion immunity, right? Which is nice. It's very nice. And honestly, I'm pretty pleased about it. But also, boy howdy, let me tell you what. Ugu indeed, you are so right. But like, Odd Firebolt, oh my god. It's a lot more of a Giga Chad spell than I think anybody's ever really given it credit for when you add bounce to it. Because not only does it last a lot longer, well, that's right, I should get rid of the downward bolt bundle. It is not helping right now. Yeah, Odd Firebolt is a bit of a Giga Chad. Especially when you add bounce. Because it makes it so they can do an unhingedly large number of different things, but also look how long it's lasting. You're right, normally it is. But when you add bounce to it, it turns it into like a bouncing burst-esque type of thing in terms of its projectile behavior. But then, of course, you could take it one step further and add explosive bounce. And suddenly, you've got a thing that can make an ungodly number of explosions whenever it hits an obstacle. And that's going to last God knows how long. Yeah, you see, like seeing this shit? And furthermore, you could take it another step further and add increased lifetime. And now look at how many explosions just a couple of them getting fired off are going to make over their lifetime. Quite a lot of explosions. And if you're in a confined space like Hisi Base, it's just going to wipe everything out and kill, like, literally every single thing everywhere. Firebolt can be a pretty good as a piercing trigger, too, since long lifetime and has around the right amount of speed to pair well with homing. Exactly. Exactly, Kibla. I'm really glad that you bring this up. Because, like, something I really love So Shrifu, it's not so much about it, like, there's got to be better options. Obviously, there are better options. There's always better options in Noita, right? But here's the thing. Some of the time, Monarch, that's funny. So, yeah, I'm amused. But like some of the time, you're gonna be in a situation, especially if you're in nightmare mode or something, where you simply don't have access to like the types of spells you want, right? And in fact, you may just have Odd Firebolt and have to use it because it's the only thing you have, right? And if you get bounce on this, it suddenly turns this mediocre spell into like a damage like powerhouse, especially in nightmare mode, right? Where you really, really, really need that damage, right? Yeah. Is it just you, or let's see. Oh, I can fix that. Give me a sec. I think I know exactly what happened. Give me a moment. I'm pretty sure I just forgot to do a thing, and that is exactly what happened. Yup, that should fix it. 100%. The issue should be totally gone now. Oh no, you're totally right, but yes. That should fix it 100%, yeah. Yeah. That happens, because basically the thing I need to use to make it, to, like, have us be able to hear anything from, like, a Google window or whatever. Like, whenever that happens, oh yeah, I do absolutely have one somewhere. And the reason is, actually, I have a Nala. Would I benefit from it? Yeah, do tell. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, Shlifu, and I'm glad that you notice when something's off, because otherwise I wouldn't notice, TBH. Because, like, right now, I need to get up and turn my speaker on, and because currently it's not on. Oh god, that's such a cute little thing. I love Odd Firebolt, it's so goofy. But one of these days I would like to, well, actually, wait a minute. What does Odd Firebolt need most? And actually, wait a second. So, is it going with the... It has the same speed, it's going with the same speed, but then it slows down. So what I think it really needs is Accelerating Shot. If I give it Accelerating Shot, I think I could yet make something actually good out of this. Not just novel. Like, I could make this more than a novelty. Because Accelerating Shot could drastically increase the number of, null equals 3 frames, reduce lifetime 1 frame. Significantly higher airspeed, since you get the wand length more often. Wow, really? Thank you, Kibble. I will do exactly that, then. Give me just a brief moment, because I do have an entire wand full of reduced lifetimes. Because, yeah, that's a great idea. And I will do precisely that. Because I've said it before, and it's in my title. I'm very new to this. There's a lot of different tech I just don't know about. And that is absolutely one of them. Let's see here. I forgot what I was looking for exactly over here. The fuck was I looking for? Ah, that's right, accelerating. Surely I don't need to go digging around in the thing. I probably do. But, what if I don't want it? That's too damn bad. I don't want to dig holes anymore, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. I really want to make that a sound, and because Ren and I both love that, we reference that shit regularly. It's a line from Holes, if you guys didn't know. And Kibble Kiblet, have you seen my, very silly and amusing, Gravity plus Matter Eater plus, wait, what is this? This is not a real wand, right? Right? Yeah, no, it's not. That's good. I was about to be like, really? But yeah, have you seen the... No, you have not seen that? No? Oh my god. I have something... I want to show you something beautiful. But first, where do you think I should put the reduced lifetime? Like, I want to be able to see where I'm going. But also, I'm not sure which of these I should get rid of. I want to keep the tentacle so that it kills shit. Because oftentimes, I want there to just be... to the telly. So... I see. In that case, here's what I shall do. I shall yoink this. I shall yoink. And then I will save this problem for later, because that telly wand is actually one of the only wands that I haven't really touched its composition for like a long time. For fear of messing it up, because I like that it travels, that it kills things I run into, and that it does soft and hard digging well. But yes, let's go to here, let's find one of my accelerating so that I don't have to, you know, run around forever trying to find the damn thing. Let's see here. Okay. I do want the explosive detonator, yeah. Yeah, because so my CPU is bad enough that basically if I don't have an explosive detonator wand on my telly, like I can make a separate telly wand. I have backup teleport wands in case I need them, but if I don't have an explosive detonator on it, like easily accessible at all times, I could very well soft lock myself by accident because of the sheer meh-ness of my CPU. As a consequence of this, yeah, I have to make real sure at all times to, like, keep the explosive detonator at hand. Where the hell? I know for a fact, like, if I don't find this in, like, a minute or two, I'll probably just pull it off of a different wand that I'm not using. Because I have a whole lot of accelerating shots. Like, I know for a fact I've got, like, 30. Like, in total. Because I use it so damn much. Just a little surprised that I'm not finding it legitimately instantly. Because they should be kind of laying around everywhere. Sounds like I've gotten rid of them or anything. I have so many of them. Guys, I have so many acceleratings. I do have light shot. I have so many light shots. See? Right there. I'll yoink one off for you. So we can use that. Yoink. Reduce phasing these guys. Trobio indeed. You right. Trobio. Wait, is that accelerating? Haha! There it is. Accelerating my friend. Yay. Now. Now the thing exists is just as I suspected. Look at how much more goated the odd firebolt becomes when you add one accelerating shot, because now it just does even more, like, it just starts careening, but between things, and like it just starts going faster and faster as it begins, you know, demolishing shit every which way, right? And now the real question would be then, what happens with a single explosive projectile? What then? Surprisingly little. So explosive projectile doesn't seem to interact as much with explosive bounce. Like, there's many spells in which it doesn't really do anything, which is odd. I don't really understand quite why that is, but that is how it is sometimes. Yeah. Interesting, truly. Unexpected, but fascinating all the same. So is it just the first impact? Yeah, it seems that way, yeah. Huh. That shit whack. This should work. White hole. Add mana 3. Actually, give me a moment. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to screenshot what I have currently, because I have a terrible memory. Just so that I can revert to it if I, you know, if it, for some bizarre reason, does not work. Okay, so add mana X3. Chainsaw, I assume. And then the quad spell. Alpha. Telly. Chainsaw? No, just the quad spell, no chainsaw between. Okay. Reduce lifetime. Null. Speed up. Reduce lifetime. Null. Speed up. Missed add trigger. Oh, I need add trigger. Here we go. Add trigger. Okay. Chainsaw. Add trigger. Reduce lifetime. Energy orb, my beloved. Light shot. Explosive detonator. Okay. Light shot. Actually, wait a minute. Add trigger, reduce lifetime. Nala. Light shot. Explosive detonator. Okay. Okay. Woo! I can't tell if this is causing more stuttering. Unsure. I have an extra double spell. Thank you. Oh, that's better. Much better. And I need to remove the spells from the end, you say? Okay, then. Oh, I guess let's toss out some of these extra spells in this particular one, since I don't need them here. Okie doke. Good shit. where shall I put these fellas? So really, you don't think I need the rest of these? Like, we'll still be able to kill things, though. Oh, I need a speed up next to the light shot. I can do this. Because I want to be able to bulldoze through the world. It's actively Okay. Good to know. It's actively making it worse. Good to know. Okay. Okay. Right, but I want to be able to kill things with slight. Like here's the thing. I want to be able to kill things like the guy in the Luki layer, right? Either using melee or other shit like slice damage, right? Yeah. And I guess I certainly will have a sufficient number of like, cause yeah, that's a big part of why I had this fella, the energy orb here. So here's an idea. Okay, I'm okay with doing it every other frame. Actually, let's. Honestly, I'm gonna get rid of the rest of these white holes. I don't need them. Okay, that's fine for now, I guess. Yeah, that is a lot faster. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Let me see. So, I wouldn't mind so much if I just, like, I wouldn't mind so much giving it a... Let's add some more damage for sure. But what damage? Because I want it to be able to basically kill the robots in the power plant. I want it to be able to kill the, which, you know, they take reduced everything, more or less. But, they do take slice damage. Right. Okay, so how should I go about that? So I love me, my tentacle, and orb. They're great. But what multicast should I use to make that happen? So, should it be... I have octuple spell, by the way. So I could just do that. Would that work? Because yeah, I could just use octuple spell. It's not a problem. And this wand, by the way, is top tier. Yeah, like, because 416 mana charge and shit, like... they're a pretty solid amount stronger. I don't recollect just how much, but they're pretty fucking strong. Yeah, if I let my... what do you call it? The satiation tick down, I might start to have some problems killing them. Very good. That timer went up. That's good. That means I can eat snacks if I feel like it. Okay. Alright, now let's find my favorite multicast, the octuple spell. Well, after I return back to my base. There we go. I have returned back to my base. I didn't have to go very far. I know I have an octuple lying around here, pretty nearby. In the new game plus, yeah, there definitely is. I've forgotten what it is at this specific moment, but there are definitely things. Just a couple of quadruples, but where's my good friend octuple? Invis Glimmer on the telly wand. Ooh, yeah, you're right, you're right. You're right, let's grab that. Yeah, thank you. I was thinking about that, but then I forgot it. Yeah. Because, yeah, it's a goodie. It's important. Because that's part of why I grabbed a lot of this shit. Because, mind you, I've basically been optimizing this, playing the game for reducing lag for a long while now. Wait, what? Where did that wand go? Or did it just go, did it go flying in the opposite direction where I wanted? That's exactly what happened. The Invis Glimmer. We'll put it right here for the moment. But yes, I also wanted to show you the absolute delight. Oh, here's an all-seeing eye. I can actually just show you how this works. Okay. Well, wait, we don't want vacuum bounce. We want matter eater. Where is my nearest matter eater? I saw it a few moments ago. It's probably a little bit further left, I think. And I'll go back over that way in just a moment. There, here's matter eater. Lovely. Okay. So basically, all we got to do, matter eater. Stop you. Stop you. Never. I have not made that particular verbal slip up before. Interesting. But yes, we just gotta do this. Guys, you need an idea on how to name a not eldritch slime in a game. Flubbly, Blubbers, Fuzzbubbins, Buzzfruzzins, Grubblebubs, Troubleflubs, Lubblebub, Bubblespup, Pridgelet, Grungewin, Dundle Squish. But yes, here's how this works, Kiblet. It just starts to drop down, you see. So basically, you can use this to be like I said that it was as fast as like in a lot of situations, especially when digging downwards, it could easily be as fast as Black Hole, and in fact, I think it might actually be a good bit faster. And it digs through actually everything. Except for Cursed Rock, obviously, but you know, that's... I don't really hold that against it. You know, I don't think anybody else should either. Now let's see. Where's a bit of solid matter I can just chew through real fast? I guess this is fine. But here you go, Kiblet. This is how it go. Boop. Just like that. It just drops through. And it just chews everything up, and it does not consume any charges. It does this for extremely dense rock and most everything else. But it also, I believe... Yeah, like, the best way to use it, in my opinion, is just to, like, fire it either straight up or straight down. And then you can generally just fall right through with it. This wand isn't a very good wand for it because it, like, it doesn't... The offset isn't that great, right? But, yeah, if you fire it straight down, I'm pretty sure it should still work. And the reason it doesn't, no, it doesn't consume any charges. See, we're still at 3 charges. Or 10 charges here. We've been at 10 charges the whole time. We fired it off a bunch of times, but it's not using up any charges. And, yes, but from All-Seeing Eye. Oh. You know, I guess it might. I guess it probably would. It didn't occur to me that, yeah, All-Seeing Eye is a... Yeah, but you still have 20 shots, wouldn't you? Yeah, which is fine. Yeah, that's a lot of shots, really, because it's got about 20, yeah. Yeah. For 10? That's still not bad. But at that stage, the only thing you need to change, really, is just using any placate. Right, because couldn't you just placate it then? And then you wouldn't have to deal with the problem. But yeah, like, granted that does reduce its, like overall utility, you right? But what's nice about this, really, is just that how fast it digs down, right? Like, if you're speed running and shit, like, you could easily get to the next mountain with the number of charges you have in All-Seeing Eye. And it would be no trouble at all. In fact, like, the speed at which it would burrow downwards is such that, like, I would consider it, like, when I'm thinking back to Dunk's, like, run with, when he was doing his speed run, right? And he was using the Hungry Ghost and shit. Speaking of, I think you could make the Hungry Ghost do this. Yeah, I think you could make the Hungry Ghost copy this projectile. Which would then, of course, mean that, yeah, you could, make it go infinite that way. And that would, you know, be very useful in that respect as well. But yeah, no, I think it's a really good combination that could, like, really... drastically increase the number of different types of builds you use, or rather the number of types of different seeds that could be used in speedrunning, right? That would be viable seeds for the purposes of, like, trying to do that type of, like, Hungry Ghost strat, you know? The Dunk did on that one other seed, you know? And I think that's a pretty fun, cool little thing. Yeah. Yeah, Angry Ghost. Sorry, my bad. Yes, Angry Ghost. Dormant Crystal is a good option to get a similar effect. Oh, wait, really? So will Dormant Crystal just burrow through the ground this way? Does it not consume charges, you mean? It copies the base project... Oh, not modifiers applied to it. That is good to know. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, that's right. I needed the multicast. That's what I was doing earlier. Now, this particular thing. Now, what I can... Honestly, I can just... Well, let's scooch this fella. That's right. I also wanted to drill. 1, 2, 3. And, let's see. So we've got 4. So that's 7. We would only need 1 more. 1 more projectile. I wonder what projectile I should use as the last one. Maybe another chainsaw. No, I want... No, Lumi Drill. Lumi Drill, why not? For giggles, because I love me a good Lumi Drill. And then that means the last thing I need to grab is my octuple spell. And then we all good. Dormant Crystal will consume charges on Matter Eater. You're saying that since All-Seeing Eye would be limited, as well as assuming no unlimited spells. Oh, I see, I see. So you could... Oh, I get it now. So basically, you do the you use up the All-Seeing Eye, and then you can use up the charges. I get it now. Okay, okay, okay. And yeah, you're right. That's a fantastic idea. In fact, you know, like that's a great idea, and like that's a superb strat. And I support. I like this. God damn it. Oopsie boopsie. This is what happens when you misclick, and you misclick things often, which is me. I misclick things often. I may do fun wand experiments, but I also just fat finger things very often. At least I did not knock down more than one wand. That would be more embarrassing. That would be mighty embarrassing, truly. And I would feel a bit like a extra goober, like a goober supreme. Let's see. I wish I had an easier time visually distinguishing which one was octuple, but I do not. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and also, this particular build, I think this is the build? Let's just check and see what it does precisely. So I've kind of forgotten what this one does. Oh yeah. This absolute fucking monstrosity of a build, oh my god. I forgot this unhinged vacuum bounce nonsense here. Yeah, basically, it uses a really, really goofy set of things to, like, make it... So more or less, what I'm doing with this is that the vacuum bounce, with bounce, makes a lot of these things way more useful. And I was testing out, basically, which projectiles are best with these things, but I found that Holy Lance is really something special, especially when you apply anti-gravity or gravity to it. Because at that stage, its inherent, like, piercing means that, and its, like, particular speed profile, make it really apply the vacuum bounce effect super frequently, and it's real nice. It makes vacuum bounce into an actually kind of useful thingamajig, which, you know, that's a tall order, as I'm sure you know, to make vacuum bounce useful. And you can get a truly staggering amount of digging out of firing it just one time. Oh, hi there, kitty man. Have you decided you want to jump up and be a little snuggle buddy now? Is that what it is? Or do you just want to sit there and stare? Oh, you're right, I should hydrate. I will do that in just a moment. As in right now. Oh, hi, kitty man. What's up? Oh, who's a Fluffmeister? That's you. Who's? And do I have I have many damage wands. Basically, I have like hundreds. However, basically, I want my Tele wand to be able to substitute for a damage wand in case all else fails, basically. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah. And I basically just get caught in a situation where I need a bunch of damage, but all my other 3 wands are occupied in one way or another. Like I'm carrying things, or I'm just, or something else, right? Yeah. You know, it's very funny. I'm pretty sure for me, like in my location, it is not actually very hot at all, which is quite funny, both in my apartment and just in general. Ah. Well, let's see here. Where are you, Mr. Octuple? Where are you? Hmm. Is this the guy? No. Um, so, I barely understand what destruction does. I understand that it kills everything on the screen, and it uses a fuck ton of my HP. But that's all I really get about it, right? And, I guess I just kind of... I wouldn't want to be spamming that shit, right? Because the problem is that that means I would need to heal regularly. The slime is named? What'd you name him? I gotta know. Let's see. I guess this is fine. I guess I can just yoink the octuple out of here somewhere. Because I know for a fact I've got it in here. Octuple. Flobbers. Ooh, that is great. Oh, the issue with healing is that it chews up my FPS really hardcore, right? And so it makes it so that, like, if I'm gonna heal, I need a good reason to do it, right? And so I'm in a situation where, like, I gotta hardcore optimize what, how often I'm heal. Oh, there's my octuple. So just so you're aware, Kibble, my rig is, my CPU is over 13 years old, right? The technology probably a good bit older than that. So, okay, also, the question would be, so I would put the octuple here. Do I want this at the end, basically, is the question. So, my squish power increases. The chainsaw and everything after it has to be at the end of the wand. So all this stuff goes to the very end. Got it. Give me a moment. Chainsaw and everything after it has to be moved to the end of the wand. So I see. Meaning I need to make sure it's exactly 8 spells? Is that right? And is there a reason I can't just move the chainsaw, like, to before the octuple? Because that would be my intuition. Right? Is there a reason I shouldn't do that? If it was before, then cast 1 would only be add mana. Oh, I get it. I see. I get what you mean now, okay. Alrighty then. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, we need to make it so that the add trigger triggers into something. Another chainsaw would be fine. Oh, it's not triggering into something, I see. Oh. Ooh. It's also cuter. In terms of like, I get to see the tentacle more. How cute. Yay! Whee! And it looks more like I'm crawling across the screen. That's exactly what I wanted. Yes! Yes! You know, like the He-Man yes. Yeah, I'm so happy. Thank you so much, Kiblet. I really appreciate that. That makes me smile. I'm big smile. I'm big happy. This is exactly what I wanted. Hee 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 hee. I'm super duper happy about this. Okay. I think I probably missed some messages earlier. Give me a sec. The tree is in the eye of the drunk. That is still such a good. In the eye of the drunk driver from Meat Standing. That's so good. Norman Chris, I see. So then I feel like there was also, I believe that's right. It was Meat something I attributed to Meat Standing. No, to Meatball was something that Meat Standing said. I still need to correct that, but because I forgot to do that. That's fine. I will do that shortly. Oh, that's right. I also wanted to know to see what the fuck I was doing with this one. It's just a backpack. Good to know. It's just a backpack full of random shit. Good. Okay. With bad stats and a pretty random ass, not especially useful always cast. That's right. It's coming back to me. So now, let's also put this guy here. Ooh, something nice. I can also just keep the tentacle up here if I ever want to, like, just not be using the tentacle, and this should still work. Oh, whoops. Did I not remove it? Oh, I have 2 tentacles. How fun. I don't think I need 2 tentacles, though. I need to fix that. So let's instead do... Another dig bolt. Another dig bolt should be just fine. Oops, that's right. I recollect what I did now. I'm a silly little guy. I added one without removing one. There we are. And now, if I wish to have my tentacle back to be doing goof-ass shit, all I need to do is flip-flop the digging bolt. Excellent. Beautiful. And let's just convert some of this real fast. Well, fast is not the word I would use to describe the process of this happening, but you know, it's whatever. And let's drink some concentrated mana. Because, you know, sometimes in life you need some cotton candy flavored concentrated mana. And that's just how it be, you know. Now, let me see. Let's move the least useful of these over to here. And then grab the more useful items. Convert some of this in few Yep, it's... Yep, it's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's, I'm not gonna pretend like it's not pretty ridiculous, the sheer level of slow. Oh, it's sour, that's... Oh, I see. So the add mana taste sour does it. Interesting. That's right, it's coming back to me now. That's right, it was something where it would taste a little sour and slightly tangy, that's right. How fun. I find this delightful. Okay, move this, scooch this guy back over to... Oh, whoopsie daisies. Back over to here. And then I wanted to remove one of these guys. Which one was it? It was probably the extra double. I'll put this guy here, move you over. Actually, which one was I okay with getting rid of? Yeah, this one. And then I wanted to have... do I need... Yes. This. Excellent. I can scooch this guy to here, and we can have all three of those together. So I can move this guy so it'll be cute and visually simple to parse. Excellent. And we got this guy, and we got a wand refresh. Okay. I do believe that's everything off of this wand that's necessary, but why don't I move a few things over to here that I do not need on this wand. Yeah. I'll leave the vacuum field there. And I will move the triple here. Actually, you know what? This is what I think I'll do here. Move these guys over to here. And then I can put this, and it can change its category back to storage. Beautiful. Art. Your cat threw up again. Aw, poor kitty. Poor Schleefu. Poor kitty. Poor both of y'all. That's no good at all. Make sure he's got, like, enough water. Yeah. Yeah, just make sure he's got enough water. And you keep refilling his and he's got clean water and shit. That's important. You got water, that's good. And you got it, Bob Without a Hat. See you soon. You just refilled it? I got you. That's good, certainly. So this wand, like, part of me wants to hold on to it because it's got nice... I think the reason I was holding on to it is because it's fast. As in it's got, like, unusually high, like, yeah. Its starting velocity is very high. It's a bit unusual in that respect. Let's see here. You know, sure. That's right. It needs to be after. Tee. Such a difference it makes. Hey, 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 Mbauto. How you doing? Welcome on in. A woo indeed. Glad to have you. And the thing with cats that go outside. Probably just ate a mouse or something. Now there's fur and bones in there. He just vomits until it's all out. Yeah, that honestly sounds pretty likely. Poor little guy. Well, yeah. Well, that sounds very plausible. Yeah, I'd say just keep an eye on him. You know, just keep an eye on him to make sure he's doing all right. Yeah, I think he'll probably make it through. Yeah. And how old is he, by the way? I'm curious. Hella old, you say? Do elaborate. 14 or even older. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's pretty fucking old, yeah. Well, I certainly hope he's alright. Because you know what? Like, we love our Q-Will sweet babies. We love Q-Will Kitty Man. Kitties are just good little angles. Okie dokie. Now, we are going to build some silly ass wands now. I'm gonna put this wand up right here for a little bit, as it's like a standardized, ridiculous platform to mess about with that. And here's just a bunch of chainsaws. Gotcha, gotcha. And then what was this one again? Oh yeah, that's right. This one's an incredibly good wand with great stats. Okay, now that's right. I recollect now. I was doing something. I don't exactly remember what the thing I was doing with it was, but it was definitely something. Okay. So I gave it a note. That's right. I wanted to test something with vacuum bounce with it. I recall now. Okay. It's coming back to me. Yeah, I think it was something to do with the interaction of chaotic path with the music note. That's right. That's what I wanted to start out with. Fascinating. It does not seem to have affected it very much. Now, what if I toss on the increased lifetime? What then?
Here we go. Let's go to space! Let's go to space!
It would just be a straight damage increase.
Let's go
that's
under the sea.
interesting.
For that special.
Except there, it seems to have worked. Now that's weird as all hell. Sort of, it would seem. Hey, Sunadar, welcome on in. Glad to have you. Let's see. Dab time, you say? That's marvelous. I am very amused. Let's go to space. That's really quite funny, yeah. Okay, and the floating arc can go over to here. And you know what? So can the copy trail. Not to be confused with coffee trail. I wonder what the spell coffee trail would do. Would it just like spill people's coffee in like a trail of destruction behind you? That'd be pretty funny. You know, I really don't fully grasp what, like, for crit on whatever material. So if like I fire, you know, say, let's just say I fired all of this stuff, and I had, I don't know, in this multicast here, oil, and then I gave all of these things crit on oil. Would that mean that it would benefit from the crit on oil for all of these damage things? Is it just by virtue of being cast together? And let's see. Isunadar say your other good quote is higher than the eagle puts. That's very funny. Okay. Okay, because the modifiers apply to all projectiles in the shot state. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate that, Kibble. Muchly appreciate, because yeah, that answers a lot of questions there. Okay. Good to know. Alrighty, so let's also, well, actually no, this is the one where I'm storing most of the useful things here. Actually, wait a minute. What happens? I need to figure this out later. Like, what happens with chaotic transmutation if I put it on nuke orbit? Because that would be interesting, I think. Oh, what an exciting idea. How fun. Oh, whoopsie daisy. What the? Oh, no. Stop that. There we go. Very good. So, that's right. And on here, I was testing some shit out. That. So, okay, I think the way I was organizing this is I was having this upper rung of like wand speed things where like it was more or less completed. Like, or rather, like, oh god. It was where I was storing things that were, functionally speaking, empty wands that could be emptied of their contents. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Or they were platforms, basically, from which to test things. Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it, I think. That's a very good question, Isunadire. I am not fully confident or certain of that, right? When you do it, like, you have, like, more than one casting block going on. Because, yeah, I don't quite recollect. Kiblet, they're basically talking about, like, I made a wand pretty recently where, like, let's say I had some projectiles, like projectiles here with some modifiers and then a multicast, and it encompassed only these things. And then it, you know, fires this off, and then it moves to the next thing with, like, you know, modifiers, projectile. Yeah, I think that's what they're talking about by casting block. Yeah. I think the thought process is that these, like, these double spells and triple spells, like, they look a bit like blocky, you know, like, so they'd make blocks. That's kind of my thought process, anyway. Modifiers apply. So. that answer is a bit confusing. How about this? Look at it like this. Okay, so we got this guy. These modifiers here. I think you might have been asking if, like, these modifiers in here would apply to, say, both of these projectiles, despite being inside of the double thing. Like, that might... Oh, you kind of get it? Oh, good. Will somebody explain to me then? Because then I'm confused. Tee. Don't you love communication? It's great. Oh, how fun. Now we've got lightning. Lightning, lightning. Whoopee. Okay. Let me see. Ah, that's right. I wanted to move the floating arc. Oh, that's right. Because this guy has personal tentacular, he is basically entirely useless due to the amount of slowdown that would produce. How unfortunate, given its very good stats. How funny. Okay. Storage it is. Oh, I get it now. Okay, so for some examples. On a 1-cast wand, damage plus spark bolt, bubbles will apply damage plus to the spark bolt, damage plus double spell, spark bolt, bubbles, applies damage plus to both the damage plus, to both damage plus spark trigger. Oh yeah, to both, okay. And then damage plus spark trigger, bubbles, will apply damage plus to the spark trigger despite bubbles being the same cast, because triggers create new shot states. That's actually very helpful to know. Yeah, that actually explains a whole lot of things, because yeah, that's super duper helpful, and that does explain to me like why certain things behave the way they do. Yeah, that's very neat and useful, because I started watching, or rather I watched the whole video about like, the shot states and whatnot, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, that shit was not... I wish that had been like something I would like to do pretty soon. Is I would like to make a video, like basically read that shit out loud and then just post it as a video. Yeah, because then people could just listen and try to grasp the thing rather than only watching it, because some people absorb information better that way. But you know, haven't quite done. I'm not doing that today or anything. But yeah, let's see here. Let's go ahead and just put the things I don't plan on like messing about with right immediately onto this wand, and fuck around with it a bit later. Okay, I don't really need the piercing right now. I will need that. I mean, I would not mind having this, but I don't need it right just a second. You know. Inbauto, you back? You were sweating like a pig? And not a diss against pigs. You love piggies. Oh yeah, that's fine. Kiblet, don't you worry. I have links allowed, generally speaking, because it's all good. I have no trouble with such things. But thank you for asking. Very sweet. Mighty considerate. And I agree, little piglets can be very cute. And I think this is actually the video I was thinking of. Indeed, it is. This is actually the video I was thinking of, yes. That I would very much like to just, you know, read the whole thing out loud for people. Because, you know, it can be hard, you know? And I'm somebody that absorbs information a whole lot better just hearing it. It's just how I be. As a consequence, you know, sometimes it's just like, well, why not just give me the information in a sound? Tee. Yeah, yeah, that's right. They don't sweat, do they? Interesting. That is very fascinating, actually. I forgot about that little bit of information. I did know it at one point, but yeah, I'd totally forgotten that. You're right, they don't sweat. It's incredibly fascinating. And let's see, I will give this one upwards and one downwards larva. Very good. And then, let's see here. What other things can I move to this so that they can have so that I can just put this wand away and be done with it for the time being. Yeah, it's fine. I will just do this. We'll set this guy down for a moment. We will move over to these for just a sec. Ah, perfect. Excellent. Good, good. And I will simply just move some of these fellers over to this wand and call it a day for the time being. Not call it a day, but, you know, call it being... Well, actually, that's right. I remember now. I left this many, but I also wanted to give it one chainsaw. Very good. Now it's actually much more ready for testing. And that's correct. I also wanted to get rid of, actually, wait, no. I want to see. Do you apply ping pong to this thing? I don't think you do you? No, you sure don't. Oh, wait, no. This. Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought. Wait, what? Okay, for a second there, I thought that it fired it off a second time because of the ping pong. I mean, actually, maybe that is what's happening. What the fuck? Yeah? That's weird. Huh. It's not doing it every time. Hmm. How weird. I do have a long distance tele wand. Yes, I do. It's a very nice one. I'm actually quite... it took quite a while to set up. I've actually got two of them. I've got a... Oh yeah, what I'm confused about is, like, why is it that this ping pong is... Why is it some of the time it makes it cast? Right, so, like, observe. Like, it's... I fire it, right, and then it does that second explosion a little tiny bit later. The fuck's going on with that? And welcome on in, godrun. Glad to have you. And don't worry, Shlifu, I will water the kitty cat soon. You came back from Olomouc, third largest city in the Czech Republic, and brought this baby back home. Oh, what is this? Oh my, that is exciting. What is this? Is this some type of liquor? Is it... Yeah, actually, what is it? I have no idea what it is. Tell me. Huh. Oh. Expires hits terrain. Well, okay, that actually... Wait a minute. If that's the case... Well, holy shit. I've got an idea. Let's see if this works. We'll need some bounce. And with some bounce, I think we can make this be a lot of fun and goofy as all hell. Okay. Yeah, that should do, I think. Okay, maybe... Yeah. What if I add increased lifetime? What then? What will this do? Now, what if I add explosive bounce? What then? Will this sufficiently alter... Or actually, let's start with sparkly bounce. Will this sufficiently alter its ballistic... Oh yeah, by the way, that's something really interesting that the bounce spells do to ping pong. Is that basically... and this can be done with... can also be done with an increased lifetime vacuum bounce build to turn ping pong path into a really effective downward digging thing. It's your favorite liquor. Ooh, excite egg liquor. Comparable to egg... Oh, that's so exciting. And I do mean Lumi Drill, yeah. What did I say? It actually doesn't matter. Yes, I do mean Lumi Drill. Yeah, and so you can turn it into a really effective downwards digging thing that also just digs straight through the... Yeah, no, ping pong is essential to this combination. Yeah. But basically, when you have all of these things together with vacuum bounce, it turns... I have a wand that does exactly this. And I demonstrate... I think I made... I wrote about it on the wiki, I'm pretty sure, for vacuum bounce. Let me just pull up the wiki real fast to see what I wrote about it. Let's see. Noita vacuum bounce. There we are. Okay. Yeah. Ping pong path. Vacuum bounce, ping pong path, or any lifetime increasing spell. Chainsaw. Yeah. But then also you can, adding the bounce modifier or two of them, increase lifetime speed up and anti-gravity. And different path modifiers that can be used to varying effects. Can also, like, make this way the hell more effective. But the Bubble Spark, Holy Lance, Energy Orb, and a few others work very well. But Luminous Drill is the most reliable and consistent, as well as the most controllable. And basically, Holy Lance and Vacuum Bounce can be used as a simple downward digging solution if you have the bounce modifier attached too. Yeah. So basically what you can do with all this silly shit is that... yeah, like you can just kind of like turn the ping pong path like Lumi into a thing that just produces a whole bunch of these little like strange projectile bibbins that just kind of dig either up or down depending on whether you attach gravity to it, right? Wait, what? Kiblet, this is very good information. Thank you so much. So, Kiblet say that it's happening because when Lumi digs a certain amount of terrain, its speed is set to 0. That's so interesting. That and that's also why if you have a Lumi timer and shoot it into a wall, the payload spell will have 0 speed. You've given me a most, what's the word? A most devious idea. It's to use this to basically make it so that Tentacle can be used more effectively. And I could basically use Lumi Timer to deliver tentacles and reset their speed back to 0, basically. Yeah, and then make them into goofy little things, which will be delightful. But yes, so I'm a little surprised that but really what I'm surprised about is that this isn't making this isn't doing exactly what I would think it would, right? In terms of the lightning, right? It's not firing off multiple times each time, like it was with the much simpler setup, and I'm kind of wondering why the hell that is. You know, like it's not firing the way I would think it would, right? It's most peculiar. Just ping-ponging either the explosion was just... So, that's actually, no, that's possible, yeah, that tracks. Because, yeah, personally, like, lightning bolt, except as, like, a machine gun lightning bolt wand, I find it questionably useful. Like, its utility to me is often a bit questionable. However, now, chain bolt, boy howdy, is that a different story. Now, let's give it... Actually, what happens if I add even more bounce to this shit? And then this guy. And then this guy. Fascinating. Yeah, I actually that is the lightning bolt, that is one of my two long distance tellies that I have. It's the budget one. Yeah, it's the budget long distance telly using lightning. Okay. I also need to yoink this back over to here. And then I can actually wait. If I just do this very simply like this. Actually, you know what? That actually makes my that proves my point really well, that about like the utility of bounce here. Because yeah, bounce alone is basically turning the chain bolt wand, like it's basically getting you a lot more bang for your buck when it comes to the chain bolt itself, because otherwise it just kind of like dies when it hits shit. So it can be used for some budget, long-distance telly and stuff, since it's the only spell, other than Tentacle, the speed cap of over 1,000 pixels a second. Really? I didn't know that. That's really cool. It isn't as good as Tentacle, though, since his cap is 61k pixels a second, and the Tentacle just doesn't have a cap. Now that's very fascinating, yeah. That's really interesting, yeah. Although I definitely think that the Tentacle probably could use, like, I think it would benefit a lot more from just having a fucking cap, but yeah. Like, it would be bad for the long distance tellies and stuff, right? But, like, man, because it's just fucking, it's hard to use Tentacle some of the time, let me tell you. Yeah. Let's do this and see how this goes. That's just so not very good, the bubbly bounce. It's my least favorite bounce spell. It can be used to deliver, like, effective damage, but it's just not very good. That's like saying, you know, that egg can be used to deliver effective damage. Well, like, yeah, duh, everything can if you really work hard enough at it, but, you know, it's just not worth the trouble, you know? Yeah. And I think I added this to the chain bolt wiki. Let me check. I did not. I will do that right now. Jeez. Silly me. I will simply add it to the tips. Adding the bounce modifier will result in the projectile not expiring when it hits terrain, and thusly netting you a more useful projectile in many respects. It also, of course, combos well with projectile area teleport. Lovely. Save changes. Added a bit about an interaction with the bounce modifier. Minor edit. Save changes. Rock and roll. Oh, and I agree with you regarding the egg, especially. And welcome on in, old man Windbreaker. Glad to have you. And I definitely agree with you, Kibble, for sure, no doubt. That's right, I wanted to have a caffeine. Has it been 45 minutes since I had the Adderall? I think so. So time to have a caffeine tablet. Okay. I love water. Water's great. Oh, does it? I didn't actually know that egg had a good arc with burst of air, but that's good to know. And I forgot that I had the negative castle. It's very handy. Hell yeah. But yeah, welcome on in. Let's see. I'm going to do a 2-minute ad to get rid of pre-rolls for a while. I will be right back. But let's see here. Okay. Let's put this here. And actually, okay, I will just do this. Show that. And make a clip. And then link the clip in the chain bolt wiki. Okay. Chain bolt plus bounce equals. It lasts. It lasts longer in practice. Okay. Now, good stuff. Okay. Short little clip here. Excellent. Save clip. Hell yeah. And then I will simply... Not sure we'll add to the story so we have one of these. And then we will copy this to the clipboard. We also share it to YouTube so I can have more YouTube shorts. Because, you know, I feel like that's handy. For some abstract metric of some kind. And now let's edit this just a skidge more. And now we just insert a little link. An example can be seen here. Link. Well, no. Link. Okay. Link. Why must you be this way? No. Edit. Oh goddamn! Why won't you let me see what the hell I'm pasting here, you son of a bitch? Well, you know what? It's fine. It's gonna just have a damn link, link there because it won't let me do. Otherwise, I do not care. Added link. Because you know what? If it's not gonna make it easy on me, it's fine. This is sometimes just how it's gotta be. Okay. Rock and roll. Good shit. Okay, now we also have this particular thing done. And then, of course, obviously, phasing arc makes it better. Mostly just because it lasts longer and goes further, but you know. I think it gives it... Does that give it more jumps? 1, 3. Huh. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's fine. It's whatevs. Okie doke. Oh, I use it all the time, actually. Explosive detonator. I use it basically to terminate... Okay, actually, I will show you. I will show you the type of wand that I use it to terminate. Because I guess you, since you're not a regular, you haven't... And if you haven't followed yet, Kibble, by all means, do give a follow if you like my goofy wand builds and silly nonsense. Because I have all sorts of silly nonsense here. But yes, let's find one of the examples of it. But yeah, there's my long distance telly, by the way. This is the one I opted for a lot of reasons. But not least of which is, of course, because of all the projectile repulsion I have. It makes a lot of the other types of ones kind of useless. let's have this guy. Well, really, do I need the heavy shot here? I don't really think I do. Yeah, no, it's not really necessary, I wouldn't say. I would much prefer to have this on a different wand. Why did I have this? Yeah, I'm not sure, I think I'm gonna move this wand down to here, because this wand is kind of like, it's purely for aesthetics, really. Let's find, not you. No, not this guy, or maybe this guy. But it doesn't matter. Things like this is one of them. But that's really, it's pretty far from the real reason. This guy. Stuff like this. I will, allow me to demonstrate. Kibble, well, first I'll show it to you, and, I'll ask, do you understand why the bottom one, why I would need, oops. I see now that this is not, that's not doing what I needed to. Yeah, the divide by 10 just kind of needs to go at this stage. It's not helping me. Neither is this, actually. It's not. Well, then again, wait. No, it's not adding that part, is it? No. I would probably just want to scooch. Yeah, there we go. That's better. I'm not sure that that's working the way I would hope it would, but, you know, it's whatevs. I can always try, it's fine. But yeah. Yeah, it causes lag. Yeah, it causes some serious lag, especially with, like, the personal gravity field here. But another reason is because of a series of wands I made called the self-replicating Omega Saw Blade. Because the idea was basically to make a projectile that would make Omega Saw Blades forever. I did succeed, basically, for the most part. But it is definitely what I would call a bit of a problem. In terms of, like, it needs some shit to tell it to stop, eventually. Right? Not to mention, too many homing rocks makes a lot of slowdown. And, yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, this guy. This guy's another major contributor. Yeah. Let's fly away a little. Okay. So, this can get pretty out of control pretty fast in terms of how much it starts to lag the game. Right? And then let's just say I fired it a lot, like that. See? It's already starting to cause a significant amount of lag, but, like, you know, it could get a lot worse, like pretty freaking fast, you know? And so being able to simply end my problem and run away, very good. You know? And, kind of essential when you've got a PC as slow as mine. Yeah. Because this is not a very intense wand. As far as the other ones. For, like, the self-replicating saw blades and whatnot. Because this one is more just a cute little silly guy. you know, it just kind of does some goofy shit. Right, but some of the other ones are like real monsters in terms of like the nonsense that they cause. Slow down and everything else. This one's pretty bad, but this guy's is also pretty seriously bad. This one I optimized this one to not be as bad, and I think I did a good job. Why is the explosive detonator not detonating? What the fuck? Yeah, why exactly isn't the explosive detonator detonating, Kibble? Could you explain that one to me? Because, yeah, I'm not grasping that one. That was actually kind of what I was assuming. Yeah, that's part of why I hadn't added the dealio yet. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. I can also run blood magic, mind you, so it shouldn't be an issue. Nope, that's not doing it. It's not killing off the things. Yeah, it's not that it doesn't have enough mana, that's for damn sure. That didn't work either. Whoopsie daisies. Let's remove the reduced lifetime, yeah. Let's see if that fixes it. Oh! Well, that's fucked. And super weird, isn't it? Huh. Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? That is mighty peculiar, ain't it? Now, let's see. I need to pull up the menu again because having to tab, I accidentally tabbed out there. And that means that I have to do this silliness. And no, we don't want to keep the new settings. There we are, fixed it. Good shit. Basically, just makes the screen really dark. I'm not sure why it does this, but it's what it is. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, essentially, this one is a little bit of a silly baby kind of wand in terms of the kind of slowdown it causes me. Some of this one is this guy's a problem, TBH. But it's effective enough that I didn't remove it from my... Space Guy optimized it to slow down the, or to like reduce the amount of lag, but it's still quite a lot. And that's just from firing it one time, of course, right? So what happens if I accidentally fire this 5 or 6 times? It could cause some serious issues, right? But being able to just explosive detonator it and run away from my problems, you know, run away from the consequences of my actions is great, right? And it means that, like, I can prevent getting soft locked and other such problems. Because something I realized pretty early on was I desperately needed an explosive detonator. And then I went to, like, you know, trawling around in hell, and I couldn't find it there because, of course, it doesn't spawn there. I didn't know that, but yeah. And then I had to go find it elsewhere. In the eye room in particular. Before I was ready to go to New Game Plus. I do rather love this one. It's pretty funny. That was so effective. I love it. Yeah. This is part of why I love having an all-in-one telly wand. Because it's just it's great. It also means I can try out a bunch of goofy nonsense at any given time. Or any given moment. I don't really have to worry so much about it. But yeah. I have all sorts of goofy ass crap like this. Right? Because with Chain Spell also, you can run into some real ridiculous stuff. If I'm gonna be totally real with you. Why did I put a crit on burning on this wand? Surely just because I didn't have space for it elsewhere, I assume. That's all I can really assume. Why do I have the decelerate? That would only make this worse. What was I cooking? It's got bounce. To what end? What was I doing? I think? I don't know what I was doing with this one. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't have a singular clue. Oh, also, so what's really nice about the explosive detonator is also that with things like with explosive, is this an explosive? No, god damn it. Of course, it's sparkly bounce. You know how people really hate, you know, wand homing because they mix it up with the other one? That's how I'm beginning to feel about Sparkly Bounce, if I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. I agree. Awawa. This is truth. So is the physics damage that they take from rock, is that the same, is that projectile damage, basically, is the question? Or is it physics damage, which is separate? Because that definitely is important to know. I see. And there's several types of it. Fascinating. Yeah, because I think the idea what I was doing with this one is just I wanted to make a rock machine gun that, you know, the reason for the bounce is basically just so that it doesn't get caught on things as much. Right? So I can fire like that, but the idea is also for just to kind of... Like, the horizontal path was just so it could, you know, remain locked there, and then it would float, and then I could use explosive detonator to detonate it. Nyan, aha, nyan, aha. Tee. That's silly. I'm delighted. Well, let's see. Okay. Let me just first let's yoink myself over this direction.
Mathematical.
I'm beginning to think that maybe it was better that this wand fired every 3 frames. 'Cause it seems like it's slowing things down a bit more than it ought to. I'm not sure. You're not a weeb, just pretending. That's quite humorous. Actually, sure. Well, no, that's probably one of the ones I could not reasonably put that on. So let's actually just drop this on the floor a moment. And let's see, which of these ones would I like to give a bloodlust to? Explosion on drunk over the this one. Yeah. Yeah. Fantastic. Oh yeah, Kibble, this is probably one of the best and easiest and simplest applications, I would say, of the explosive bounce and power of the explosive bounce. In case you haven't seen it before, which you probably haven't, since you're not a regular viewer here, it doesn't seem. Not a regular, rather. Observe. Yeah. Infestation and explosive bounce basically produce an incomparably gigantic number of explosions, and each of them deals something like on average, I think it's like 50 damage. Something like that. I forget exactly how much. But basically, it's 6 by 50, so 300 damage, and then that's happening every time it impacts something, and I think it's only limited to like once a frame or some shit. So basically, you can end up with a truly cataclysmic amount of damage in no time at all. So as long as you're immune to explosive damage, you're all good. And you can kill most anything with it. And it's an incredibly, like, simple budget build. Right? Because, like, look at this. It's really, the sparkly bounce is unnecessary. And at the end of the day, you need 1, 2, 3 spells. That's it. You need the bounce, explosive bounce, infestation. That's all.
Yeah, I'm pretty disgusted with the whole situation.
Disgusted? That's very funny. That's marvelous. But yeah, this is also why I have so much worm vision. It's because, of course, just every time I make an explosion, there's even more worm blood than there was before. Marvelous. Now, I would very much like to sit up for a moment and turn on the speakers so that I can hear my cute little hear it when you guys make the cute little sounds, because I miss hearing that, and also the sounds of the game. Honestly, that's secondary to me. I prefer hearing the goofy sounds you guys make are more fun to me, because I for many years I've played most video games without sound. I don't know why, it's been that way. You say, wait for what? There we go, I turned on the speaker, good shit. Correct, I did not hear today's stream. I mean, because, yeah. So, like, before, because the monitor doesn't have a built-in speaker. Yeah, but now I just turned it on. You've been spamming the sounds because I can see the visual thing, right? I can see it. But it's also so that everybody can hear it. I should be able to hear now. In theory, once it, you know. Let's see. unplug.
Boo, sir! I boo what you're doing!
There we
Step
go.
back!
There we go. It's working now. Good shit. But while I'm standing up, I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Let's see. Because, yeah, I'm just gonna run a 2-minute ad real quick. I'll be back in no time at all. And I think I'm going to put a sandwich in the microwave real quick. I'll be back in, like, about maybe another minute or two. Yeah, I'll be right back. It's one of those sandwiches I only get to eat, like, once or twice a week, so I'm really happy about it. Actually, never mind. I have to wait. I took a caffeine, and I'd like that to be fully effective, so never mind. It's not the sandwich. It's my second favorite sandwich. This one is a turkey, egg, and bacon type of sandwich, which is not as great. Your disappointment is immeasurable. Your day ruined. Almost like the time you learned you not actually Eldritch Slime. I'm just an. Hey, all Eldritch Slimes. Well, here's the thing. Jellyfishes are merely an imitation of the Eldritch Slime form, you see. And Eldritch Slimes have, you know, jellyfish-like qualities. And some of the time, they like to look like a jellyfish. And they cute. Right? Jellyfishes are cute, especially given, you know, their incredibly deadly, you know, biological architecture of, like, strange, you know, fucked up, like, venom harpoons. Right? How is that not adorable? Like, it's terrifying, but it's also kind of adorable, you know? Just like kitty cats and their little murder mittens. You know? You know, you make a valid point. I probably should edit the bio to make it more clear that I am both, and that I'm more so a slime that is shaped like a jellyfish sometimes, rather than overall just a jellyfish. Solid point, solid point. Yeah. Okay. Rock and roll, rock and roll, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Well, let's see here. Press the buttons. Look at the things. See what's going on. Okay, okay. Very good to know. Very good to know. Ha ha. Gratius, handle your first influencer controversy. That's pretty funny. Isn't plural of jellyfish jellyfish? As in plural of fish is a fish? I think so. That sounds right. And do I have a wand, a multicast with low recharge and cast delay? A wand of multitudes. Yeah, I do. I have like 3 or 4 of them, I think. Yeah, yeah. Why? What do you? Yeah? You got something in mind, Kibble? Okay. Let's also put this guy away. Yeah, we'll fetch this feller and put this guy on here. Okie doke. Ouch. For better damage on your Taiwan, I see. Oh no, and you gotta go soon, Schlifu? That's understandable. I hope you have a lovely day. Ooh woo indeed. I agree, ooh woo. Oh, that's right. I need to turn down the overall volume on the speaker itself. Give me a sec. Okay. Ah. Very good. Something. Use a sound. Any sound. Maybe Trobio. Gotta go to a family birthday. Well, hugs, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I made it too quiet. Alright, there we go. That should be good. I put it right in the middle there. There we go. Good stuff. Alright. Say hi to Sophie for you. Who is Sophie? Bah! I'm glad I'm not the only person confused. It sounds like a reference to something. Oh, hi, kitty. What's up, little fluffster? Little wuffle puffle? Who's a cute little fluffy man? It's true, it would have been kind of funny and interesting had you been able to get that correct. Do I know you? I am amused. Okie doke. Let's also grab this. And then snag the add trigger off of it because I would like that. Very good. I'm also going to toss this. I do not need that. I also don't really need this. Well, I mean, I like the giant spitter bowl. It's a nice spell. Well, that is, yeah, the thing is, Shlifu, some of the time, the way you go about, like, certain types of jokes is by, like, going hyper-specific, right? It's like it's a method of going about certain things, right? You know, that it also, like, part of the humor is that the, you know, level of specificity makes you question whether or not they're joking in the way that you're currently questioning, right? Yeah. Just kind of how it be. You nervous now? Blood magic, white hole, alpha nala, light shot, speed up, telly, the projectile requirement, explosive detonator, otherwise, long distance cast, triple spell, divide by 2, divide by 10. Crit on wet. Oh goddamn. Nala, water, holy lance, endpoint, chainsaw, spark bolt. Now I see you really were cooking with this guy. Let me copy this. I'm not gonna make it like right this instant, but I am putting this in my make this for the purposes stream sticky note that I have on my computer. You also made a 3-frame again, since 1 frame seemed to cause lag. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. You don't gotta tell me I'm nervous now. Oh gosh, that's funny. That's funny. You guys made each other nervous. That's hilarious. You're doing another try on symbol something? So you're trying to use symbols in the Twitch chat again? That's pretty funny. Okay, let's put this guy away. I don't need him right now. He's a cute little wand, but not very useful right now. Actually, yeah, what the hell was I cooking with this thing? Surely this wand is... What the hell was I cooking here? I do not... Oh, I did not click it. Oops. There we go. Oh, I get it now. That's right. This was my best attempt. Why do you keep putting your tail underneath my back so that I'm, like, laying on your tail? That can't possibly be comfortable. He's like, what do you know? What do you know, Pa? You don't know me. You don't know my life. Cute kitty. Such a good little thoughtful bear. He's so full of love and snugs. Because right now he's just laying right next to me. He's big cute. And Kibble, are you in the Noita? No. Are you in our Discord? If you are not in our Discord, better use popcorn, you guess? You said alright, it's terrible. Time to change your identity, that's so funny. Poor Shlifu. You don't want to a Bob without a hat. Well, then why are you doing it? Oh, gosh. Okay, so here's the other question about this absurd build. Is, what happens if I increase lifetime on it? What then? Ooh, interesting. Yeah, kitty, you want to make sin biscuits now? Is that what it is? Or you don't know if you want to make sin. Would you like to lay, like, between me legs? You want to snug there? Is that what it is? Or you don't know. You don't know what you want, little kitty man. Is that what it is? I agree, poor Sifu. Actually, yeah, no. This particular one, I do also... Never mind. Yeah, okay, what I need to do... I'm going to put this very silly damage wand right here for just a sec. And then I kind of need to just strip everything off of this particular wand and then turn it into a testing wand because it's great. It's got always cast bounce, which means I can test basically everything I would like to test regarding the spell on, but using this always cast on this wand, which is awesome as all hell. Part of me just wants to get rid of Personal Lightning Caster, but I do need to do a few tests with it before I can just dispose of the spell and decide that it's useless. Sigh. Okay. Let's put this guy here. This guy here. This feller here. Bouncing burst up here. Another of these arrow triggers down here. Bubble spark up here. Okay. Light and speed up here. Like, I was thinking of testing out with the floating arc, but the problem is, I think that this would just impair. I'm pretty sure this would only impair the effectiveness of the build, but I guess I could just try it out right now. Yeah, seems so. Actually, I fucked it up. You were really panicking there for a moment? You should go. Well, we'll see you, Schleifu. Have a lovely day. Big hugs. And it's okay, Schleifu. Don't you worry. I hope you'll be back. I would miss you. Aw. Yeah. And say hello to Samantha for you. It's a joke, I swear. Yeah. Huh. I actually can't tell if that made that worse or better. Well, it's obvious to me that I can't just dispose of the floating arc spells just yet, because clearly the situation is a lot more complicated than I expected, which is unfortunate. Which means I have to do a bunch of work to figure out, like, why the hell it's so complicated, frankly, which I'll be real, I'm a little grumpy about. I wish I did. I don't like having to do work, but when a thing is just that damned complicated, and you ain't got a choice, really. Sometimes you just gotta figure out the mysteries of the multiverse and something or other, and something. Insane laughter. We'll see about that. I'll ask Sophie. That's pretty great. Fantastic. I'm amused. Okay. But then again, I guess I should also put the floating arcs back here. These are hard decisions to make. Okay. I'm just gonna put this fella away. Oh, that's right. Magic Guard. I was doing something with this ridiculous shit here. Okay, it's a fine wand. And I was doing Magic Guard silly shit. I wanted to see if I could make it. Actually, yeah, let's put chaotic transmutation. Yeah, let's see if that works. Let's see if I can also chaotic transmutation alter that shit simply through the through a multicast, I mean. What? Huh? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Huh? How peculiar. I'm quite sure, Kibble. The amount of, like, lag it's causing is very minimal. I have checked. Because basically it's just a few text files are not actually contributing very much. The primary issue is, in fact, my exceedingly... Like, you're not the first person to doubt the, like, possibility, or, like, to doubt what I'm saying, right? Because you're like, surely, because it's a CPU-intensive game, it couldn't be that, like, and whatnot. Like, your bad rig couldn't pot, and it's a pretty low, not that demanding game. Surely, like, it's got to be some other thing, like maybe the mods or whatnot. But dude, in Snowy Depths, I was down to 1 frame every 5 or 6 seconds with no mods. With not a single mod running in the game. Right? And it took me using Tweakaroo, reducing the lifetimes of smoke and steam with another mod, and using faster fires just to get to where we are now. Just due to how old my rig is. Yeah. Okay, what if I do this? Can I make Magic Guard go flying? Seemingly not. Oh well, that's fine by me. I don't really care that much for Magic Guard. Okay. Good stuff. Meaning I can probably just make this into quite literally any sort of damage wand I really feel like. Okay. What if I... Oh, that's right, that wouldn't work. If I did it like that. Because then these wouldn't be doing their job. There we go. That's what I wanted. Now, if I do this... We'll give it a second chainsaw just in case. We'll see about what I can do with that. Reinstalling and stuff already? Yeah. For sure. Yeah, the trouble is that the game itself is just, my rig is just extremely slow. Yeah. That said, the game is running better than it ever has. However, it will probably get even better soon. Being realistic, right? Because, as soon as I go to the next new game loop and I save trim again, it'll have to load way less information. And, it'll work way better. Which will be fantastic, I say. Fantastic. Okay, now crit on oil, I will... Ah, shit. Where do I even want that? Here's what I'll do. I will... Let's move... These two. Yeah, let's just do that. Very good. Good, good, good. Lovely. Okay. And realistically, I don't need that on there. And I can sort out... Oh, okay. I also don't need this on this wand. This one is perfectly functional. It's a strange little wand, but it is perfectly functional. So is that. Yeah, what the fuck was I cooking here? What? This doesn't make any sense. What the hell was I doing? Huh. I don't really understand what I was hoping for with this particular wand, but I don't really... Was I trying to just make it produce a whole lot of liquids, maybe? What happens if I put explosive bounce here? What happens? Unclear. But not much. Weird. Utterly bizarre, in fact. I don't think the bounce is doing much here. Nor the avoiding arc, I don't really feel. Maybe a speed up. It also could use an acceleration. Boyo. Yeah. Rotate towards a B. Well, really, I don't need the accelerative homing right there because it's got the normal homing. It doesn't really need the rotate towards, does it? Yeah, no. Give it the electricity so it does more than one damage type. Or maybe that stage is only doing 3 damage types. I don't think the long distance cast is doing much for me. Like, I can see that I wanted this to make liquid, which it does. But, is that really its only purpose? Maybe it was to make liquid and then also go around and kill things. Yeah, it works just as well. Definitely did not need that. Good stuff. Okay. Economizing... Well, I guess that's what we're going to be doing for a little bit. We're going to economize a bunch of wand builds. And we're going to investigate what the hell I was cooking when I made certain wands. Like this guy. Jesus. hell was I cooking here? Okay, so it leaves a long trail of thingamajigs. Divide by 100, plasma beam enhancer. With plasma beam bounce. The heavy shot. The LARPA bounce. I see. Something it does, however, need is indisputably normal bounce. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking about, because, mind you, the thing's near the top of the list. Because the iteration limit shouldn't be working here. There we go, that's better. Yeah. I thought as much. But that's fine. Divide by 10 is more than sufficient here. Yeah, this wand is really unhinged. I kind of love it, but well, what in the goddamn was I cooking here? I'm not quite sure. Actually, wait, can this thing rapid fire? Let's find out. No, it can't. However, I think that might well be for the best. I'm not really upset about that. Long distance telling. This also isn't right. I need to fix this. Okay. Whole lot of... Oh, this fucking shit. Oh my god. This thing. So, let me tell you what this thing is one of the most successful, this isn't right, I don't think. The ad trigger was on the Omega. And the payload is the divide by 4. I don't think that works. Oh, okay, thank you. Omega can't target. Okay. So it's being discarded by ad trigger, then wrapped to. So it gets discarded. So wait, okay. Omega can. Ad trigger can't target other type spells. But Omega can target other type spells. Okay. So the Omega here basically just wraps around and like it does all this shit. Is that what's happening there? Because mind you, of course, that like these things near the top of my wand building list are like very old. Because the idea here was to make a self-replicating saw blade wand. And it did okay. See? But the problem is, of course, like, it gets to be... This one is actually pretty solid in terms of performance. Like, it doesn't wreck the performance too badly. And that's okay, don't worry about it, right? Yeah, because, yeah, I was doing... The only part I'm not sure about is whether inside of this, right? So is this causing the divide by 4? Is it technically inside of the ad trigger and thusly not actually getting dividing modifiers directly plus omega is going to lead to a lot of nonsense. And I agree with you, yeah. So, like, is this basically causing this divide by 4 to turn into like a divide by 1 functionally? Is that what's happening? Because I'm just not certain. It's not inside the first add trigger. The first add trigger applies to the Omega Saw Blade and only has add mana X2 chainsaw as a paint. Oh, good. That's good. Divide by 4 might be in an add trigger payload at some later point in the wand, though. You haven't gone through the full. Don't worry about it. Like, that's okay. I appreciate that. That's helpful to me to know that that the Omega is, in fact, like, ending this. Right? That it's, functionally speaking, is the termination point for the add trigger. Or the Omega Saw Blade, rather, is. And that this Omega here is getting discarded and wrapped around. Because that does mean that eventually the Omega is cast, right? Because, yeah, that's the only other thing I need to make totally sure of. Good, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Because, yeah, that means that this particular one is doing exactly what I hope it would do. Hey, 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 Meatball, glad to have you. Welcome on in. Today we are basically just tidying up certain wands and making sure that they are doing what I'm hoping they're supposed to be doing, right? This is a hysterically simple wand. By comparison, it is just a simple-ass freeze melee wand. And TBH, I think I need to make it slower. Yeah. I think I need to reduce the speed even more. Let's see, is decelerating too much? What? What? What's happening? And so, Kibble, if you understand what's happening now that I've added the decelerating shot to this, is it wrapping back around into not a number territory of speed? Is that what's happening? Because I don't really get it. Decelerating as a positive speed, what? Just increases friction as what the fuck? I'm just blind then. You're totally right. I'm a fool. My god, that is so wacky. Physics. Yeah. True though. True. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and this one. I'm actually quite proud of the way this one turned out. It does exactly what I hoped it would do. Observe. It basically, in confined spaces, makes a whole bunch of little, like, the... What do you call them? Of the plasma beams here. And then it just, you know, it shreds things in said confined space. See? Like this. And, well, bam. Yeah, just like that. Yeah. And it does fantastic, like, and I love it. And indeed, how are you doing, Kibble? Are you doing well? I certainly hope so. Okay. I see. This is one of my summon Taikasovas. I don't remember how well this guy works. I will figure that out in a bit. What the fuck was I cooking with this guy? Does this even work? What? Oh, that's what I was cooking with this guy. It does work. It's a bit laggy, but it works. Okay. Okay. Now, what happens... Ah, darn, I thought I might have had a divide by 3 here. I don't. Or divide by 2. Well, let's see. Will divide by 4 slow this down too much? Yeah, for sure. Okay. What if I put speed up after it? How about that? I mean, that's almost good. What if I put the decelerating with it? What then? Made a mistake the other day. It said during Lazzie's stream that your phone had a 4K display, while the monitor for your computer is 2K, which is wrong. Your phone, Samsung S10, a 7. Oh, I think you might have a similar. That might actually be the same model I have. I think maybe. Let me check. Well, wait. Yes, and I have an S10e. Correct. And the battery is bulging out of the case. Oh god, I really need the... Yeah, it's a problem. Wait, it's the last Samsung that's reasonable? Elaborate, tell me. What do you mean? Actually, you know what? I like this. This is a pretty solid, I think this is a pretty solid one, because this means that it's probably gonna... That its slowness means that it's... Oh, never mind. I thought that it maybe would be safer in terms of not launching projectiles into me. No such luck. It has OLED. Memory card slot. Oh, I see what you mean. I got you, yeah. Yeah, that tracks. I see, that makes sense. Yeah, not having those things would certainly be a bit of a deal breaker for a lot of people, I'm sure. What if I add gravity to it? What then? Yeah, I can't quite decide if I like this. Because, like, the arc on it does make it so that it would be less likely to, like, fling projectiles into me. And that I would I don't need to be that weary about it, but, or weary of such a thing, but, like, I kind of like it. It's, like, adequately, sufficiently functional. I see. They're stupid expensive years after release. Really? Bizarre. Strange. I believe it, but strange. Oh yeah! I love this one. This is one of my favorite ones because it's pretty. And I like it. It is nice. But the problem is it causes too much slowdown, you see. But it's big, gorgeous. It's some Palpatine vibes, right? But it's also a ping pong Lumi wand, which is pretty. Right? And I like the way that the heavy shot adds the red coloration to it. It makes it lovely. It makes it pretty. But damn, is it gorgeous, let me tell you. I love that shit. It's awesome. Yeah, I do so love that. It's beautiful. I also like the digging bolt there with all the circles it makes. It's pretty. Adequately, sufficiently functional. The highest praise. I mean, honestly, true though. True. Oh yeah. That's right. I want to see how this worked. Ooh, how fun. How cute. I love that, actually. That's super cool. That is dope. But yeah, that's right. I remember now what the issue with this guy was. It was that I needed... Basically, it needs a whole bunch of... This thing needs a lot of support to work. Yeah, I recall now. Or it needs a chainsaw. Which I can do. That's no trouble. Yeah, I mean, I don't have water on the wand yet, but, you know, I guess it's fine. What bam? I also kind of love that, the way it makes with the way LARPA explodes the, the chainsaw there. It's really quite funny. I love that. It's beautiful. How fun. But yeah, what do you think I should do with this always cast LARPA explosion wand? Because I'd like to do something fun and interesting with it, but I'm not quite sure what I would like to do. Because there's so many options, you know? What was I cooking here? I forbore. Oh, so have you seen my, tentacle slug build? Like, have you seen what happens when have you seen those? My tentacle slugs. Are you aware of what that is? No. Well, okay then. You are in for an absolute treat of incredibly bizarre shit. Give me a sec to find it. It actually shouldn't take terribly long, because I was sensible about it, and I decided to move it to a reasonable place. I'm pretty sure this is not anything. Yeah, I don't think that's anything. I think it's just a storage thing. T. Okay. Let me see here. We've got it here somewhere soon. Real quick, like... Is this him? Maybe. No. That's not it. This guy? No. No. This? No. Don't worry, it's here somewhere. Ah. Is this one? I think this is it, yeah. It's one of them, actually. It's not the only one, but it is one of them. So at first, nothing happens. You think maybe it's not doing anything, right? But no, it is doing something. Just give it a moment. So first there's this tentacle. I think this one, the idea I had for it was that I wanted it to be like a mace. Right? That, you know, flies around, smacks things. But there you go. Slugs. So this is not the... Yeah, and then it fires more slugs. that are totally separate from Mina, because but this is not the most sluggiest wand I've made, right? This one is just one where the slugs actually have enough damage to kill things. Correct, it makes parentless tentacles, yes. Yeah, I figured out how to do that. It's fantastic, right? The key is 2 spells. It's Larpa Explosion. Well, okay, a lot of things do it, but Chain Spell is one of the primary ones. Teleporting Cast helps. It's not necessary, strictly speaking, but the Chain Spell is the main. This one is necessary, and Phasing helps a lot too, and Floating Arc does a little bit here, right? You may wonder, like what? Because basically, my understanding is that each of these is kind of like creating layers of removal, as far as the game is concerned. To my knowledge, I'm not like a super programming genius as it applies to this game, so I'm probably wrong. But like it's basically creating layers of separation, to my knowledge, between Mina and the tentacle, so that it no longer has a parent, basically. So it's orphaning the poor little tentacles. Oh, that's silly. That's fucking silly as all hell. Okay, now let's see. Because this is not my only... I have one that's designed to maximize, in every single respect, the tentacles and how many it makes. Because Orbit Larpa also does quite a lot here. When it's used, anyway. Yes, actually. I don't remember what it is, but it actually makes a big difference. I can't quite recollect what that difference is, but it is a big one. What the fuck was I doing with this? Oh, that's right. The idea I had with this thing was it basically just kind of smackaroos things and freezes them right in my immediate vicinity, but that's all it does. Because it doesn't do the other things I wanted it to do. So why is this wand in this position where it is? I don't know. Probably just because it's a multitudes that I've used the thingamajig on, so the improved wand several times on, so it's pretty decent. Oh. Give me a minute. I will grab it back out in just a sec. Yeah. This one is one of my favorites, but it operates on completely separate principles. This one just spawns a thing at the enemy, and then it starts to crawl around and kill things. It's actually fucking amazing, in my opinion. I adore this wand. Oh, wait, do I have... Wait, oil? Oil? Do I have crit on oil on any of these wands? Pretty please? Nope, no such luck. Fuck. God damn it. Actually, what I'm going to do is So here's what I'm going to do to make this simpler on myself a bit later. I'm going to leave this wand out, so that I can then grab it a bit later and actually apply the critical stuff to it. Spare telly. Infinite damage, I think. Ah. I think this is one of them. And it's kind of important that I go a little ways away, because some of these, they make, like, one or more of these wands can make lasting physics objects that are tentacles. Some of which cannot be destroyed. There we go. I love it. Yeah, and here's what it is. Here's what it is. I love it so much. It is gorgeous. But also, I do have streamer wands. Yeah. So, yeah, you could look at it there, take a little screenshot, whatnot. This is not my only one that does this sort of shit. I actually have, I have like a few others. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's right. I need my mana back. Oops. I love it. I love the way it just starts launching these fucking like little slugs everywhere. It's so cute. They are adorable, I tell ya. Oh, hello, Blood Cloud. What is this Blood Cloud doing? Do I have chaos magic on here or something? I actually don't know. Why is this here? What did I do to make this be here? Bad luck, maybe? Maybe it's the curse sphere, I assume. Well, I mean, I know that explosive detonator doesn't kill it, and that it can be kicked and launched, but I never tried destroying it with Black Hole, TBH. I think Black Hole killed it, or destroyed it, mostly. I'm not sure. The weird thing is that some of these things behave in extremely weird and unpredictable ways, right? Like, this is, of course, this one is a bit more complicated, but not by much, really. In terms of, like, its whole deal. You know, like, it is a pretty complicated thing, but it's not, like, the most complicated wand ever. What the fuck? Jesus, why does this make... Do you know how to make this not slow down the game as much? I don't understand what I've done to fuck this up so bad, right? Is it the wand refresh? Is the wand refresh doing this? Well, that made it... That's better. But, like, I don't really understand why this thing is fucking it up so bad. The chain spell? Apparently, yes. It was the chain spell. Because now it's not, like, going fast, but, like... certainly not going as slow as it was. I think I need to cast this at the end. I think. Yeah, I think that's right. Because if it's a utility, so I'm pretty sure it fucks up the projectiles afterwards. That sounds right. Okay, we'll also put this particular thing down. For a minute, so I don't got to deal with that. Oh, they don't necessarily? What's this? I was under the impression that they always did. Maybe I'm just maybe I was just assuming, like, because of Summon Taika Sofa. Oh, I see. This wand is entirely nonsense. It's just storage. Well, that makes this easy. That means I just need to go grab a different storage wand. and put these things on it. Easy peasy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Doo -doo. Okay. Let's just scooch these guys. Move these things. I mean, I guess I'll leave. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll have some of this shit here. I don't know. This guy needs to go to tab 3, however, because he is not done. He needs several improved wands. Summon Wand is one of the spells that break projectile tree, which is why it causes problems for projectiles after. That's because it's a spell with a related projectile with no projectile component. Or maybe the opposite, you can't remember. Not because it's oh shit, really? But don't do that. And non-utility spells that do. Fascinating. Like, which non-utility spells do that? Because I don't actually know. And I'm very curious. I also love this extremely simple wand build. It's so cute. Summon Portals one? Interesting. Huh. Well, I got that out of a chest the other day, which I thought was like, holy shit, that's not something that happens every day. Yeah, I even made a clip of it. Wait, what? $120, $130. Oh, wait a minute. I think maybe it was just... Oh, yeah. I think it just that this wand requires this. Yes, it does. God, that's a fun wand. That is such a fun wand. It's so cool. But man, does it chew up fucking like mana like nobody's business. I mean, look at that mana recharge. 1,025, and it's not enough without concentrated mana. That is so funny. That is ridiculous, I tell you. I also really love this wand. It's a really fun little guy. I just love the fact that it fires off so many fire bolts, so that it can stack up a bunch of fire damage on things that are vulnerable to fire damage. It's a lot of fun. And it's a great little guy. It does its job quite well. I love this one. It's a pretty good one. 4. I see. And then these two. Maybe I could make this go a little faster if I added a double. Let's see. Can I find a double on one of these swans laying here? Maybe. Oh, heavy shot. Fuck yes. I need heavy shot. And there's some just laying here. Hell to the yes. This is exactly what I want more of this. Gimme. Let's first do this. Also, so one of these days, I would love to just mess around with bombs materialized, because it looks like such a fun little thing. You think is neat, which involves breaking projectile trees. A triple spell spark bolt. Summon portal. Meteorosade will make a spark bolt that has meteors raining on it, without creating the normal Meteorosade effect. Does it eat up a charge, or does it not? How could I set it up so that it no longer uses up charges, or so that I can use Tau or something like that? How would you go about that? Yeah, like, what would be an efficient way to go about this? So that it could just, you know, work continuously. Also, I am really shocked at how, like, this thing's basically set up to work from the get-go. That's kind of incredible. And deal quite a significant amount of damage. God damn. Triple spell? Spark Bolt. Tau, summon portal. Okay. That's doable as could be. Fuck yeah. Let's do that here in a minute. Let's make it happen. So I certainly have those spells. That's for sure. How did I not notice these heavy shots? So heavy shots, for whatever reason, I've been struggling the entire playthrough to have enough of. Right? Like, no matter what I do, no matter where I go, I'm just, like, starving for heavy shots. No matter how many fucking, like, Taikasovas I summon, no matter where I summon them, no matter what, I don't have enough goddamn heavy shots. I understand that it spawns them and whatnot. There's only a small chance and whatnot. But it's just like, oh my god. It's like, how could I possibly make this many of these damn things? And not a single one of them. Not a single one of these Taikasovas has a heavy shot, and then I have two in just such a short span. It's ridiculous. You know, you can get infinite of the same wand, same spell, very quickly with summon wand. Once I find it, yes, but the problem is, right? So, like, my biggest issue is that I have yet to find a good enough type of, like, summon Taikasova build that does what I want it to. In terms of, like, I want to spawn it in one spot, not damage the terrain. I want it to almost instantly, like after a couple of frames, kill the Taikasova, so that I can also, from the spot that I spawned it, look at the wand and see what's there. Right? About reroll it. I don't know very much about it. I know that some of the time when I fire off some shit, like I fire off like summon Taikasova at the thing, that like some of the time it'll like change the wand. I don't really get why it does that, or like if I don't really understand what rhyme or reason there is to it now. If you know what that is, I would love to know. This would be fantastic information to have. Because frankly, I found the whole process rather frustrating. Also, this is a very nice, like, except for the 3-second recharge time, this is a very nice black hole one, especially if like you got it early game. But we are not early game, so meh. Oops. Okay. What was I cooking with this? This wand looks insane. I really don't know what? What? I'm not gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna have to, yeah, so let's see, does this one actually work? Does this do what I wanted it to do? No. Just matter eater. Yeah. So, if you cast that Summon Taigasoba near, as in with the end of the wand at that position, a wand on the ground that has at least one spell on it, it'll re-roll the wand instead of summoning a oh. I had no idea. Oh, yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah, holy shit, that makes my life a lot better, let me tell you. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. I really had no idea how the fuck that shit worked until just now. Thank you so much. Like, that drastically simplifies my life, like, in a truly incredible amount. And I am super duper happy about it, really. That's awesome, actually. Okay, let's also just do this. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, with like a situation like that, yeah, like that would absolutely make that a lot simpler. So like realistically, I'll just put this thing. This isn't doing what I want it to, really. So what I want to do here, every other, I want it to fire. What projectile should I use? I don't know. Let's try freezing gaze, honestly. Let's just go with that for giggles. Yeah. Something like that, maybe. But that's for later. I don't really feel like figuring that shit out right now. I also agree that Kiblet's engaging with the game. It's nice. Because, yeah, honestly, I find myself having to, like, blindly wander around a lot of time, given the fact that, you know, it's unclear, like, what exactly is going on, like, what I'm doing here, and it just makes it a lot harder in a lot of respects. Yep. Well, thank you a lot for that, Kiblet. I appreciate it. Let's put... I'll give this wand an add mana for later. And let's see, I need to grab out one of my extra Summon Tychosova wands I've got a lot of them. Oh yeah, here's another one that makes, this, I'm pretty sure this one makes some hilarious slug things. I think. Yup, it sure does. Just slonk. That's what it does. It just slonks out a bunch of these things. It just goes slomp. Oh, that's right, and then it fires off like a machine gun of them. It's horrible. It's great. I love it. It's a truly terrifying, ridiculous thing that is absurd beyond measure. See? I absolutely adore it. It's one of the silliest wands I've ever built. Why does it have blood? I don't think I need that, really. Yeah, I don't need that. And the Chaos Larpa, it go. The wand does, I mean. That's the sound it makes. It's. If you ask me, that's the sound it would make. And that's probably one of the wands that made the thing that lasts kind of like forever-ish. Come on, I already have a wand that should do what I'm looking for. Okay, it's fine. Whatever, fine. It's fine. I can simply use tower whatevs. Just grab the summon Tychosova. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Come on. Come on. Where you at? That's it. I do not need these. Like this is too many Omega Saw Blades. I don't need that many Omega Saw Blades. Too many. There's a Tau, sure. We'll go with that. Fine by me. Okay, now let's give this a try. How about, because I guess I don't really need need a chainsaw or anything. Or I don't know. Let's, what type of, put that guy away. Let's grab any type of projectile, really. Burst of air, sure. Why not? Should be fine. Shouldn't dig the terrain, I don't think. Cool. Nice. This is so much easier. And more pleasant. I don't need 2 spells for Tau to work? Really? That's awesome. Freaking amazing, actually. However, let's see. I need to do this real fast. I need to... Okay. I need to put up a couple of spells in into this spell inventory here. Oh, it's already full. Oh. I see. I put the Bloodlust there.
I'm gonna paint the town red.
What I'm gonna do is just, let's just put this guy here for just a sec. Ooh, nice. And I can scooch it over a little bit. That is so convenient. Like, holy shit, that's convenient. I love it. God damn. Hey, 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 Bayu, welcome on in. Right now we have learned a most valuable bit of information from Kibble here. That I can re-roll a wand if I just fire Summon Taikasova into it. I didn't know this. And it can be different wands. Just like that. It's good shit. That's a very funny wand, but nah. Oh. Oh, you're right. It's Taikasava. Isn't it? It's Taikasava? Or is it Taikasova? Yeah, I got used to saying Taikasova because what's his name? Dunk mispronounced it that way, but you're right. Yeah, it is a lot better. It's difficult to explain. Yeah, that's fine. I ain't too worried about it. Oh, hi there, Mr. Taikasava. How you doing? You just... Okay, I'm about to... Like, did you just delete yourself, mister? Yeah. Pronounced Dunk is bald. That's pretty funny. I am thoroughly amused. like that I can just scooch up like this. It's very funny. See? And let's get a different one. That's nice. I really should just put some recharges on this to make this go faster. And what did he... How did he answer that? I'm actually very curious. Ooh, this is actually a good wand. Because it has the lightning bounce, which means I can do testing with the bounce spell on it, which is very fun. Why am I keeping this acid trail? I do not need that. In fact, that would just cause trouble. He was overall happy. Yeah, that honestly, that tracks. It makes a lot of sense, yeah. Because honestly, the baldness gag is not a good one for like for poor old Dunk there. Because yeah, it's a bit rough. I'll be real. Okay, let's see. Do we have any reduce recharges here? Surely we've got some. Out of all the wands here, we can find at least one reduce recharge for this silly Taikasova wand we have here. No! Now I have to dig through the damn wands again. God damn it all to hell.
No.
This is gonna take a minute. Take a minute. God damn it all to hell. God damn it all to hell. Do 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 do. God damn it all to hell. And Behu, yeah, sometimes I play um, give me a sec. I know how to words. I promise. Rimworld. Your mom? Indeed, it's. I'm afraid we've been seeing each other for some time now. I'm sorry we had to tell you about this at some point, Sonny, but it's just the way it is. That's funny as shit, man. That's ridiculous. New dad unlocked. Yeah, true though. Like, I am not even kidding, but like, it would not. I mean, it would not be the first like person I have met, like that I have dated who had kids, right? You know, like I've dated a few people who had kids. Which is very funny. Let's see here. Very good. We are almost there. Thank God. I have not made this specific error in a while of accidentally putting my favorite telly wand into the storage. Been a while. Yippee, we're almost there. Yay. Woo! $500 levels, but that's a lot of levels, Bayhue. Such dedication. I'm really quite amazed. I would not have dedication to do that, frankly. That's like so many levels. Okay, now let's actually just take the chainsaw. Why don't we actually just do the chainsaw here? Maybe the magical properties will work? Probably not, but maybe. Maybe, who could say? Maybe. Maybe. But who knows? You know, it's not I. I am not the person who knows here. Some of the time I know the answers, but some of the time I do not know the answers because they are not known to me, you see? Some of the time answers cannot be easily found because there is no simple answer to be had. And some of the time the answers simply cannot be had because the answer does not wish to be known. And things that do not wish to be known cannot be had, you see? You see? Sometimes it will be like that ways. Do not be like that ways. There is the tally one. Very good. And now, what I actually meant to click was closing the damn thing. Golly. What a pain. We got wand homing? What a funny joke. What a funny joke. Oh, I am looking for several, like, very specific things. Well, let me see. Give me a moment. Let me read what Bayhu say. And what Meatball say. Imagine how much all the Kiplet say imagine how much keeping all those wigs in good condition takes. That is fantastic. That is so good. Oh, come on. How is it rough? Dunk is nowhere near bald. And more than that, being bald should be something for which one wouldn't care much. But yeah, sometimes Bayhu I stream RimWorld. I streamed Fallout 4 one time. Now that I have a good monitor and a better graphics card, I could probably do that better. Like, I probably wouldn't have the same slowdown I had then. But I haven't tried it. Yeah. But, by far, Noita nets the most viewers. So, honestly, I would need a very good reason to stream another thing, right? It need to be very fun, quite frankly. Tis called N. It's freeware, but it's sequels cost money on Steam. The OG one runs on Flash. How fun! 500 levels. You're hell-bent on beating all of them. Damn. Nice. If you're good, I see. Ah, yes. Remove burst of air. Yes, yes, yes. And I am looking for several things. Summon wand homing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's real funny. I'm looking for heavy shot. Explosive bounce. Yes. So I know that at least on average, 6 people come and go for Noita specifically. Right. Now here's the other thing though, right? I don't think Noita is a very visually pleasing game. Right? Even going in fucking PowerPoint slow motion. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Meatball and Isuna Dyer. I appreciate that a lot. And you know, like... However, I guess from my perspective, as regrettable as this fact, you come here for the yaps, that makes sense. Yeah. As regrettable as this truth is, the greatest potential that I have for growth as a streamer, is in fact streaming Noita and possibly Punk once Dunk starts streaming that, maybe. The reason for this, of course, is because oh wait, did I make a rhyme? What rhymed? Punk. Yeah. So, fun fact. I actually... You're playing Punk right now, and you love the game? Yeah, makes sense. It seems like a solid game. I look forward to playing it at some point. Like, I will be playing it soon, but, like, and it'll probably become, like, one of the games I do somewhat regularly. But the biggest problem is that growth as a streamer is difficult enough as it is, right? And I definitely want... I don't want to be... I would prefer not to stagnate too especially much in my growth as a streamer. Like, it's gonna happen, right? It obviously will. I would like to avoid as much stagnation as possible, and a good way to do that is to continue playing Noita, because there are a great many people who just love to watch Noita, know lots about it, and love watching Dunk, and they like things that are similar to Dunk. I'm not gonna pretend as though I'm not, like, in some respects similar to Dunk. Like, it's part of, like, what I modeled the channel in after. It's because, you know, Dunk he stumbled upon a winning formula, right? And like I sought to, you know, emulate this in some respect, but also make my own thing that's in my eyes better. Yeah. And and I agree with you, but so here's one of my thoughts about Punk. One of its biggest problems for me as a stream game is, in fact, the very same issue. It's the very same thing that makes it a better game all around. 'Tis that it's more approachable. You can just play it yourself. Why watch a streamer do it? Right? Like, for me, I would have to ask this question. If I was going to consider playing it very regularly, is why would a viewer tune in to watching Punk as opposed to anything else? And yeah, the fact of the matter is that, like, if it's that approachable, which it does seem to be, there's less of a reason to watch a streamer play it. I mean, you're right. You're right. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you you're wrong. And, like, let's say that I stream Punk, and then the number of viewers I get is 4 to 5 people higher on average. And I will actually happily answer your question, Kibble, in a moment. But yes, and Isuna Dyer, for the same reason you watch you instead of anyone else in the Noita realm. Well, I mean, I appreciate that a lot, honestly. But yeah, and like the reason really comes down to the fact that, like, when you're dealing with, like, a game like Noita, it's a very unapproachable game that a lot of people would not feel that confident trying to play. Right? As a consequence of this... Yeah, that's fine. As a consequence of this, the, yeah, they wouldn't feel that confident playing it for a lot of people, right? In fact, that's part of why I watched Dunk initially, because in fact, it's what drew me in. I wanted to see somebody good at the game play it. And there, yeah, he did that. Right? So basically, like, that's a big draw for a lot of people. And so, if this particular game, like, if I were to get, like, 4 or 5 extra people on average when doing Punk, I would consider doing that one on a very regular basis. Yeah, here's the thing, though, right? Like, Kibble, I'm a very unlucky person. A lot of people are very unlucky. And they want to see somebody who, like, gets lucky more consistently be luckier as well, right? Because it's a nice way to vicariously experience good luck. Yeah. And Behu say, I like this channel for its people and Mr. Broadcaster's insight and wisdom. I appreciate that. First and foremost, you say. I very much do appreciate that a lot, because TBH, I do feel it's one of the things I probably have to offer more than other things. But yeah, I can't exactly just go around, like, advertising myself as, yes, I am the great and wise slime hamperchamp. Although I could do that, that would be pretty funny. I'm not sure it would be as successful. Wow, that really did not work as well as I thought it would. That's fine, though, I don't care. I will sort that out later, because it's a funny always cast I can mess about with. But yeah, my current plan is basically, it's probably to just get a basic grasp of how the game Punk works. At some time, like at some point, probably off stream if I'm being realistic. And then, after I do that, what then? After I get a grasp for how it works in general, give me a moment, I'm thinking. Then I will likely play it a bit more. I will probably play it once Dunk starts streaming it, because that will make it more likely that people will be, you know, in the category looking around it. Yeah. Would it be more fun to discover on stream? That sounds awful. Like, I'm gonna be honestly, that sounds awful. I mean, I'd consider it if you guys would want me to that badly, but, like, oh god, that sounds horribly unpleasant. Correct. That is very correct, Meatball. They would stress me out to no end. And I would find them horribly unpleasant as a consequence of how much stress they would cause. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I fear that, you know, like, and that's part of why I try to figure certain things out off stream, right? Now, you think I'd be fine, really? Okay. If you really think so, then I could probably give it a go. Like, I've seen a bit of, like, gameplay thus far, but realistically, it's not... I wouldn't consider it an issue, because I don't really... I don't really grasp the way it works, like, at all. Wait, what's this one? Ooh, always cast phasing? Reverse mana charge. You know what? That is, even though it would be a little rough to use, that's okay. Because phasing is good enough, and it doesn't pop up sufficiently frequently that I am willing to put up with that. Because there's a few ones I want to build, and not all of them require a lot of shit. Yeah, the bullet hell is part of what I was thinking about, right? Yeah. Realistically, but if you want viewers, and Dunk is the glue of the sentence on why we're all just offshoots from the community. Stream Punk, that's exactly what I was thinking, right? So once he streams it, that's exactly that's the plan. Right? Because absolutely, like, the fact of the matter is that yeah, once Dunk starts like streaming Punk, then it's a solid idea, which will be damn. I guess it'll be this coming Tuesday, won't it? So that means that Wednesday morning, I guess I might well be playing Punk actually. Never do anything you're uncomfortable with. Trying to please others. Yeah, that's good advice. Yeah. I probably won't, realistically. Because my trouble is that I've never really been able to do that. Right? Because mostly what happens, if I try to do something I'm not especially comfortable with, for any reason, right, is I just end up doing a bad job. And I will do such a bad job that or fail at it so miserably that will make it such an unpleasant experience that I probably won't try it again. So yeah, I've never been much of a person to do such things, realistically, because every time I tried it in life, it never worked out very well for me. Yeah, it's just how it be, you know? Just be that way sometimes. What do we got here? Absolutely jack shit is the answer. Yeah, I'm not finding the damn spells I'm looking for. I want more explosive bounce, damn it. Some more heavy shot. Where are these spells at? They're not that uncommon. I will take the reduced recharge, however. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme. And the lightning thrower, sure. You know, I guess, sure. Sure, I'll take the damage field and the other thing. Personal gravity field. Last personal gravity field. I don't really need any more of those. Let's see. I mean, I'm aware, right? But the problem is, some of the time I need the reduced recharge. Right? Because some of the time, nothing else will do. Because when you need a reduced recharge, and you need it bad, some of the time, nothing else will do. The building the ship out is a lot like wand building, but more puzzle-like. I see. Interesting. Yeah, you're right. Next variety day. True enough. A girl you met in a nightclub the other day. You exchanged Instagram, but nothing came much of it. Just disappeared. Asked her where she went. Says she got a kebab and went home. Today you replied, I wish you was that kebab, so you take me to your home. That's the cringest shit I ever heard, Bayhue. However, if the person is into extremely goofy cringe humor, then that's marvelous. Right? But if they're not, then eh. Yeah. Like that's a 19 out of 10 cringe level. Possibly cataclysmic amounts of cringe. Like, you might cause an earthquake with that much cringe. Don't apologize. You have to own it. Just know that. Yeah. That's the boat you're in. So, like, if they're the type of person to find that type of goofy shit funny, you're all good. But if not, then, yeah, I mean, might be a lost cause. Two admins. Ho ho! In fact, that's nice enough that I will try to toss this wand into this particular... Yeah, I did not succeed at all with that, did I? Oh well. Well, this is in retaliation to the relationship channel point thingy you was talking about earlier. She's an 18-year-old goth girl, and you are 15 years older. I mean, to be fair, that is, you told her that evening that you don't know if you'd feel comfortable with the age difference, but she was all like, we're both adults. But yeah, I don't think, yeah, I wouldn't pursue that neither, because the thing is, right, somebody in that situation, like somebody that young, frankly, you have little in common with them once you have that much of an age gap, right? Now, let's say that they were instead, and it's true, might as well. Now, let's say that instead of being, right, they all were both fun and whatnot, and that's all well and good, right? So something worth considering is like, so in all due reality, if she was just interested in, like, hooking up with you, it might be because she likes older men for one reason or another. And that would be all she would want out of you. She'd probably want a one-night stand and then nothing else. And I suppose if you're fine with that, then I suppose that's something. But, like, it's a bit weird in either case, truly. And, you know, yes. So, basically, you're not really in a situation to win in either situation, right? And realistically speaking, I would... Hey, Dream Hunter, welcome on. Of course I remember you, Dream Hunter. You got a lovely name. It is a bit of a lose-lose situation, which is definitely why you should basically disengage from it. Because, yeah, it's just not great for you, realistically speaking. Yeah. This is one of those cases where I'd say there's a right answer. And it's to disengage. Yeah. Not every day that happens. Not every day you can just have a right answer for something like that. But this is one of them, I would say. Ooh, this guy might be one of those 26 slot thingamajigs. Always casts. Is it? I think it is. Ho ho! Maravilloso. That's right, I also wanted to grab the Matter Eater off of here alongside the Gravity. That's right. Good shit. Coco. And then I wanted to grab this. Excellent. And then let's just toss all of the spells. Like, well, I mean that's odd firebolt, and I do love me some odd firebolt, right? But I don't think I need that many odd firebolt. We'll keep a couple of them. We will keep 3. Put a chainsaw here. Maybe scooch this guy over to here. Put this here. Oh, for example, Reduce Recharge is a really nice one when working with the Tentacle spell, because of the way that casting multiple things at the same time, like in the same shot state, with Tentacle fucks up the velocity. That's a great example. Yeah. Yeah. And mind you, like, I'm way late into like, were you seeing how great some of the wands that I have are? Let me also just show you a couple of the absolute ridiculous wands that I have in terms of their mana maximum and their mana recharge. Like, I've got a bunch of things with like 960-ish mana maximum, right? That is so much mana max. With 331, I can afford the 12 extra mana cost in a lot of cases, right? I can't always, but some of the time I can absolutely afford that, right? And so it's just like a situation where being able to subtract that without adding any other things into the mix, like trying to make a chainsaw wrap type thing go on, or any number of other type of things, is really nice. Well, that's one thing, yeah. But also just having the chainsaw, because of the chainsaw's intrinsic speed, it renders the tentacle useless. Like, it's not even usable, right? Because of the shot state it creates. I mean, it's certainly true for me. It makes it fire too fast. Then yeah, it's probably got to do with pinpointer. Fuck yes. Hell yeah, another 26 slot. Always cast wand. I am so pleased. I am so very pleased about this. This is great. This is truly just great news. Let's just scooch all these guys over. And then just put this wand into the storage bin as a storage wand that's empty. An empty storage wand. Sure. Oh, interesting. Must be pinpointer. You right. Very clearly, it's pinpointer. That is odd. Interesting. However, let's put the double here. Let me show you what I mean. See? Useless. Can't do jack shit with it. Right? Yeah. You know, it doesn't work no more. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought the speed was too high. But yeah. I did not know pinpointer increased projectile speed. That is very good information to have, TBH. And I'm certainly glad to know it now. And move this guy. Yeah. And now I can put away this one. Be done with this guy. And just fetch this. And then toss all the things off of it that I don't need. Excellent. I can put away that wand. Bonus that scales with the number of projectiles. Projectile static projectile material spells cast, so when you cast it with chainsaw, the speed is exponentially higher? But using Tau gets around that, since you're only actually casting an other type. Oh. That is utterly fascinating. I had no idea. I am deeply pleased to know this information. Had I known that, I'd probably never have grabbed Pinpointer, TBH. But, you know, it's not exactly worth going through the extra level of trouble that I would need to go through at this particular stage in order to actually, there we go. It is not quite worth the amount of trouble I would need to go through at this particular stage to, deal with it, right? To do the perk removal, there we go. Not sure why that was so difficult, but hey. Sometimes words are just like, hey, I'm gonna hide. And then the words hide, and that's that. Nothing to be done. Okay. Drink more concentrated mana. Do 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 I should make a song that goes like that. That'd be fun. But for that, I would need some type of actual like music software that I don't currently possess. Interessant. Ah, phasing! That's another one of the spells I'm looking for. I have a rather consistent and dire need for phasing. Because a lot of different things with bounce work way the hell better if you use phasing. Ooh, add mana. Yeah. So, Meatball, not necessarily, right? I mean, ideally, yeah, you would not, like, it wouldn't be a thing. Like, personally, for me, I would prefer to have a longer-term relationship with the person. But here's the thing, right? Some people have very serious attachment problems, and they are unable to, like, have a long-term relationship with a person because they're unable to trust somebody to that extent, right? But that doesn't suddenly mean that they don't get horny, right? So basically, you just have to kind of accept the fact that some people have issues that make it so that they really want to, like, that they really, you know, can't, like, be psychologically vulnerable and emotionally vulnerable with people. And that doesn't suddenly negate the fact that they're a human being with, like, you know, needs and whatnot. They have needs, you see. We've got needs, hon. Yeah. But you always think something comes out of it. But alas, no such luck. But yeah. When will you have the time to figure out the mechanics of it all? To what do you refer, Meatball? I'm not exactly sure what you'd be talking about in this instance. Are you referring to one night stands? I'll take the speed up, sure. And the remove bounce, because I have a feeling this too has the possibility to change the ballistic characteristics of a great many different spells. Ooh, fuck yeah! Hee. True orbit? Yeah. Oh? Hell yes. Let me just start tossing these, and then I can read more things. Well, here's the thing, though. Right? Everybody has a different level of horniness, Bayou. I wouldn't say it's called being traditional having standards necessarily. But I mean, if you're referring to, like, you know, the the age difference, yeah, I think that's called something very different. I think that's just being sensible, right? About the differences, and like the difference in the life stage, right? That you guys are at, and all that shit, right? That's a separate discussion, really. But like, regarding just like not wanting to engage in one night stands altogether, that's a separate discussion. Oh, also, Kibble, I meant to do this particular sound for you because you had gotten so many things right. Oops, I don't think I triggered it. There we go.
Pretty smart, dude.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So here's my thing, Meatball. You're right that the solution isn't to abandon like relationships altogether, but that doesn't suddenly make that person able to do relationships. Right? Because here's the thing. Whenever you have a relationship with somebody, or like certainly a sexual encounter with somebody, you gotta take them as they are in that moment, right? Right? You gotta take them as they are. Like, D. You shall not enlighten him. D. Yeah, it doesn't generally work. is true. Relationships need not be, but almost always are complex. And basically, what somebody who is like who has said like attachment issues is probably looking for is an uncomplicated fuck, right? So if you can provide that for somebody and both have a good time, I mean, that's all well and good. I certainly will not be judging people for such a thing. That said, that is generally not the way that I roll on the whole. Like on the whole, because I don't know. I just don't. Yeah. I much prefer emotional intimacy. It is preferential to me. Like to me, it's a lot better to have like some solid emotional intimacy, and for me, the physical intimacy tends to be secondary to that emotional intimacy. I believe that the phrase for that is demisexual is the word that people often use, but I've never really been that keen to put words on such things. Why? I don't know. Just an eldritch slime making my way in the world. Oh no, I would like, you have to keep in mind, even if you like did a thing, if I decided I didn't like it, then I would not put the thing in. Because I must personally add all of them. That also means I must personally approve of all of them. And this is where you would be, it would be appropriate to do the monarchies are not democracies sound. Whoops, I meant to grab that so that I could get the phasing. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean now. Oh yes. Be fully aware that like the sound commands, if y'all like be abusing it too terribly much, yeah, like I might just put a heinously long cooldown on it if I really despise it, you know, if it really rubs me the wrong way. If y'all traumatize me to the point where a particular sound command I just associate it in my mind with something unpleasant, probably get rid of it. Yeah. Yeah. I am, unlike Dunk, I am more than willing to do something like that. And to do it without a shred of remorse. Yeah. Just how it be. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad real quick. I'll be right back. Brutal indeed. Yeah, it's true. Okay. Flip-flop these things. I certainly appreciate that. I also appreciate the confidence. I wouldn't know anything about winning lottery things because I have never been so lucky in my life. I found a $20 bill on the ground one time. Actually one of the luckiest things that has ever happened to me. Full stop, no caveats. Although then again, I do consider you guys as you guys supporting me in general to be lucky. So I guess if you want to look at it that way, that's the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me in general. Full stop. Which I wouldn't, I would not say is an incorrect way to look at the situation. I certainly feel quite fortunate that you all support me at all, realistically speaking. And so really, that feels very lucky to me as well. This is very funny, the way I'm just, like, climbing up, pixel by pixel, re-rolling the wand. It cracks me up. It's silly. I certainly have enough pierce. Oh, heavy shot? No! Can I go back down? Yeah, that's okay. I can take more. I'll take more speed ups and shit. Actually, the drilling shot's the real winner there. I want to be totally honest with y'all. Because, oh. That's a goodie. Oh, that's a good one. For this guy. That's one of those 26 casts. Or no, that's one of the 26 slot always casts. There we go. Hiya! Got it. Just in the nick of time. Hell yeah. Good stuff. I'd recognize that wand sprite anywhere. Oh, and another drilling shot. Oh, we are lucky today. Because drilling shot is one of the other spells that we need, just in general. That I do not have a sufficient number of because I need more drilling shots. I always need more drilling shots. It's because I like to make a lot of wands that use it and to do silly things with it. So I tend to require a great many of them. And indeed, Meatball, you are correct. I am brutal. I have been called savage before. I would not contest these claims. I am, in fact, somewhat savage. I'm a savage little slime. What can I say? Let's hope I can get more heavy shots and phasings, and that I didn't, ruin the only opportunity I had there, because, I really do like I like the heavy shot modifier. It's a really good modifier. It does so many good things. It's just normal bounce. Oh, hell yes. Gee. That's what I have to say about that. Is but yes, your biggest win was 50 euros when you and your ex-girlfriend found a lost lottery ticket at the end of the grocery store cashier line, and we just cashed it in. I mean, hey, I can understand. You go. That's a lot of that's a fuck ton of like spark bolts. I feel like that's just too many spark bolts, quite frankly. I will keep many of the spark bolts, but I'm not keeping all of these spark bolts. This is far too many spark bolts. Who could need that many spark bolts? I feel like you don't need more than like 8 spark bolts, frankly, you know? Maybe 12, but at that point, just get more spark bolts. I mean, absolutely, that is a lot of money for being unemployed. Yeah, for sure, for sure. No doubt about it. I mean, like, yeah, like, this is absolutely 110% for sure. Okay, let's see. Putting these guys here. Okay. You know, that's fine. I don't need to have it entirely filled. That's fine. Okay. Ah, very good. Okay. Oh, concentrated light bounce always cast? What kind of stats? Wait. Actually passable stats. That means I can actually test these things out reasonably well. Fuck yeah. I am thrilled about this. Or is that LARPA bounce? Let's find out. Oh no, I was right. It was concentrated light. It's concentrated light bounce. Which is great, because that means we can do a bunch of interesting things a little later. Let's see, anything useful here? Nothing terribly special. Ah. More ad mana? Yeah, sure, I'll take more ad. Wait, that's explosive bounce! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Oh, where does the name hamperchamp come from anyway? Great question. The answer is that, basically, I was thinking about... I just was kind of having idle thoughts about truly random shit one day, and I needed an account that I used for something, and so that's what I named it. And exactly, I am the champion of hampers. But yeah, you see, actually, like, it has many meanings. Like, it is both that I'm the champion of hampers, right? But it's which is to imply, you know, maybe I'm just great at doing laundry. But also it's meant to imply other things, like, you know, like maybe I'm great at, like, producing situations where a lot of, like, clothing needs to be done. Whether you would like to interpret that, like, sexually or not is your prerogative. However, like, it might well be the case, who could say? It could also be the case that, you know, it's purely just because I am clumsy. Who could say? Doing the laundry in a sexy way, exactly. Yeah, it's meant just to kind of just be totally ridiculous and nonsensical, truly. It was never meant to have a particularly grand meaning or anything. Yeah, I thought about maybe changing it much earlier on, and then I was just like, hamperchamp is kind of funny. It just sounds funny, it's easy to spell, it's easy to say. Right, and you know, just like, in that particular respect, it means that that kind of makes it into a pretty good, like, advertising thing. If it's easy to say and easy to remember. Yeah. It is catchy, exactly. What are you, daft? Nobody is dafter than me. That's pretty good. Daft is a UK term, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. Exactly, so. Or possibly I could identify hamper manufacturers and models and appraise each one's quality. It's exactly. Doing the laundry in a sexy way. Oh god, all of that's very funny. It cracks me up. Okay, now that I did that. Let's see, can I do it as I have slain them in midair? Not quite. Oh, I managed it! And I even managed to get a 26 cast, or a 26 slot. Always cast out of it. Fuck yeah. I am so delightful. I am so delightful. Well, I suppose I am, aren't I? That's funny. Meatball 1, Meatball 2. And I agree, it's funny and non-specific. But part of why I like what I liked about it, you know, was it wasn't necessarily meant to mean much of anything, which is part of what's nice about it in many respects, because that means that anybody will anybody who's trying to figure out what the hell it means is going to spend more time trying to figure out what it means, which means they're going to spend more time thinking about your brand, which means they're going to spend more time being more likely to remember it. That wasn't exactly on my mind when I made it, but you know, it is part of why I decided to keep the name. Let's see, you're playing Elite Dangerous. You want to give a name to a spaceship, and just so it wasn't the default. Couldn't think of it. See, so Meatball gets pretty good. That's pretty good, Meatball 1. That's delightful. I love everything about that. Actually, that's marvelously excellent. Truly beautiful, actually. Well, then there's another ad man. I'll take it. I'll take the ad man. Sure. Oh, rotate towards? That is one of those things I don't have enough of. I will take it. Very good. What's happened? That's very funny. What's not an invitation for what? We'll find out here in just a sec. Let's see. Oh, hey, Darkass, welcome on in. Glad to have you. So, fun thing. I had actually thought to myself several times that your name looked an awful lot like a bastardized like version of Bahamut, the platinum dragon lord of the good aligned metallic dragons of D&D. I had noticed the similarity several times. Okay. I wondered if it was similar, and then I stopped thinking about it because I had a different thought. Whatever the hell that thought was. It sure was a thought. That much I know about. And I assure you, I did think about it. What beyond that? Who could say? In World of Warcraft, back in the day, people kept mistaking it for Bahamut from the Final Fantasy New channel for your real server. One guy, and how the hell does one pronounce your name? Came up with Behumot. Interesting. Ah! I mean, I like it when people essay. I don't mind. That said, I am literally an academic, so I mean, I rather maybe not literally anymore, but certainly at heart. Okay. And scooch. Aha! There we are. Got him. Got him! I tire of doing this. I'm going to toss away the odd firebolts I don't wish to keep. Move these things. And then go back to what I was doing, which is to say, editing wands. Very good. And I am exactly one explosive bounce richer. Oh my god. That was so much work for one goddamn explosive bounce. I mean, I am glad that I got a bunch more like 26 slot wands, because that means I can store shit better, but Let's see here. There's no shorter way to explain it. I guess there is. The backstory is fun. I mean, backstory is funny. Fitty. Not one. It's both and neither. And they got it from Semitic languages. Cough. You get throat lunge for that cough. Username is just from your half-made Ah, interesting. Just a word from it. Interesting. One who? So Dark Fox. Something like one who foxes. That's fantastic. I am delighted by this. One who foxes. Tee. So you're saying that you find them foxy. That's what I'm hearing. Tee. That's silly as shit, I say. Silly as could be. I am delighted. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab a few of the wands that are less than 26. Rather, I'm gonna find, like this guy. He's 24 slots. And you know what? I did want to use this one for experimenting later, so I shall. Except this one is also 24, but you know what? That's actually fine. That's fine. We're just gonna move these things over to here and be done with it. We're not gonna worry about it too much. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. Grumble, 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 grumble. That's what I said. One who casts. And I agree. I also enjoy the fact that the frame, like, it's something. Okay, enjoy is the wrong word. It's something I will happily take advantage of, as long as it's a thing. Right? And I'm certainly not upset about it. Yeah, that is indeed the case. Well, actually, no. I want 2 add manas down here. That'll make this a lot more usable. Now we're looking at a 530 mana maximum. That's a lot better. Yeah, good shit. Keep this guy here. Move this fella over to here. But actually, you know what? You can have a 3rd add mana. Why not? Fuck it. Lovely. Okay, put that guy there. This fella here. Actually, no, I'd like to keep this fella here. But at that stage, I will move this guy here. Yes, yes, this is fine. Put this here. There we go. Oh, you bastard. How dare you, you summon Tychosova, follow me all the way down to my base of operations, you son of a bitch. You with your always cast weakening Gurst melee, how dare you? You piece of shit. Get out of here. Get. Let's see. Technically, comes along here to separate them. Oh, you bastard. How are you again with this shit? I thought that I exited the loading area of what was loaded. How could you? Well, I guess it's an always cast bounce, so I guess that's not the worst thing ever. Grumble, 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 grumble. But also, look at this shit. It's pretty cool. Because both of these things are things greatly improved by bounce. The odd firebolt and the bouncing, the bubbly spark. The bubble spark or whatever. Yeah, bubble whatever. What is it even called? Yeah, bubble spark, yeah. Because unironically, the odd firebolt kind of becomes a bit goated. Yeah. It becomes a pretty solid thing. One who bakes life. Someone that's pregnant. That's very funny. He had words for to bake and life, so that's so funny, actually. One who does 1,000 debates. That's a very cool little conlang. I dig it. Now let's see here. So this wand is something that I wanted to move the spells off of, I think. Onto something with more slots, I would assume. Good shit. Okay. Move the Chaos Larpas over to here. Cool. 3 projectiles. 4 projectiles. Well, I guess I could do that. That would be more sensible, truly. And then, that means that I could just put this wand into the kind of like things that are a solid platform to just cast or maybe use later for something random. You notice something, eh? Do tell. Only have 80 words. I mean, that's okay. Don't worry about it. These things happen, you know? That's just how it be. Reaction time varies greatly, yeah? Yeah, for sure. Obviously. Like when you're when you touch something hot, like and you're burning your fingies, you know, the burn reflex to pull away from the hot thing. Yeah, very fast. But I take it you're thinking about something, right? Do elaborate. I would like to hear. Okay. Concentrated light bounce. Yeah, I don't really need this one, so let's definitely just move things from this one to a different one. Because I have a feeling that it will just be all around better. This one can go into the storage place. Good shit. Let's see. So, you're thinking of something, but it's not that interesting. Now that you think about it, the main idea was with training, one could make your body react involuntarily and predictably. Oh yeah, for sure. It is already known, indeed. This is called, I guess, most types of fitness, I guess. But especially... But Bayhue, something I don't, that's not true. Happiness is something you produce. It's a manufactured good inside your mind. 'Tis a state that is manufactured, and that external factors help produce. Does it truly gotta be fought for? Perhaps satisfaction must, to some extent, be fought for. Perhaps contentment, to some extent, must be fought for. But yeah. But yeah, that is true, Meatball. Yeah, consciousness, or happiness does require conscious, continuous effort. That is truth. Yeah. To some extent, anyway. 'Tis true enough. 'Tis true enough. Let's see. Let me see. I also need to go and click this button. Let me see. And indeed, you do have to make a heavy effort to gain... Well, you do have to make effort to gain happiness. This much is true. In life, you must exert effort to do so. That is true. And then further effort to maintain... Well, somewhat. I mean, to me... So... I don't agree with that, right? Because to fight for something is like intrinsically to not... It is to be ill at ease. To fight for something is to be ill at ease, to be non-content, to be outside of a state of serenity. To be... Unless, of course, you were talking about, like, the serene kind of flow state you can get in when you're fighting and whatnot, effectively. But that's a separate discussion, truly. Right. Now, like, yeah. That's a wholly different thing that we would be talking about there. And I agree, Darkass, those fuckers. And thank you, and I know you are. I remember the thing. And like, honestly, that was one of my biggest issues with it, was that I find it to be ideologically incoherent. Right? Because happiness does not have to be fought for. It's a thing you produce. It's a thing you make. It's a thing you do. It's a state you have. It's not a thing you fight for. Fighting for happiness is kind of like it's like trying to squeeze water. It doesn't work. But I did appreciate the subtle storytelling, for sure. Not a doubt in my mind. Like, it was a cool thing. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed. But I also did not like that it was ideologically incoherent. It miffed me. I disliked it. But yes, I did have a fun time watching the thing. Don't you worry. But the ideological incoherentness, I did not like. Over-eager link detector. Wait, what? I mean, it let it through, did it not? I'm glad that you're glad I watched it, because yeah, it was an interesting watch. I had a lot of fun watching it. It was pretty cool. Like, it was a pretty interesting and fun experience. But yeah, and I learned quite a bit about the way that, you know, the way Doom works and whatnot, and that was fun. Like, I played the game, I mean. I just mean, like, the modding scene. Yeah. I feel like everybody's played Doom at some point. If they haven't, I mean, it's a worthwhile game to play, but it's also, like, not, like... I wouldn't call it, like, one of the must-play games of all time or nothing. But it is good. It is a good game. It is good. What can I say? It's a good game. It's fun. It's fun. It's a good game. What can I say? Yeah. It's a good game. Yeah. Fun game. Yeah. I'm just feeling very silly today, don't mind me. Let's go and seek out those Taikasovas and slay them dead. Or Taikasavas. Okay. There we are. Homing Rock. Go! Homing Rock 2, go! Okay. Homing Rock 3, go! Get him! Get him! I have not watched The Amazing Digital Circus yet. It is okay. We all make typos and shit. It's fine. That's just life, I say. It's very easy to mistype something. But yes, I have not yet watched it. Give me a moment. I did look it up, though. Let me make sure it's the one I think it is. Otherwise, I will need to make note of it elsewhere. Yeah, that's right. I did look it up. That's right. Fascinating. Wow. That is really interesting, yeah. Yeah. It is on my list to watch eventually. Trouble is, I don't have access to Netflix, and so I have to find things, you know, lying around on the internet in places that I'm sure are very legal. Of this I am certain, because nobody would just commit a crime. Who would do that? You wouldn't steal a car. That one gets me every time. I mean, yeah, like if I could download a free car, yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be pretty great. I mean, I'd be here for it. If such a thing was possible, it'd be dope as fuck. It's in YouTube. It's on YouTube for free still. Dope. Dope. That's awesome. That is true. You can't steal what you're given for free. True enough. This is very truth. A big truth of lifeness, as I like to say sometimes. Why? Why say this? I don't know. Same reason you do anything goofy, because it's fun. Ah, here we go. Okay. Nope, wrong one. No. I guess it's fine. I don't know where that sea of oil went. It's fine. Something something, a joke about Dunk and the kitty cat being named Diddy at some point. Or Teddy. Or both. That gets me every time. Yeah, that shit is too funny. Wait a minute. What happens if I cast Remove Bounce with a tentacle? I have no idea. I need to find out. I simply have to know. Let's find out. Remove bounce. Tentacle. T. That's funny the way it just yoinked the stuff over. Yeah, I guess I need to do it. I need to use Tau or something. I cannot easily find out at this stage with the tentacle. That is a shame. Whatevs. Ugu indeed. Allegedly, here in Strim, we do not condone illegal acts. Exactly. Honestly? Yeah, that the fact of the matter is that, yeah, if, like, buying game isn't owning it, then pirating it doesn't... If it's a solid point, like, realistically... Yeah. Okay, now let's go ahead and put this fella up in the ceiling. But again, actually, I think it's fine. I can just put it away realistically. None of these things are especially necessary at this particular stage of what we're doing. Yeah. Not in your wildest dreams is your speech that nuanced. Thank you, thank you. You know, some of the time, I think that no words at all communicates what you're trying to say better than a lot of words. Like, legit. Just strange and mostly unintelligible sounds, I genuinely feel sometimes just convey a deeper and more coherent truth than actually using a bunch of words. Why is this the case? I don't actually know, but I do feel that it is in fact the case. Is it always the case? Nah. But is it sometimes the case? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, I did. I actually, it took me a second to figure it out, but yes, exactly. Because, yeah, it's high-tier nonsense, no question. So let's see. I already figured out what I needed to about the plasma beam bounce, which is to say, it's not as versatile as I would like. Yeah. Truly unfortunate. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. Now let me see here. What else we got? So I think I can put this particular one away. That's fine. Scott always cast that thing. Oh shit, what? Oh damn. Well, thank you very much. I certainly appreciate it. Hell yeah. I mean, I appreciate this particular, like, this particular Eldritch Slime and partner having a nice meal fund. I appreciate that. Because, yeah, this is good. Much appreciated, yeah. I'm totally here for that shit. Because, you know, it's good to have a nice meal. That's right. I was gonna make the sandwich I get to eat. I get to eat once a week. Well, actually, this time I get... It's not my... It's my second favorite sandwich, but it's fine. I was gonna make that earlier. I still need to do that here in a moment. And that's right. I wanted to remove the various things from this one that need to go into storage. Like the two upwards larpa, or downwards larpa rather. And this guy. And this guy. And this guy. Remove this guy, move him over to here. Move the infestation. Move this guy. Scooch this fella. Actually, no. I'm gonna toss this fella. I don't think I need it. I can just get more of them from the Tykosova because for whatever reason they spawn in absurd numbers from some in Tykosova. More than I could ever hope to use. So we'll just do that. Scooch the chainsaw over to here. Yeah. Now the real question. Do I want to keep one of each of the larpas? Nah. Unless... Nah. Yeah. But yeah, Bayou, I appreciate it a lot. And no doubt Ren will certainly appreciate it when I tell them. No doubt about it. Now, put this guy back up in the ceiling because this one is where I will put any of the wands I'm gonna make. Now this guy... Yes. What I shall do is I shall move the various trail spells onto here. Simply so that I have them all in one place. Like on the one hand, that's not a great thing, but on the other hand, they're in one place now, and it's neat and tidy. And when I lose this one, I can lose all of them, so it'll be great. Oh, God. Put the egg there. Let's give it a cluster bolt. Yeah, that's good. Hell yeah. Rock on. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, we'll make some food. I'm gonna run a little 3-minute ad, and I should be back by the time that the ad is over. So I will see you all in about 3 minutes. See you in a jiff. There we go. Yeehaw. Darn it. I was a little bit slower than 3 minutes. Exactly. Darn. I was about 3.5 minutes. Direct. Uh-oh, Scatter. Shit, now he's going time to go out. Uh-oh, Scatter. That's very funny. That's very funny. That's right. I was also about to look up how are the seeds removed to make navel oranges. How are navel oranges I see. They originate from a sterile natural mutation. Maybe. We'll see. Gotta move on. That's totally understandable, Bayhue, and I'm glad to have you, and I hope you have a lovely time. It's over with Steffi. By all means. And I'll see you later. Have a great day. I appreciate you. Tasty food, and I sure will have a good day. Don't you worry. Let's see. How are navel oranges made? Let's find out. Oh my god, this sandwich is so good. Holy shit. Like, that is so tasty. Holy shit, that's one of the best things I've eaten this week. Delicious. Utterly delicious. So, the development of navel oranges. That's fascinating. The Department of Agriculture conducted a survey in 1917 in order to determine the origin of navel oranges. Fascinating. The possibility of a mutation occurring somewhere between 1810 and 20 in a selecta orange tree that was planted at a monastery located close to Bahia, Brazil. Fascinating. However, somebody at somewhere else. Oh, oranges that do not have seeds. Yeah. Mutation caused the orange to develop another orange located at the base of the original fruit next to the skin. This twin is part of a variety of smaller segments that are embedded within the orange peel that surrounds the larger orange. Navel oranges look similar to the human navel on the outside, thus the reason they are called navel oranges. The mutation left the original fruit without seeds, thus lacking the ability to reproduce. Therefore, cultivation of this new fruit requires grafting cuttings onto other citrus tree varieties. Really? Really? That is so interesting. Holy shit, I had no idea. That's fucking whack as all hell. I love it. I always wonder how that worked. But I was too busy enjoying the things otherwise. That would make sense. Oh, hi, Kitty Man. And welcome on back, Sleep. I'm glad to have you. How was the birthday thing? Hope it was tolerable. Oh, hi. Oh, thank you for the headbutts, Mr. Kitty Man. I love you too. Oh, who's a fluffy guy? That's you. That's you. Oh. Mmm. Mmm. That's good food. Oh my god. Mm. I mean, hey, okay is better than bad. Basically, all commercial agriculture is based off of grafting and cloning. They don't grow new plants. It's fascinating. That is so cool. Your cat is at the vet. Now, I mean, hey, at least there's that. At least he's at the vet. I hope he's okay. Nah, it wasn't Sleep Food's B-Day, but, you know, indeed, happy birthday to the random person. But yes. No, I love you too, kitty. He just keeps headbutting me. Did you get an answer about what's going on? Nah, it's definitely not economically viable. The biggest trouble is actually, very legitimately, how much trouble you're scared for the kitty. Poor Sleefu, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Why is that? Did you find out what the vet said? I see. Be sure to let us know what the diagnosis is. Cause yeah. Poor baby. Poor little kitty. But yeah. You got a bad feeling? Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, Sleefu. Yeah, be sure to let us know, like, if there's something we can do to help, especially if it's like, if it's the type of thing where it costs some money, because realistically, people's pets are important. And I have a feeling, especially if you let the Dunk Stream know about it, that they would probably be willing to help out, TBH. You get a bad feeling about most things? Yeah, fair point. It's okay. Oh, I love you too, Mr. Puzzles. The kitty keeps, like, leaning his head into my hand every time I put my hand in front of his face. Indeed, I agree with what Meatball said, that he wished you to have all the strength the situation needs. Big true, big true. Who's a fluffy guy who's full of love and puffles? It's you, Mr. Man. It's you. You're such a good kitty, man. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yeah, and you best, Sleefu. But yeah, that's right. We're learning about oranges. We are learning about oranges. Oranges. So, the process of grafting and cultivation was introduced in Australia in 1824, but wasn't introduced in Florida until 11 years later in 1835. 12 cuttings from the original tree were transplanted in Riverside, California in 1870 with great success, eventually leading to the immense worldwide popularity of navel oranges. Holy shit. History of navel oranges is well preserved in the California Citrus State Historic Park. I had no idea there was such a thing. Oh, don't worry. I have even more things to tell you about oranges, because we're learning many things about oranges. For example, not only is there a California Citrus State Historic Park, not only that, but there's also a place called the Orcutt Ranch Horticulture Center in Los Angeles County, which is crazy. But modern cultivation of navel oranges continues to follow you and use the process of cutting and grafting. Since producing navel oranges with this method does not allow selective breeding, modern navel oranges have the same genetic makeup as the original tree from which they were cultivated, making them clones. This means all navel oranges are essentially fruits from the single tree that was cultivated almost 200 years ago. That's crazy. Although there are rare occasions when additional mutations may lead to new varieties of navel oranges, the seedless nature of navel oranges makes them very unique, indeed, and likely to be quite appealing to those who prefer seedless fruits. In addition, this trait makes them easier to use in recipes, fruit baskets, and, all these other things. Let's see. And for children and people with swallowing issues. Indeed. Same goes for bananas. Really? That is fascinating. But yeah, and in terms of so some human beings are very optimistic, right? And others are just not. And I think it has a lot to do with several factors. So here is one. Pain. I yap about it literally all the time, every stream. The reason I do that is because it's so relevant to everything. Exactly, Darkcast. So, something that pain does to the brain is it... Actually, you guys will actually love this. This is thoroughly fascinating. So, there's a part of the brain called the anterior cingulate cortex. And this part of the brain is involved in cost-benefit analysis. Now, I want you guys to just guess. And frankly, I don't think you'd be able to find the answer if you looked it up, so it's fine. If you wish to look it up, you may. But I'd love for all y'all to guess. What do you think happens when a person is in pain? What do you think happens to the anterior cingulate cortex? It's involved and used when you do a cost-benefit analysis. So what do you think happens when you're in pain to the anterior cingulate cortex? What would you hypothesize? Because boy howdy is it interesting. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Probably shuts off to an extent. Try to find a solution no matter the cost. Meatball, it's that second one. Now, basically, what happens is that part of the brain becomes so overused because every single part of life is reduced into a pain versus benefit calculation. Nothing can be done for fun unless it is sufficiently not painful anymore. Nothing can be whimsical. It must be calculatedly beneficial. Now, not only is this process emotionally exhausting, but it fascinatingly causes that part of the brain to atrophy to some extent, but not a typical type of... I'll answer that question, Schleifu, in a bit. It's complicated is the answer. Yeah, very much so. That also happens, yes. And essentially, and basically, if there is no solution to the pain, then it's fucked up. But I'm not gonna get into that right now because that's way less fun and interesting and more just tragic. But yeah, so what's fascinating is that the anterior cingulate cortex not only... So the first thing that happens, in the initial phase of this, is that it basically gets more development. It's used a bunch more, right? So if somebody wasn't that good at cost-benefit analysis before, they will be after. Right? especially as it applies to pain. Meaning that people naturally have a built-in function to become good at that, which is interesting. However, this is not the only thing. Like how they say the bleeding always stops. I mean, that is a fair point, actually. Yeah, like if either you die, and yeah, the bleeding will stop that way, or you will stop the bleeding otherwise. And it will coagulate, and you will not die. And the bleeding shall stop. Indeed. But yeah, and essentially, I mean, well, you're also right about it'll find a solution even if you hurt yourself and whatnot, because yeah, like that is how a lot of that ends. But yes, we're not gonna get into that right now. Basically, the most fascinating part in my eyes is that the anterior cingulate cortex, this part of the brain for that gets all fucked up when you have chronic pain. I'll spell it out for you. Anterior cingulate cortex. There you go. So you can look it up if you feel like. And basically, what ends up happening is that it atrophies after a certain point. That makes sense, yeah. I was just typing it all out in case anybody else wanted to just copy paste it. But yeah. And basically yeah. It atrophies to an extent. It's fucked up. And, however, the interesting thing, because basically what starts to happen is that you basically end up being like, no, indeed. No. Yeah. I mean, no, be silly. These things are best discussed in a silly way, quite frankly. Because, otherwise, they're not as fun to discuss. Right? But yeah. So in large part, what you end up doing is, you basically end up in a state of analysis paralysis, right? Where it's like, oh shit, there's no solution to this pain. Well, fuck. And nothing, it basically means that you can't actually fully stop that process of the cost-benefit analysis, right? It's partially subconscious and partially conscious. And it will come to be the defining characteristic of a person who has chronic pain's life, whether you like it or not. And that's just how it is. And what's fascinating is, as soon as you alleviate their pain, those brain changes. Your mother just texted you. Okay. Uh-oh. Yeah. I see. So it might just take a few hours before they get treated. That's good to know. That's good to know. Oh, I know, right, Kibble? I know, right? That's not even the worst of it. But, like, I'll get... Yeah, this shit gets fucking fascinating as all hell. Because there's this unbelievably elegant study. Ah, fuck. I don't remember the, Ah, shit, man. I cited it in the one bit. Let me just... give me, like, 2 seconds to pull this up. Proper context. Okay. Lovely. Good shit. Okay. Here we are. if anybody is interested, you may read. I would not actually recommend that you read the whole paper, because I'm not gonna lie to you, it's one of the saddest papers ever. But if you command F, actually, you know what? I'll do it for you guys. Give me a sec. We're looking for the word brain. Not Mickey. Wait. Is it McEwen? Possibly. We'll find out. Actually, wait a minute. No. We're going to look for the word reverse. That will find it. Reverse. Fantastic. Found it. Give me a sec. Here you go. I will just paste the citation for you guys. Let's copy that and paste. There you go. This fucking amazing paper. Holy shit. This is great. This is one of the best papers written by a human being ever. So, Meatball says, "Oh, the alert about a problem having no solution is called despair and externally observable as crying." That's pretty funny. Sorry, I wasn't listening. What happens if the anterior cortex? Okay, yeah, we actually did not get to the end of that. What happens is kind of like a state of analysis paralysis, despair, and depression. But here's the neat part: if you alleviate the pain, that like atrophy of the brain reverses completely. It goes away. Your brain fixes itself, right? So if you treat the pain with any type of like for example, like an opioid analgesic, right? And you alleviate their suffering, even if you don't get rid of it completely, and you just reduce it, it fixes that issue. Meaning that it's obviously very important to do, right? That's wild. And yet, do you want to know one of the most wild things about all of this? That's a 2011 study. And even today, there are doctors who genuinely, in their heart of hearts, believe... Can you get opioids now? That's very funny. Probably not, but you know. Yeah, I'm not gonna... But drugs are bad! So, you know, so right, Kibble. So right. They're bad! Drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad, kid. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. But yeah, like the really interesting thing is that there are doctors in their heart of hearts who believe, I know your body, our body is a temple. Yes. Yes. 'Tis God's, something about God's green earth and something, you would not mess about with God's creations, would you? Yeah. And I'm like, well, if it's causing me pain, maybe I will mess about with God's creations. Yeah. But essentially, some doctors end up believing that, like, there's no purpose to alleviating pain, despite the fact that that is objectively untrue. And then they'll gaslight patients into believing the same. It's unfortunate, but it does happen. Yeah. Part of this is, in my eyes, a problem of, like... Oh, what? Isn't that the goal, to gaslight patients, you mean? You always interpret my body as a temple as you should take care of your body? No. My body as a temple is the idea that God has bestowed upon you a sacred temple that is your body. That's the idea. It's a fucked up idea, but that is what it is. And thusly, if you mess with that temple, if you deface God's temple, you are blaspheming against him. That's the idea. And Schlifu, this is what we call the oh god, actually, what is it called? It's the medico. No, it's the Basically, it's a pathology-centered view of disability that leads to relieving pain being a secondary consideration. So the word here's a word y'all may not know. I'll share it with you. It's a good one. Palliative. This word means two things. It means end of life care and alleviating the pain of somebody who you cannot cure their condition. Palliative care is both of these things. So even if the person is not bound for death, you still give them palliative care. Yeah. It means both. Yeah. Let's see. And I agree, Meatball. My body is a temple is a bullshit idea. It actually means quite a lot of things. It's some fuckery. Call me utilitarian, but you think suffering should always be the alleviating of suffering, you mean? You learned about palliative care in school, Shlifu? That's crazy. Never heard that before. Yeah, Kibble, I definitely think that they meant to say alleviating suffering. But I agree, it's hilarious. 10 out of 10. Yeah. God, that's funny. But yes, but it's also crazy to me that you legit learned about palliative care in school, because frankly, in the United States, most people my age and older and younger, just almost nobody knows the word. Essentially, if you have not had a somebody in, like, if one of your like grandparents did not go to hospice, odds are you don't know the word. And even if you did, you might know the word hospice, but you don't know the word palliative. Is usually about how that goes. So I'm actually shocked that you know what that word means, Shlifu. 10 out of 10. You get the you get Sherlock. Sherlock.
I'm Sherlock Bleeding Holmes!
I'm Sherlock Bleeding Holmes. It's good shit, and I am thoroughly amused. But yeah, and it's just a really interesting thing, I think, you know. You don't know how to explain, but he kind of was in a special school that focused on the medical... Really? Do explain that if you can manage it. I would love to hear about it. That makes sense, Meatball, but yeah, it's yeah, it's an interesting word, and a lot of people don't use it, but it's a cool one. It's a good word to know, palliative. But yeah, and I love that. It's really good shit, and it's fascinating, and I love that article. It's one of my favorite articles. Also, if you guys would like one of the most comprehensive understandings of I guess, I don't know, like a lot of like pain, what it does to the body, as well as the medico-legal context that led to me like doing the types of things that I do, or like I was doing and studied and whatnot in terms of the whole chronic pain thing and shit. You can read my paper, right? It's fine. Yeah, but just know that you're in for about, let's see, how many pages of text is this? This is 32 and a half pages, or 33 and a half pages. Or no, maybe 31 and a half, something like that. And then the rest is citations. And so that's then another 11 pages of citations. It is double spaced, so you've got that going for you. And there are large sections that are quoted. But in general, like, yeah. Essentially, it's, got a whole lot of statistics about these sorts of things. For example, like, a great one, like 72.5% of all patients derive benefits from opioid analgesics if they end up on them. That's a large percentage. That's a very effective thing. Things like that, you know. Let's see. What is my opinion on how external or internal, for lack of a better terms, should be weighed against each other, maximizing what someone can do compared to minimizing how much they're suffering, for example? Elaborate, because I'm not precisely sure what you're asking. Are you asking about societal internal, external, or are you asking about their internal experience of, like, suffering and anguish versus like how much they're like getting out of it? Like, is it worth making the disabled person who's suffering a whole bunch of chronic pain take out the trash because they like, even though that it like would cause them more pain than maybe somebody under 30 has ever experienced? Probably not. But also, what if the person the other person in the situation isn't healthy? Then maybe that is a worthwhile calculus, right? Also, depending on like how much you care about that person, it depends a lot. There's like a lot of different things to consider in such a moral calculus, you know. So do elaborate a bit, Kibble. I'd love to hear more about it. And I'll get back to playing here in a minute. I'm just digesting food real quick. Not real quick, but, you know, slowly. Not super slowly, but not super fastly either. But generally, Kibble, minimizing the amount they're suffering will maximize how much they can do. Frequently, these things are pitted against one another by certain academics who are frankly dishonest. But it also comes from a certain... At least that's my opinion anyway, you know. I think they're dishonest, not just me. Okay, so Schliefler say, as in if there's, for some reason, a direct trade-off between the amount of pain being caused and the amount of useful work being done, what aspects of the situation determine which should be... Oh, okay. Basically, I will say this, and you get this not often, direct trade-off, but it's a hypothetical. It depends on how important the work is. Right? Are you saving lives? Worth it. Are you directly improving other people's lives by a significant margin? Maybe worth it. If not, fuck it. Probably not. Yeah. 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 So, in Germany, there are 3 different kinds of high schools you get sorted into depending on your elementary school grades. Really interesting. If you finish school in the most difficult school type, you can study in universities. If you're on the less difficult schools, but you still want to study something, there are a few things you could do. One of those things is called a SOF, which is short for Subject-Specific Higher School. And there, you get the same possibilities by learning the basic subjects, plus 1 special. Interesting. Special subjects you can choose are social science, medicine, economy, technology, and art. Interesting. You learn about medicine for 3 years. That is so fascinating. That is a good question. I would also like to know the answer to what that abbreviation means. Frio school. Fountains of Sand. Foundational Osprey Schlifu. That's pretty silly. It's utterly ridiculous, really. Interesting. Maybe they meant to say the SOF thing in German. Okay, it's Fachoberschule. Which translates to something like subject specific. Higher. Okay, I get it. Okay, good to know. Finland Oman School. I like that. Interesting. It's pretty good. Interesting. That's really cool. That's dope as all hell. I am thoroughly impressed. And I think that's really fantastic, realistically. Like, that's dope as all hell. And that honestly seems like a better system than the US has by a mile and a half, really, right? Oh my god, the kitty went. I think he's just grumpy that I bumped into him. He's a cute little guy. I'm excited. And you're right, it's not hard to do better than the US. It's super duper true. I'm not gonna lie to you. In case you didn't know, Kibble, I genuinely despise the United States education system with all my heart and soul. And, yeah. Kibble, if I didn't know for a fact that you could in fact do a lot worse, I would agree with you. But as far as most other things are concerned, yes, I agree. The US is by far possibly one of amongst the worst, straight up. Certainly amongst, like, quote-unquote first world countries and the like. Although what that means these days, I don't really agree with anymore, because there's just a whole bunch of people living in the US in like severe poverty and shit, and so it's like, what does that concept even mean? Like, first world country? Like, I don't even think it means anything. Also, how long ago when was the last time I mentioned how good the sandwich tastes? How many minutes ago do you guys think that was? Actually, wait, actually, no, I can't figure it out very easily because the time, is it even listed here? Oh, it's listed over here. Okay. If I scroll up a little ways, maybe I can find out. We learned about oranges. There we are. Although now it's not telling me. You son of a bitch! You motherfucker. 10 minutes, you didn't hear about the sandwich. The sandwich was so good. I did finish the sandwich. It's been a while. You think it's been 45 minutes, or you think it's been closer to 35? Oh, it was so good. It's the second best sandwich that I get to eat this week, right? I'm so happy that I get 2 sandwiches this week, because they just happened to not have any sandwiches that Ren liked, and so I get to have 3 sandwiches. Yeah, and I already ate one of them. And then this is the second one. But now I have the last one, which is the best one, because I always save the best ones for last, because I like to delay gratification, right? And oh man, it's the bacon, egg, and Gouda sandwich. Oh man, I'm just gonna, oh god, it's the best food I get to eat all weekend. Ooh. Every time I eat it, I damn near like cry tears of happiness because of how tasty it is. It's just like, oh my god, this is so delicious. it's so good. Like, this one was like a solid 8.3 to 8.9 out of 10. Somewhere in there in terms of deliciousness, right? But, like, the other one, it's like, it's probably like a 9.8 to 9.9 out of 10, you know? That said, and I have absolutely finished it by now. I'm just wondering how long ago it was. Yeah, it's realistically, I will probably just set a little timer for 9 minutes, and I think that at 45 minutes will probably elapse by the time that's over, and then I will take another 3/4 of an Adderall. Yeah. But yeah, it was so good. But yeah, I tell you, I get what you mean, Kibble. Solid point about the implementation, right? So something I've believed my entire life is that implementation science should be basically everything that gets discussed in terms of like politics, right? If I were to be a politician, right, which I can't really be for several reasons, but one of which is that in the state that I live, you basically have to be rich. It's fucked up, but yeah, you basically, and you might even need to be a property owner, straight up. But yeah, it's some fuckery. I might be mistaken about the property owner, but you do basically need to be rich, and I am not rich. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. But yeah, basically, if I could, I would basically campaign on I'd basically be talking about specifically what I wanted done, how I wanted it done, and in particular, I would basically have my platform of like how it would get implemented as part of my campaigning, right? Like if you'd like to look into it, but and then it comes down to like a 4-step plan that has these sub-steps about who and who's involved, what barriers I might face, all that kind of shit, right? And like, yeah, that's how I would want to go about it. But of course, the problem is democracy has a few problems. One of which is that, I'm sorry, who's gonna listen to me yap about that? Not that many people, right? People are gonna tune out like crazy. A few is good, right? And like, yeah. But if you do that, you can't cater to people with conflicting interests, with vague nonsense and lies. And I'm glad, Schleifel. I appreciate that. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to do was, if I was, like, when I was considering doing politics very briefly, I was like, okay, what I would legit like to do is to straight up audit various parts of the budget, right? And then campaign on redoing finance law as it applied to and basically it's actually the type of thing that would have a solid chance of getting passed in my state, because my state is very conservative on the whole, which is not great, but it has its advantages, right? For one, they would it would make it so that the legislature would be very likely to pass something where like the idea would be something to the tune of allow various like sub-state agencies and like city-based things to reshuffle around funds within certain categories, right? And to basically be to apply a categorization system to budgets that were not federal budget money, but that were state budget money, right? Because basically, as far as the federal government is concerned, you can't use federal money for things. Yeah. Don't conservatives hate non-government organizations? It's super complicated, Schleifu. Like, it's kind of hard to... So Kansas is a lot different from a lot of other states. For one, Kansas very consistently votes in favor of reproductive health for women. That's one thing. And that is actually really odd. I've never actually heard of that one, but it is an idea that pops up, right? But most often, it's more of a thing where, like, conservatives in the United States tend to hate the idea of the government being too large. And what too large is usually left intentionally vague and nebulous, without really defining that. Yeah, it's weird. Women having rights. Too radical for sleep. That's very humorous. He was socialist. That's so funny. I think it actually has a lot to do with the fact that in Kansas, because so much of Kansas is rural, people are very, like, honestly, it's really complicated. God, it's so hard to get into why this is, but yeah, Kansas does not have typical conservative opinions in some areas. That said, let's just say this about guns. There is no removing guns from Kansas. You will not ever succeed with any type of gun legislation that tries to reduce access to guns in Kansas. Although, it is possible that maybe you might be able to get some type of, like, law that restricts access to something to people who have like domestic violence charges, because they're very likely to murder their partners. Maybe. You might be able to do that. Maybe. Because the fact of the matter is that the political, like, landscape and the Overton window of Kansas is quite different than it is for other places. Yeah. Kib will say that too large, when it starts doing something bad, in quotation marks, is usually the answer. Yeah. That type of vagary is absolutely what a lot of people end up saying. True. You're right. God, that's funny. But yeah, back when I was thinking about that, basically what I wanted to do was like set up some type of implementation. Like, the idea would be to establish some type of implementation arm of, like, the government would be the ideal type of thing, right? Where, like, some type of independent group would come up with, it would basically appraise the implementability of various policies and ways in which it could be effectively implemented, and ways in which, and basically where the intent, right, of laws would be appraised to some extent by this governmental body, and ideally it would be a subsidiary of the judicial branch, right? Ideally. This is, mind you, this is all purely fanciful thinking, right? From somebody who will never have power. However, the idea would be that, like, yeah, Schleifu, I did learn that recently, and I was just like, honestly, that sounds about correct. Yeah, about the two parties in the United States being roughly equal to the two most right-leaning parties in Germany. By European standards, there is no left party in the U.S. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, that tracks. Okay, now, I shall have 3/4 of an Adderall. Wait a minute. So today is Saturday. Tomorrow's Sunday. Okay, so that means these, yeah. My Adderalls are set out for the weekend, and so I just like to make sure that shit Exactly. Exactly. Oh, what do I think would be a good way to structure government to not encourage? Oh, I see. Pretty simple, actually. Okay, simple is the wrong word. Straightforward. Yes. Straightforward in concept, complicated in execution. So, implement several early childhood education thingamajigs, interventions. This is basic. So basically, what I wanted to do. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. So the removal of gerrymandering and also the implementation of rank order choice voting would be the places to start, right? But in the long term, to prevent this type of shit from being an issue in the long run, you would need some early childhood education things that would basically prevent a lot of the issues that end up resulting in people making poorly informed choices in terms of like their voting and whatnot. Yeah. In case y'all didn't know, there was also a recent study that showed that poverty just decreases IQ. Straight up. I don't really acknowledge fully the validity of the measure that is IQ. Don't get me started. I will yap about that forever. But it is indicative that poverty is bad for the brain. That much we can say. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. To try to make people less susceptible to bullshit. Correct, yeah. Exactly. And Meatball, I agree with you. However, it is still indicative that, because the fact of the matter is, and I agree, Meatball, fuck that noise. And trust me, I'm right there with you. Don't even. No, we're not getting into it right now. We're not getting it. No. Meatball, when you culturally adapt the measure, it has utility. Of what exactly? Great fucking question, Meatball. Again, we're not talking. It's basically your ability to take tests and succeed in education. That's all, right? That's it. That's just one thing. Yeah, like that's all. That's what is good for, and I don't care about it. I hate it. I despise it with every fiber of my being. However, yeah, the fact that the poverty impairs your ability to get through the education system is fucked up. Which is what that study means. Right? Because by that measure, it's fucked. So the study was actually. So I agree with you, Okay, so Meatball. Alrighty, give me one moment. Let me just take a deep breath. It means three things. One, based on the information, based on the study itself. Alrighty, let me just also find you the study. It's a good study. It's a good study. So parts of the study. Let me see here. We've got. There we go. There it is. MRI scans link poverty, not IQ, to children's brain differences. So essentially, this is basically just talking about how like what has been chalked up to IQ problems in the past is issues more so with poverty, right? That's basically what it is. I'm just bad at talking. That's what the situation is, right? And truly the issue that comes up, and because yeah, here you go. And you are totally right that this is the situation we need the substantiate sound for, and I agree entirely. But here you go. Here's one. If you'd like something entirely academic, I'll get that for you in a moment. Give me a sec. Here's the entirely academic one. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. So, Meatball, I also agree with you. It does say something about the test that poor people do badly. And I think it says something about the system that the poor people do badly and whatnot. And, yeah, like, truly. And Shifu, you're right. That, like, the IQ is not the reason the poor people can't enjoy education. I agree. So, essentially, what they did was establish that, much in the same way that chronic pain causes changes in the brain to the anterior cingulate cortex, that poverty and the constant levels of stress degrade cognitive performance of all kinds, right? And that this is fundamentally unjust. That's basically the argument. So, Meatball, that is a thing I do all the time. Very regularly, I will totally fail to explain something right. I'm not gonna pretend as though I can explain things right all the time. I very regularly fail at that. Like, unironically, a day-to-day occurrence in my life is to explain something so wrong, so incorrectly, so bafflingly backwards, that Ren will have to be like, could you maybe elaborate more? Because it's sounding like you're saying this. And then I'm like, oh no, that's what it sounds like I'm saying. I'm saying the opposite. And this happens to me very regularly. So, assume that that's probably the case, Meatball, because that kind of thing happens to me every day of my goddamn life. Yeah. Every day of my goddamn life. So, and I agree, Shlifu, it does not need IQ to be a convincing argument. The reason it's useful is, so here's something to consider. Whenever a person does an academic study like this that has political applicability, right? Something to consider is certain measures are politically expedient for the purposes of convincing people who you wouldn't normally, like, who will never understand the essence of your academic work, right? So by including IQ as something that you're using, as well as something in the construction of your argument, the reason for doing that is less so to appeal to people who would agree with you, right? And this is actually what, like, basically, if I was a perfect communicator, what I would have actually done is I would have basically highlighted the parts of this study that get into in particular. Sure, Shlifu, do tell us the stupid IQ test story. I'd love to hear it. Yeah, but yeah, essentially and we'll get into the things you're saying, Kiblet, and your back and forth with Meatball, because there is things to be, explicated there. But, yeah, give me a bit. I ran out of air. Essentially, what you gotta look at is that IQ is politically expedient for a lot of like people's political, like those who would be opposed in particular to okay, people who subscribe to essentialist thinking. That is to say, people who would score highly on prejudice measures will always be more amenable to arguments constructed using IQ, right? Yeah, yeah. That's the truth of it, right? That's the truth of it. And so, when you do a study of this kind, right, you have to basically consider these types of political expedience things. Because the authors certainly did, right? It's an unfortunate reality of like academia is that a lot of like things end up having like political implications and whatnot, but the problem is that most of the time, even if they have political implications, there are a great many people in politics who just don't care about the science and whatnot at all. And for those people, IQ will serve as a more robustly convincing thing. Yeah. And Meatball. So, okay. What we're talking about. So, guys, I need you to take a moment. I need you to stop typing for 2 seconds. I need you to listen to me. What we're talking about with measurement is referring to several types of validity. There is internal validity, there is construct validity, and then there is measurement validity, right? So basically, you need all of these if you want a perfect measure, which I think everybody here can agree. IQ is not a perfect measure of literally anything. And I look forward to reading your stupid IQ test story, and then we're going to wrap back around to the discussion that Meatball and Kibble have been having. But yes, more or less, you gotta kind of look at this from a construct, internal, external, and measurement validity kind of point of view, right? If you have a perfect measurement, it will be all of these things, right? You know, the concept is, you know, like, it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure that's the one where it doesn't measure what it says it measures, right? The, I could grab, honestly, I would like to grab, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run an ad. I'm gonna come back, and I'm gonna see if I can find my favorite book from my college years, which is one of my favorite textbooks, really, which is one that's about, it's my methods book for the methods and whatnot, because the section they have on validity, it's hands down, no argument, one of the best fucking like sections on measurement and validity. Your cat's fine. That is good to hear. I'm thrilled to hear it, Shlifu. Right before I get up, I will read Shlifu's funny IQ test story. When they were in elementary school, your teacher was convinced you had some kind of learning disability, so your parents took you to the psychologist so you could take an IQ test. And you did pretty good on the IQ test, and therefore the chance of anything being wrong was ruled out. I was never tested for ADHD, and you struggled your entire school time while I was being told your parents how smart you were, and that you could be good if you weren't so late. That's fucked up. Fucked up, man. Your parents on your way back. Good to know. Good to know. But I'm glad that your kitty cat's fine. That's good news. But yes, I'm gonna run an ad. I'll be right back, and I will see you all in about 2 minutes. Too hot for poor kitty cat? Poor baby. No such luck. Oh well. That's a shame. I thought I could maybe find it. But I can find the concept here in a moment. Here we go. We got him. I found it. Good shit. So, here are the types of validity that we need to keep in mind. Alright? There are several. Ay. Words. Also, wait. There's the phone. I found me phone. Good stuff. Sure, I agree to your cookies so that I can get rid of this trash. Here we go. We've got the main types of validity. The construct validity. So this one is, of course, the idea of like the approximate truth of the conclusion that your operationalization is accurately reflecting the construct, right? So you guys are questioning, reasonably by the way, that IQ has a construct, like that it's construct valid. It's not, I don't think, right? But that's frankly a separate discussion. We also need to look at the translation validity. This describes the face and content validity and what they're getting at. So both of them are trying to assess the degree to which you've actually translated your construct into the operationalization, right? So the face validity is functionally, you look at the operationalization on its face, and does it seem like a good translation? As far as IQ is concerned, it does okay in this way. Not great, not horrible, that's okay. Right, but we're not getting into like we're talking about all this shit together. Because it's all drastically important. Then there's content validity. This one's very important. You check the operationalization against the relevant content domain for the construct, right? I think this is where IQ fails possibly the worst, but IQ has a lot of failure points. This is one of them. Because basically, it's like, it fails on every kind of face of this particular point, right? Because essentially, yeah, this one's bad. Like, because, yeah, as they point out here, for a lot of constructs, like e.g. self-esteem and intelligence, it won't be easy to decide on the criteria that constitute the content domain. Right? So, like, that's a hard one to pick a bone with. As much as I agree that it's not really content valid also, IQ that is, it's a harder one to pick a bone with, right? Criterion-related validity. This one is you check the performance of your operationalization against some criterion. How is this different from content validity? A woo indeed, Schleifu. A woo indeed. So, basically, in content validity, the criteria are the construct definition itself. It's a direct comparison. And criterion-related validity, we're usually making a prediction about how the operationalization will perform based on our theory of the construct, right? So, yeah. It needs predictive validity. Now, this is what you're really taking a huge bit of issue with, Meatball, and reasonably so. Reasonably so. Because in predictive validity, we assess the operationalization's ability to predict something it should theoretically be able to predict. For instance, you might theorize that a measure of math ability should be able to predict how well a person will do in engineering-based profession. We could give our measure to the experienced engineers and see if there is a high correlation between the scores and a measure and their salaries as engineers. That's a very funny idea. They're really fucking being on the nose with this one, aren't they? A high correlation would provide evidence for predictive validity. It would show that our measure can correctly predict something that we theoretically think it should be able to predict. And then there's concurrent validity. This one is we assess the operationalization's ability to distinguish between groups that it should theoretically be able to distinguish between. This is another area where I think IQ fucks up and fumbles the bag so hard. So goddamn hard that they might as well faceplant and, you know, like get badly injured because of how badly they faceplant in this particular area. Right? Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I don't think I need to say anything else on this one. Convergent validity is the degree to which the operationalization is similar to, converges on, other operationalizations that it theoretically should be similar to. Right? Yeah, so that one, that's a more difficult one to really pick a bone with in terms of IQ because it's so much of a fucking random piece of shit type of measure, but you know, it's like discriminant validity. We examine the degree to which the operationalization is not similar to, diverges from, other operationalizations that theoretically should not be similar to. For instance, to show that discriminant validity of, actually, you know what? I don't think I need to add anything to this one because I feel like that one's extremely clear. That said, let me just give y'all the link in case y'all feel like having it. And Kibble, I agree with that concept, right? But yeah, like, here's the big thing about all of these types of validity and shit. Every single last bit of all of that, if you want a perfect measurement, because this isn't even all the types of validity, this is just a lot of them. Because the thing is, you also, there's one that's, another one that, like, Meatball was talking about, where it's like, you should be able to, like, take the same measure twice. Yeah, you'd like it to, so here's the thing. That's actually reliability. That's a totally separate thing. Because we got the construct validity here. But now we need to go over to reliability. Which is the quality of the measurement in a lot of senses, you know? It's the consistency or the repeatability of your measure, right? Because essentially, wait, the true score theory of measurement? What is this? I've never heard of this. The fuck is this nonsense? It may or may not be nonsense, but it's a theory about measurement. Let's see. It's postulated as a model of how the world operates. Let's see. That essentially true score theory maintains that every measurement is an additive composite of two components: true ability, or the true level of the respondent on that measure, and random error. That's actually the fair. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this at all. This is a terrible theory. But then there's different types of measurement error. Yeah, and they want to go into that on this. And they play a huge role in reliability, which is true. But then, of course, what is their theory of reliability? What is your theory of reliability here? You're the term used in research context. What do it mean? Let's see what they have to say. So what they're saying, this is basically what I was explaining. That essentially what you need is Okay, so they're using that fucked up theory that I hate. How dare you? I hate that theory, and I hate it so much. I have so many problems with it. However, I will accept that we are using it for the purposes of defining the reliability of a measure. However, okay, here's another good one. Types of reliability. There's inter-rater or inter-observer reliability, which is used to assess the degree to which different raters or observers give consistent estimates on the same phenomenon. This one's very important, but it's not that relevant to IQ here in particular. Then there's the test-retest reliability, the one you have the most issue with, it seems, Meatball. Used to assess the consistency of a measure from one time to another. And that's a very good bone to pick with IQ tests, frankly. And there's parallel forms reliability. It's used to assess the consistency of the results of two tests constructed in the same way from the same content domain. Now, this one, basically, if you wanted to make IQ into a better measure than it currently is, this is a big thing you would you would mess about with, because you basically try to figure out which are the most biased questions and remove those, right? Shit like that. Internal consistency reliability, used to assess consistency of results across items within a test. Now this one also matters a lot, right? Because some things are being measured on some parts of the IQ test and others with other parts. Because things like words and then geometric spatial relations are both assessed. I already think that's bad enough, right? That's a damning enough condemnation of IQ as it is, right? Yeah. Yeah. So, what would which one mean? Yes, of course I can tell you're miffed, Meatball. Of course I can tell you're miffed. I mean, I fucking hate. And what message? So, don't worry, Kibble. I am basically now wrapping back around, and we are reading the messages, because I just needed to lay down for y'all some groundwork, because it matters. It matters, let me tell you. We were not reading messages per se. We were, purely speaking, we were just we were doing some fucking. I was brushing up on these concepts because I wanted to make sure that what I was saying made sense in the first place, right? Also, this is the other thing I was reading to you guys just then. But yes. These are covering the basic types of things. This is not the best type of dealio I've ever seen, but it's okay. But yes. Yeah, so basically, let's see. Let's scroll all the way back up to here. Boop, 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 ba-doop. Okay. Okay. And Meatball, I do agree with you that it says something about the test that poor people do badly on it. Yes, I agree entirely. You are correct. And I also agree with you, Schleefu, that IQ is not the reason why poor people can't enjoy education. I also agree with that. And Kib will say, you don't know that you'd consider IQ being lower with poverty to be indicative of an effect on the brain, since it could also just be differences in the things people in poverty do, causing them to be less able to do well on the test specifically. And that is indeed reasonable as a thing to, be concerned about. Now, I'm fairly certain they controlled for that type of variable to the fairly good extent in that study. To what I recollect, I'll need to reread it to be certain of that. And we can look at the methods a bit later. But, yeah. And because both of you guys are representing certain extremes on this topic, right, Meatball? You're saying it does not say something about the people? I think it says little. to nothing about the people. But not nothing, just almost nothing. Right? Yeah. As opposed to being 0% about the people, I think it might say 2% about the people. Right? Whereas some other people might say it says a lot. I don't say that. I would not ever say that. That sounds silly. You don't need a study. You're pretty sure you understand what I mean. I'm not so sure because I miscommunicate all the time. And you say it could also say something. Kib will say about the people. You don't see why you rule out that possibility entirely, and that's a fair point. Explain it, but I didn't see you fairly explain it right then. Very possible, yes. Shrifu say that this is a situation we need to substantiate sound. You are so right. And Meatball say he ruled it out because the IQ test is bullshit as far as intelligence measurement is concerned. Valid, true. But you can derive information about the test and the people. Great, that's also true. Now, yeah, true. And Kib will say bullshit because it depends on ability to do well on the specific test rather than the general intelligence it's supposed to be measured, correct? Yeah, it's sensible. A measurement the results and different results every time you take it. It's not a... Well! Okay, now that's not entirely true, Meatball. So you've drawn a distinction there. So drawing the distinction of calling a measurement that results in two different results each time is not a measurement. It's called a skill-based game. Now that's not exactly true. I'm not gonna like fully try to like argue against it right now because for that one I would want like, oh sorry, I didn't mean to bump the microphone. I would want to like fully construct a very cogent and easily interpretable as well as you know, nicely constructed, pretty kind of argument for you. I don't think I can make one of those on the fly. Yeah. But I do not agree. Now, Shifu say that you can get behind the argument. Doesn't need the component of IQ to be, and that is also, yeah. I also, yeah, agree. And Kib will say, so yes, because it's dependent on the ability for the specific test. Yee. Measure your height properly. Okay. Cover the bar. I see what Meatballs say, and yeah, like, but this basically just gets to that test retest like reliability type of measure, right? And like the fact that it doesn't have that particular form of reliability does not entirely remove its utility as a measure completely. Like, if you really want to talk shit on IQ, which I love, I'm all about that, you can't rest your whole argument on the test retest reliability. That one will, because then basically, I'm not going to get into the specifics, but there are many measures that change over time, right? I mean, shit, like even your example of height, people grow over time. Does that suddenly mean that height is invalid? Of course not. Right? But I'm not suggesting, like I understand what you were saying about, like, you know, of course you didn't become more intelligent from the first to the second, but I mean, some of the time that might be the case, you don't know. But that's a separate discussion altogether, right? Again, that don't rest your case on that argument point, because I despise IQ as much as you. Anyway, yeah, like it's a whole thing. Yeah, so let's see. With Kibble, what Kibble say that given that leaves multiple explanations. Lower ability, combination of lower ability and tests generally, or group 1 has higher ability and tests specifically, but lower generally. Or the group 1 has higher ability, generally, but lower specifically. And then Kibble will also say, all those seem plausible. Why rule out at all? Reasonable. Yeah. Yeah. Very few measurements are 100% repeatable. Like, some of them are, but not a lot of them. Meatball, I do know it is a cornerstone of science, but like you're a bit too physics brained on this one, right? Because people are not so consistent as physical quantities in this particular manner, right? I'm still very glad your cat's fine, Sleeper. That's marvelous. Poor baby, too hot for kitty. Margin for error being massive. You can still get useful information about around the extremes or in large group compare. Exactly so, Kibble. This is very much the case. It's not particularly hard to pick a bone with the content ability, you think, since you can just point out that it's supposed to test general ability, and it's possible to get a higher score without doing better. I mean, that's a great point, right? However, let's say that there was somebody who is who is super ardent defender of such a measure. They'd always, of course, be like, well, I think that's just a society problem. Which, to be fair, there's lots of society problems. And so their argument would feel, for too many people's eyes, not mine, but, many, it would feel more reasonable. It would feel like it was more grounded in sense and whatnot. However, the issue is, of course, there's a lot of shit when this type of thing happens, Right? Because at the end of the day, picking issues with content validity is extremely difficult to do in a bulletproof manner. Where you can thoroughly take it down from top to bottom, destroy the idea, right? It's actually very hard to do. Mind you, the reason I know a lot about this is because, for me, I have dissected the 1 to 10 pain scale very thoroughly. Because what is needed is actually to reinterpret the way it's applied, and this takes it from being a questionably useful metric all the way into a situation where it can be a drastically useful measure that gives you a fantastic idea of where the person is sitting. And it's by applying something called the GLMS to it. And then, yeah, but that's well and truly deep into baseball. And I see the Meatballs say they reject the validity of that too. Even the basis of the idea makes you nauseated to do it. That's not good. Do you have a migraine mayhaps? Hey there, Dream Hunter. You took a break, but now you're back. I'm glad to have you back, Dream Hunter. And of course I can tell you're miffed. Let's see. Well, no, retesting is about reliability, Meatball. It's called test, retest, reliability. Hey there, The Dawn. How you doing? The stream is going very well, I would say. Repeatability is one thing. It reinforces validity. It's not necessarily one of the requirements. Exactly, Kibble. Not all the things are repeatable. You got it. Right. But Meatball, if somebody cuts off someone's hand, they no longer have two hands. Like, I think this is part of what we're getting at here, right? Right, because that's a big part of what they're kind of getting into with a lot of these types of things. Because, like, each types of these, like, reliabilities and each types of these validity measures, they all matter in terms of trying, because, like, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the rest of these chapters in this particular thing is basically looking at things like looking at the quality of the measurement based on all these things. Yeah, because basically you want you would like it to be perfectly valid and entirely yeah, you'd like it to be entirely valid and entirely reliable. But this is an extremely tall order as far as like you know, measurement goes. Like that is just not an easy thing to make happen, you know? Ah, here we go. This is actually beautiful. We've got reliable and not valid, which I think... So actually, you know what, I'm just going to link this, because this kind of... this lays out everything effectively. And you are so right. You know what? You are super right about that, Dawn. Everybody has 1 plus or minus 1 hands. I love everything about that. But yes, guys, this is beautiful. And yes, actually, Meatball, there is a realistic scenario. Basically, you hit somebody on the head, or, you know, you damage their brain where they can't perceive their hand, like, one half of their body. It does actually happen, but, you know, like, realistic, like, so, it depends on what you mean by realistic. Like, most of them are not reversible, right? Like, I understand what you're saying, right? That's hot. Interesting. That's an interesting, I mean, that's an interesting correlation, right? It could be the case, and, like, there's a solid, like, set of arguments you can make also, that need for cognition is a more useful metric altogether than IQ. I would make this measurement, or make this argument also, but that's a separate discussion as well. Exactly, right? But legit, Meatball, I would ask you to look at the reliability and validity link. This one is very good because it points out some very important things. For example, there's this beautiful little, like, diagram. It's gorgeous, actually. So gorgeous that I'm downloading it. Oh, won't let me download? That's fine. I will screenshot it. So reliable and not valid is like getting a, like, grouping a bunch of things on a bullseye in the upper right hand corner away from the bullseye. Right? That's a reliable but not valid measure. A valid and not reliable measure will be scattershot, like you fired a shotgun at the from a long distance away at the thingamajig. Neither reliable nor valid will just be actually all over the place. And both reliable and valid will be tightly clustered around the bullseye. Right? What you're talking about, Meatball, is measures that are both reliable and valid. Now, you can't say that a measure has no utility and is not a valid measurement, or a measurement at all, just because it doesn't meet that metric of being both reliable and valid. Now, mind you, would I despise measures that are neither of those things, or that is not one of those things, but is the other? Yes, I would. I would hate it a lot, actually. But that doesn't mean it's not used in science, right? Fascinating. What the hell is this shit? Man, I'm not sure what the hell that particular thing means. But yes. That's the important part. Yeah, that's the important part, really. It looks like the Kibble and Meatball are agreeing to disagree. You remember that I have a degree in this stuff too, Meatball, right? Yeah, like... Yeah. And I agree, Meatball, that IQ tests do fall away from the reasonable ranges of, like, the concept of validity, the, like, test, retest, reliability, and the, you know, a wide range of other things. I like a lot of the other validities. I think it's really, really lacking in a lot of ways. However, we also need to look at the fact that, A, it used to just be a racism tool. That was a pretty bad starting place, right? Let's consider this. It used to just be a pure racism tool. A lot of scientists disliked that. And so they reworked it to make it less culturally biased. Because there were people, as with everything, who believed in this metric when they probably shouldn't have. And it has been reshaped into something entirely different. And TBH, if I were them, I would have given it a different name by now. Right? That's what I would have done. Rebranded a little. That would have been maybe kind of smart. But hey, it's whatevs. Let's see. Do 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 da do 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 do. Hey hey hey. What's the argument of authority? You died in the fungal caverns. I'm so sorry, Mbauto. That's rough. That's rough. And I agree, Kibble, that IQ, or any measurement that at least measures something instead of being completely random, can be usable in some circumstances. And I agree with that. That is true. So, Meatball, what you're doing is the hard versus soft science type of, like, fallacy. I understand why you're doing it, right? Because this is very strong incentive to, like, do such a thing. But, like, just because human beings and their cognitive variables are much harder to measure does not suddenly make attempts to measure it not a measurement anymore, right? It just means that it's a bad one. Bad measurements still count as science. Are they good science? No, they're bad science. But they're still science. Shleepu says that Sophie says hello, that's so good. Not you, Mrs. Streamer. I have a degree. I see. I see. That is true, I did not. I mean, why strain? Go ahead and use expletives. It's fine. Sometimes you just need to scream and shout and let it all out. And scream and shout and let it all out. And scream and shout and let it out. Oh, we oh, we oh, we oh. Oh, we oh, we oh, we oh. So, Meatball, do you know about, I believe it's called the Red Balloon? It's like the Red Balloon risk management game or something. Have you ever heard of this? It's a tool used in addiction science. I'm going to get back to playing here. Because that game fundamentally disagrees with you, Meatball. Meatball, I hope that was a joke, because I was saying, have you heard of the Red Balloon? Like, it's a measurement tool in science. Addiction science, specifically. I've forgotten what the name of it. Let's find it real quick. Red balloon. Addiction measurement. Okay. Balloon analog risk task, BART. That's the one. So this is basically like, it's a thing where you basically are trying to earn the maximum amount of money from this and do the largest number of pumps you can to make the most money. But with each pump, it basically increases the odds of the balloon popping, right? It's a game. It's a game. Fundamentally, it's a skill-based game as well as a randomness-based game. It's also a measurement. The way that you go about playing games, Meatball, is something that can be measured in science. In fact, if we were to look at the ways, like something that we can say about Dunk, based on his extremely slow way of playing Noita, is that he's very risk-averse. And mind you, this is probably the area of science I studied the most. And in fact, you know about 99 Red Balloon? Yeah, that's also a thing. 99 red balloons. Yeah, I'm glad it was a joke. That's good. No, it's 99 these roof balloons. 99 these roof balloons. Yeah, something like that. And let's see, roof balloons. Yep. There you go. Mm-hmm. So yeah, like fundamentally, there is indeed. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. So it changed the color of the thing. That's actually rather fascinating, isn't it? Indeed. Fascinating. Not my streamer. That's so good. Yeah. So like, here's the thing. Basically, some people, risk averse by how much he holds on to his sentence. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Basically, we can tell that Dunk is two things, actually. It's two types. That basically, he likes certain types of bets. Right? That Dunk is the type of person to enjoy certain types of bets when he has the least to gain, or pardon me, the least to lose and the most to gain. Right? So when you look at which says actually a lot about his cognitive, and for another example, you can tell Dunk's excessive use of two-framing, that he is very That's pretty good. But essentially, this measure is fundamentally a game, right? About the balloon analog risk task. So this task, and there's also other versions of this balloon analog risk task that are even more like a game. There is the balloon emotional learning task. There is the automatic balloon analog risk task. There's a balloon analog risk task for youth. There's a bunch of these things, and many of them are a lot more like games than others. And they're used to measure various things as it applies to like people with any type of substance use issues and decision-making problems and impulsivity problems and risk-taking problems, right? And the entirety of the measure is a game, but it's designed to evaluate your ability to, like, evaluate risks and stuff, right? So you can't say that just because it's a skill-based game, because mind you, part of the entire, like, thing is that they take into account, like, the expected rates at which you get better at the game as well. Right? This is part of the measurement. And they include difficulty increasing, like, basically difficulty scaling. Yeah. So to say that it's just a skill-based game ignores the fact that skill-based games can be, and in fact are, measurements. Scientific ones, even. I understand that in your area of, like, science, that, like, the reliability of the measure is everything. It is arguably, like, in your area, like, one of the very singularly most important metrics. And that's valid and understandable. Not to be confused with concept or, like, other types of valids. But, you know, like, it's very understandable. However, in other areas of science, this is not actually the most important factor, you know? And that's kind of what I find lovely and beautiful about science, is how many different, like, A, areas there are, and B, like, different types of applications for these things there are, right? Because they do a lot of different cool shit, and I love it. That's good stuff. And it's pretty rock and roll, if you ask me. Okay. So here, what we want is to move these guys over to here. Kibble. I recommend you repost the messages, just to make everything easier on everybody, myself included, and Meatball, just because it's easier. I certainly have no issues with you guys reposting messages. This is okay. Especially if I continue to grow as a streamer, then this will become increasingly necessary. I certainly have no issues with that. That these things happen. 'Tis life. Okay. Let's see here. Ah, I see. Valid, understandable. And I certainly would not wish to have you continuing a discussion you did not wish to continue. And that's okay. Now that you've, and you know, you pasted it, I would not interpret that Meatball as an inflammatory thing. I asked him to do that before you'd message the other thing. Yeah, these things happen. I do intend to use the anti-homing because I think it could be very useful for the bouncing shit. For the bouncing spells and whatnot. All sorts of useful. That said, the Chaos Larpas, I'm not so sure. I mean, they're useful, but man, do they cause some lag and a half. Yeesh. Move that guy there. And you can have one of these. Good shit. And then we can put this guy down into the storage bin. Your cat's back from the vet. I bet he's super freaked out, isn't he? Poor little guy. Kitties do, in fact, just absolutely hate that sort of shit. You know, being in cars, I mean, especially. And let's see. Ah, I see. That's also valid. For a second there, I thought you were talking about Meatball being exhausted, which is probably true. But then I realized it was the kitty. But I'm sure that we're all exhausted from that particular conversation because, hey, it's a complicated conversation. Water is good, isn't it? I love water. Water's great. Why is this one here? This one should not be there. Okie doke. So, really, I don't need... I have so many of these plasma beam crosses. I don't need even more plasma beam cross. I'm gonna just get rid of the plasma beam cross here because I don't need it. It's unnecessary trash. Unnecessary trash. Chain spell. Put this guy here. The damage plus goes there. Suppose this guy goes here. I suppose the fireworks can go here. I can scooch these fellas over to here. And... I know, right? Water's great, I tell ya. Water's great. And Meatball is also probably exhausted, it's true. Though you'll never know. True. Yeah, it's true. And Shlifu, you're looking for this particular word. It's a conjunctive adverb called alas. Which is spelled like this. And a conjunctive adverb. So here's a great tip to anybody learning English. Here's how to construct a big, gigantic, compound sentence that will make you look very smart. It is as follows. Simple sentence. Semicolon. Conjunctive, adverb, comma. Simple sentence, period. Just like that. And here's a great example, guys. I like food. However, I don't like all food. There you go. Stuff like that. Alas is also a conjunctive adverb. And here's a few other good conjunctive adverbs. I'll just list out some good ones for you. However, alas, although. Actually, no, although might not be a conjunctive adverb. Let me check. Conjunctive adverb list. We've got consequently, therefore, finally, next, then, firstly, also, additionally, furthermore, undoubtedly, however, nonetheless, regardless, and quite a lot of others. There's a lot of examples. I don't need to type them out. I don't feel like it. I don't want it. However is a good one, though. Exactly, in Bauto. Exactly. Oh, don't know, Schleifowitz. It's just, exactly, in Bauto, you enjoy sounding smart. Exactly. I think everyone enjoys sounding smarter than they are, myself included. Right? Because sounding smart is fun. Especially when everybody's in on it, and everybody's just like, ho ho! I wish to sound smart for giggles and shits. Right? It's just fun sometimes. It's fun to be a little goofy. And I find that sounding smarter than you really are is a funny little goofy thing to do sometimes. I often have a good time doing that. Especially when everybody's in on it. And we all just being silly. Right. And that's why, I mean, I agree that life is less fun when people expect you to be smart. In a lot of respects, yeah, like, I definitely agree with that. However, definitely keep in mind that if everyone's in on it, it becomes a lot more fun. That's right. I wanted the chaotic transmutation, the fireworks, to find out what happens. Because it's likely to be very interesting, TBH. Fascinating. Interesting, just immediately detonates. So, this is what I was talking about, by the way, guys, with the, fireworks basically having 4 or 5 different projectiles in it. Like, we've got this one that's, like, blue here. But that's certainly not the only one. We've got that one. It's purple. There's, like, a green one, I'm pretty sure. That one. I can't tell if it would be more useful to have the fireworks with the chaotic transmutation or not, or in what situations it would be most useful like that, because each one is behaving quite differently. What? I do not understand. I do not understand. Why do you not fire? Do you not have enough mana or something? Oh, you do not have enough mana, this is what it is. Just don't make mistakes, you say? Silly. People think you're dumb. You still be smart, but you can make mistakes without disappointing everyone. Realistically speaking, mistakes happen no matter who you are. And if somebody is getting super disappointed about such things, that means they're putting undue pressure on you, you know, and that's not fair regardless of your level of intelligence, right? So, as a consequence of this, perhaps the real solution here is to have the people around you not be putting so damn much pressure on you. Ideally, very French, you say, to not tolerate mistakes. Honestly, I might go so far as to say it's capitalistic to not accept mistakes. Because mistakes eat into profits. But mistakes, you want to know something fun about mistakes? I've never met a human being that didn't make a mistake. In fact, even eldritch slimes make mistakes. Mistakes are just a part of being a being that is alive, or that exists in general. Fuck capitalism, I'm gonna make all the mistakes. I like that, actually, that's marvelous. Honestly, this is a very fun, extremely silly wand. Like, it's not even that good, but I like it a lot, actually. This is a very amusing wand to use. I like the way it goes, boing! It like bounces off and does big explosion. It's kind of fun. Just wait. Is that world or mall? I get it though, because the typos are mistakes too. I am thoroughly amused. Okay. Now, this wand. I mean, I guess I could just, honestly, what I should probably do is I should probably just set this wand, like, right there, and find a much smaller wand to put this crap on that is, like, I'm not going to be, you know, thoroughly wasting the mana capacity of this wand on. I mean, I could do this one, but I don't really feel the need there. I love and always cast Omega Saw Blade, but that's a bit excessive, really. Okay. And what we do is we just scooch these guys over to here. And then here. Scoochity scooch. Scooch. And scooch. It might be fun to give this wand a bunch of, like, a couple explosive projectiles. That could be fun. Let's do that, actually. And then you'll overthrow capitalism. Just because. Just watch me. You'll fuck up in the most creative ways ever. And you're talking about the school system specifically in Balto. Fascinating. So, in Balto you say, what if everyone around you sounds like that, but it's not a bit? That sounds unpleasant. Frankly, that sounds very, very unpleasant. And unfortunate. And, like, maybe that's a sad place and set of people to be around. And to mayhaps... Well, regardless, you get a hug. That's what I can say, is that regardless, you get a hug. Because obviously, you would, if you were in that situation, you'd definitely be needing one. That's for sure. Okay, let's see here. Let's see what people think. Don't make difficult for you hanging out with a lot of communities online because you don't align at all with the values you keep hearing. Elaborate what you mean in Balto. You'll all be like, how could anyone get something that simple wrong? Well, when I'm done here. That's quite funny. I am amused. And in Balto say that they feel like they speak out of the, at best start a whole argument, and at worst, you'll end up in witch hunting. Well, I mean, it depends on, like, what the thing it is, right? If it's like such and such group ought not have human rights, well, I mean, that's a pretty controversial statement that, you know, is not great. However, I am guessing you're not talking about something like that. That is my presumption. Yeah. It seems reasonable to assume that that's not what's going on. You'll overthrow capitalism just because. Keeping, seeing the sentiments and disagreeing, and you hate the feeling, you passively disagree. The sentiments, disagreeing, you hate feeling, like you're passively agreeing with it. You hate how much you self-censor. And you don't want to start an argument. Well, I mean, like, honestly, it's kind of difficult to know exactly what you'd be talking about without knowing, like, the dealio. Right? Now, like, it's understand, like, realistically, like, let's say, for example, it's fuck capitalism. Well, I mean, so here, I can understand in Balto. So here's something that might help. Most of the time, what people are, it's true. It is true, Shlifu. I did, in fact, read all the messages, but in the most chaotic order imaginable. True. So in Baotou, most of the time, when people are saying fuck capitalism, they are saying fuck the modern incarnation of capitalism that does not truly capture what it's all about, right? Because capitalism in its most pure form is just fine, realistically speaking. Most people have no issue with capitalism in its most, like, functional type of form. But the real issue is that in the modern day, we are so far removed from functional capitalism that to the common man, fuck capitalism is really saying fuck monopolies, fuck the concentration of wealth and power in an incredibly small number of people, you know, and like fuck the lack of representation in most types of governments that we're getting these days. And truly, it's a shorthand for most of society's ills. Whether you like it or not, that's truly what's being discussed in most situations there. Now, so Meatball, I do believe, like, my personal belief is the issue is that the problem in reality, talk with a friend on paper. ANCAPs hold basically the same beliefs you do, but you'd never call yourself an ANCAP. I understand. I can understand what you're talking about. So you think these hyperboles can? So here's the thing about it, though. Whether or not you are correct at this stage in the game, the game is basically just how communication has evolved. Whether you are correct or not is irrelevant. People use the phrase, and it means fuck the chains that bind us. Simple as that. And whether you like that or not, it is that way, you know? Words and their meanings change over time. There's not much to be done about it, as regrettable as that may be. But in essence, right, the commodity form. Now, if we're looking at Meatball, I do believe that the commodity form is problematic, right? However, if I'm talking about, like, actually practical things in the world to make the world a better place, and that's reasonable, Schlifu. See, like, so oftentimes when people are saying fuck capitalism, there's a great many different things it means, right? Because truly, the biggest problem with the current incarnation of capitalism, right, is truly that it's, at this stage, making the, what do you call it, concentration of wealth and power and the increase of inequality exponentially worse. Right? And as a consequence of that, it leaves everybody in, like, a situation where everyone's just more unhappy. Yeah. Yeah. And I also like regulated capitalism, and I think it's cool. I don't know about greatest human achievement, but it's cool. I think, frankly, that the scientific method takes that particular trophy. However, it's okay. I think capitalism's okay. I don't think it's good. I think it's okay. It's an okay solution to an unfathomably complicated problem. And that unfathomably complicated problem, Meatball, in my opinion, yes. In a lot of other people's opinion, maybe not. Right? I think that for something to truly be great, it should in fact be good. However, I do know that a lot of people don't necessarily agree. That said, I definitely think so. This is a cool little wand, isn't it? It's very interesting how different each shot is. How some of the shots produce a whole lot of the smoke and steam and whatnot, and dustly warm blood, and how others do not. Fascinating. Cool. Let's make some more concentrated mana here. Hey, well, I mean, to be fair, Kibble, it existed for, like, I don't know, 3 years? I'm not serious. I don't think that it truly existed for that length of time, if it existed for that long, but, you know. Realistically, though, I can understand your thought process, right? The problem is that a lot of people are not served by capitalism. In particular, those who are not really able to participate in the market. Those who don't have capital to leverage, right? Like myself, right? I possess no capital to leverage. None whatsoever. So, to me, what good is the capitalism itself? Sure, the, like, various supply lines and whatnot that enable, like, the pharmaceutical chain to function, for sure, that's good. But that is not, you can't say that that's capitalism's doing. You can say that it's involved, yeah, but, like, it is not what created this. Machusi, that's enough pixels! That's enough! Welcome on in, Machu. I'm glad to have you. Hope you're doing well. So here's the thing, though, in Bauto. If you had evidence that presented you a contrary opinion, would you change your mind? If it was convincing, I mean. If you had sufficient evidence, would it change your mind? It's a solid question, right? So here's the thing about it. I don't think it's a whole thing. I just think it means that your relationship with capital is different. Right? And that's okay. It just means that your situation and relationship with capital has been different, right? And that's okay. I'm certainly not here to judge you about it, right? I certainly don't wish others to be judging you about it. It's just one of those things, right? But as with all things, people's views do tend to change over time. Let's see here. So, Schlifus say that they understand why people think that way, but that they think that regulated capitalism devolves into unregulated capitalism at some point. And there are a lot of situations that lead to this, yes. And that unless you have a lot of, like, a very stable and functional government, then yeah, like, it's that like is not afraid to, you know, regulate the market, then yeah, that's basically kind of an inevitable outcome. But yeah. Yeah, well regulated to make the argument, yeah. That is true, that it would be, wouldn't become unregulated given time alone, true that. You just bought, oh, I've heard good things about this game, and Ren showed me some images and videos, and it looked very funny. It looked like a very humorous game. Yeah, and have you played it yet? If so, how is it? Do tell. I would love to know. Oh, I see. That particular wand is that particular silly ass goof wand. I remember it now. This platform is a chain bolt platform. It's kind of just a whole lot of nonsense. Now this guy, what's this? It's a nothing burger is what it is. I wish I could figure out how to tell Instagram to stop sending me fucking notifications, but every time I try, it still finds a way to send me a notification about something horribly impertinent that pisses me off. I just don't understand. I would just like it to maybe stop, right? But the fucking Instagram, man. Fucking Instagram. This is where I agree very much with Meatball, right? That the fucking technology is the devil. As long as a small percentage, in street food states, as long as a small percentage of people hold the majority of the resources, that will always give the people these people bigger political power than the rest, and that is true. This political power will always be used in order to strengthen their own economic situation by weakening the regulation on capitalism. Yeah, like that's yeah. That is very much the case, and history has proven that much to be the case, yeah. That is so funny. That's so funny, Matthew, that you thought he was talking about Balatro. I've often wanted to play Balatro, and then I thought to myself, but then I would have to learn all of the poker hands, but then I thought to myself, wait a minute. This game is barely poker. And then I thought to myself, this game seems kind of complicated. And then I was like, it is kind of complicated. And then I thought to myself, well, maybe I will play it one of these days if I'm in the mood for something complicated. And that day simply has not arrived. And now we're here. And that's the story. There isn't anything else to the story. It's not a very interesting story. Nor is it a very long one. Only $3.80. Damn, that's not very expensive. Oh, you heading out much, you? Well, I hope you have a great day. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a great day. Yeah. I appreciate you dropping by. It makes me happy when you drop by. I'm glad when everybody comes by. It's nice. Yeah, I like everybody hanging out. It makes me happy. Let's see. Vaguely converted, intéressant. Focus of conversation was on making mistakes at the time, and then a capitalist perspective on that was brought up as a side note, which yes, and sparked this conversation, which it has capitalism. So focus, so people are getting batting an eye at it. True that. True that. True that. Because, yeah, I mean, my biggest issue really with capitalism is the fact that people are not guaranteed things like housing, food, water, medicine. If they were, I would have sincerely not a singular trouble with it if everybody's needs were met, right? I would not care that people were multiplying and exponentially increasing their wealth by huge proportions, like left and right. I wouldn't give a shit, actually, if everyone's needs were met, right? The trouble is that everyone's needs are not met. And that, at the end of the day, this is truly the problem. That so many people are unable to get their needs met. And then, you know, that just causes all sorts of troubles, you know? Yeah. And that is truly, in my eyes, the biggest, you know, problem, really. You know, crit on burning is the worst crit spell, so I'm gonna just toss it, because I don't want to have to deal with it. So, yeah, this is a quad cast. Trouble, of course, is that it won't apply the negative cast delay recharge time if I add the chainsaw there. So realistically, as long as I didn't add something that had too much of the stuff, it'd be fine. I would like to give it a ping pong path. And then I would like to see what it decides to do with its life. What does this wand want to do with its life when it's every 2 frames ping pong Lumi? What does that even look like? What's he want to do? What kind of self-determination will he go about? We're gonna find out. And the answer is, you know, it's aight. It ain't terrible. Although for some reason it's causing lag. What did I do to cause this? Okay, it's just, I see. Just probably there are enemies elsewhere in another chunk. It's fine. Intéressant. Okay, that's fine. That said, the long distance cast I don't think is really helping here. Let's move the long distance cast. Let's flip-flop it. I mean, then again, like, do I need another freaking... Like, I don't need another luminous drill wand. I already have several. So what do I really want to do with this wand? Let's actually just make it the dumbest, most unhinged, and nonsensical luminous drill wand ever. Yeah, perfect. Let's make it make absolutely no sense at all, actually. Let's really go the whole 9 yards with making this the worst, not necessarily like the actual worst ping pong Lumi ever, but a pretty bad ping pong Lumi that does stupid things that it really are not very helpful. If for no other reason than just to be ridiculous. Like personal gravity field. What, like, absolutely, like, what use is this? And the answer is, I mean, it's not going to be very useful, especially not when it's, like, hitting things. But I'm sure when it hits something, it'll look very funny. No doubt. Now, what else do we want from it? Is a question. Maybe a sparkly bounce. Why? I don't know. For giggles? For laughs, maybe? Who could say? Let's see. Let's see here. And indeed, it will be a major issue with capitalism. And you are to some extent speaking the truth, Kibble. With like literally any government involving concentrating power somewhat, at least to the people in power trying to further their. I mean, this much is true. Like, there's not, like, I'm not gonna say you're wrong about that. And I also agree that Shlifu, yeah, ideally there ought to be a a differentiation between the financial power, which you own, and like the political power, which you're elected into and lose after your term. Like, and I agree, there should be, and that the merging of these things ain't great. But yeah, welcome back in, Bob. Glad to have you again. And I also agree, Kibble. The issue is, in many respects, you basically need to design a system where, like, the distinction can't easily be eroded by people seeking power. Because we were discussing earlier, like, how exactly to go about that. And at the end of the day, like, it's an extremely complicated logistical problem that is not super easily solved, right? Like, it is not the most straightforward thing to, like, solve. And as much as I would like to be able to say that I'd come up with, like, a easy, concrete, and fast plan to do it, I have come up with none of those things. I've only come up with yes, legitimately effective plan, but one of the least concise and most lengthy. Like, like, every time I've described it to friends, it takes like 3 hours to talk about it, right? It's just a whole ass thing, you know? Water is great. I love water. Water's great, indeed. And indeed, if you can manage that, then it'll allow for well-regulated capitalism or several other stable economic models. That is true. Yeah, true enough. And it is also true, Shlifu, that just because the abolishment of capitalism doesn't solve every potential problem, doesn't mean it's still not the right thing to do, which that is a very valid point. Right? Because at the end of the day, the commodity form is problematic. See you after a food break, says Shlifu. See you soon. Now, I agree, Bob without a hat. You're so right. Because water is great, and I also love water. Let's see. And go off a moment to get some food. Listen to the Strim. With anyone wishing to discuss capitalism with you. It'll be a minute. I see. Please be patient, they say. So we'll be patient, indeed. And the problem that they brought up was that people with a lot of capital will use it to amass more capital by eroding democracy, and getting rid of capital solves that particular issue, which is true. However, let's also look at this from a totally separate angle. Human happiness. Which I think is the most compelling argument against the commodity form, right? Human happiness is fundamentally harmed by the commodity form for several reasons, especially when it's applied to things like housing and other things with inelastic demand, right? I mean, also true, patience is the key to victory. Not, and I woo indeed. You're right, Bob, without a hat. I woo. But yeah, like, let's see. What exactly would I want to do with this particular one? I mean, I might as well give it a few things that it needs, because I have them. Let's go ahead and scooch this stuff. Let's give it an extra add mana. So that way it will at least do the barest amount of recharge. that should be fine. It'll be slow as fuck, but it won't be at actually a snail's pace. Now, the real question is what I would like to go in that particular second projectile slot, and I don't know the answer to that, honestly. Could be just about anything, but it's whatever. I'll just put it away and be done with it for now. And grab this fella back up. Okay. But yeah. So if the issue raised isn't specific to capitalism, isn't solved by abolishing it, then you don't see why you made an argument that abolishing is the right thing to do. And abolishing capitalism doesn't abolish capital itself, or at least not a more general idea of resource value, even if you manage to get rid of ownership entirely. Somebody has to have the last say on what should be done with resources, and that allows the same abuse of that power. So, I would argue, Kibble, that the real solution to that is basically is to create a situation where there is like a functionally you could go about it one of several ways, right? But the simplest is to nationalize things like housing, water, electricity, internet. Although internet, that's the sketchiest one out of that bunch. Let's not discuss that one. Let's go with water. The food industries are actually more complicated, and let's just say they also basically solve the inelastic demand for food by, giving people some type of food stipend. Either give them a monetary food stipend or give them like some type of system to just, food vouchers and whatnot, right? Let's say you go about things that way. Now, this solves several different problems, and it basically means that capital and money is used less for, like, necessities and more for luxuries and other types of goods, right? And this way, you can forever divorce the, capital from having to do with, like, having a better standing in life. If everybody has the same standing in terms of, like, being able to be fed, being able to have water, being able to have shelter, and being able to have medicine, and yeah, that's the other one, medicine and shit, healthcare. If everybody's got the same standing in that respect, well, I mean, you've removed most of the problems, right? You've basically removed most of society's problems right there. And, I think that's a good thing to do. Right, in that respect. Like, getting rid of those particular issues, seems very logical, sensible, rational. You can forever divorce. Hamperchamp. Yeah, 2026, yes. Valid. Yeah, reasonable. Yep. That's funny. That's a good one, Bob without a hat. I am amused. That would be a funny clip, I will readily admit. I am happy you know clip, but that would be a good one. I mean, sure, Kibble. Yeah, they have a lot more power that they can abuse. And instead of it being private citizens who just own a bunch of autocracies, i.e. workplaces, in which the workers and the people who consume the goods have no input whatsoever, right? So it's like it's like a question of like how would you like to handle the issue of somebody needing to have this power, basically, right? Because the power being there is not exactly something that can be easily escaped. Like, it's not gonna, like, straight up go away. As much as that might be kind of nice for it to simply evaporate as a problem, it's not very that practical, you know? Right, but honestly, it's the type of problem that can be more easily dealt with because you start to have like more input. And this is part of where like worker co-ops is a better model. It's basically democracy for your workplace, right? Like where this becomes a far more like so Kibble, there is a distinction there, and I'll lay it out for you. Governments can be, especially in a democracy, right, can be influenced by the people. A company can't. That's the difference. A company has things that, like, I understand the Kibble. I already know what you're gonna say in regards to like being able to like buy things elsewhere, talk with your money and shit. I understand. However, the point is more so the incentive structures is what we're talking about at the end of the day. We're talking about the incentive structures present inside of a company. Let's go with an electric company. Their incentive and their fiduciary duty to the stakeholders is to increase their profits over last quarter. But for something that has an inelastic demand that does not change, everyone needs electricity. It's not going to go away. Everyone will always need electricity, maybe only a bit more. But water, everyone needs about the same amount of water. Maybe there'll be more people who need water, right? Expecting there to be infinite growth and infinite increases in profits is unreasonable, right? Companies don't handle this well, especially because in the United States, many types of companies have a fiduciary duty to their like stakeholders, or no, their shareholders. That's the one. To continually increase profits. Thusly, it's a bad incentive structure designed to fuck over the people consuming the product eventually, right? Whereas if the government does it, you have removed the profit motive there. If it's a non-profit structure, it fixes this issue. That's why who has that power matters, because it removes it from the market. That's why it matters. That's the entire theory, right? That's why it matters. I can understand if you don't agree with that theory. That's a separate discussion. But that is why it matters. That's not what I said. I said that it removes the profit motive. It doesn't mean there's not going to be profit involved, right? But in all due likelihood, running a water utility, you will lose more money than it takes to run it eventually, right? But this also means you're able to provide a higher quality product, basically. You can replace the pipes, and that that the cost in money doesn't matter as much, like near as much, because basically the problem is no longer one wherein you're dealing with like having to like report to your shareholder, the shareholders, yeah. about not having to maintain your fiduciary duty of like increasing your quarterly profits, right? And not having to do that cannot be understated, because a lot of companies, it's like demonstrably the case that they ignore short-term, they ignore long-term viability in favor of short-term profits. Because fundamentally, part of being a business is having an exit strategy, right? There is no exit strategy for a public utility. Thusly, it shouldn't be a business, right? It can still be designed to be profitable, that's okay. But fundamentally, it should be run with taxpayer dollars designed to give back a public service, right? That's the entire thought process. Yeah. Yeah, more or less. Yeah, that is more or less the idea, but there's a lot more to it than that. I am not Super Genius McGee when it comes to this sort of stuff. I merely know some stuff about it. Right. The thing is, I do, however, know that the current way of things... I mean, what country are you in, Kibble? What country are you in? It's a very squirious question. You're in the U.S. Interesting. So these have a very long amount of time there. But I suppose something I could do is I could just turn all of this into a platform to launch homing plasma beam crosses. But I already have enough plasma beam crosses. So, here's the thing, Kibble. I understand where you're coming from in this particular respect, and I do get it. I really do. And I understand the issue with like government inefficiencies, and frankly, the entire issue with government inefficiencies could legitimately be fixed with a few, because like basically a lot of the issues that come about with government inefficiencies are from the commodity form, right? And if the commodity form were gone, they would not exist. However, let's just deal with what we currently have with, the government as it is, and we look at the inefficiencies. Okay, you're saying excluding. Okay, already. Okay, thank you. Because yes, that's a truly separate discussion. You're saying excluding anything to do with inefficiencies. Okay. So given that everybody water, like it theoretically could be viable, right? The trouble is what happens the moment that company raises prices. They will, because they have a short-term like mindset, because capitalism, like with shareholders and whatnot, I mean, your legal fiduciary duty is to increase your quarter-by-quarter profits. Thusly, a stable price cannot be relied upon. Whereas with the government, they can provide a stable price. And that's kind of the vibe. And I actually agree with you, Kibble. I totally agree with you. This is a point upon which you and I, and probably Imbauto, would probably all agree. That it's a problem with the shareholder model and the short-term thinking in question. And I wholeheartedly, profoundly, and super strongly agree. Like, I really passionately agree with you there. Because truly, that is one of the biggest issues. However, here's the troubles. Neoliberal capitalism is really what is being spoken about. And I get it if Inbauto's no longer here, and that's valid and understandable. However, a big thing is that one of the things people have the biggest problem with is neoliberal capitalism, right? Because neoliberal capitalism is a more recent, it's basically that short-term orientation towards things. In a lot of respects, like, it's super more complicated than that, but neoliberal capitalism can be said to comprise of that and many other things, right? And as a consequence of this, it causes so many other troubles. And it truly is the biggest issue, right? Because without that, you wouldn't be able to... Yeah. And Schlifu is definitely, like, I would say that I'd say they're a bit more of a more hardcore type of, like, capital or anti-capitalist in that respect, but that's okay. Like, I'm not going to judge anybody for that kind of sort of thing in either direction, really, because the commodity form does cause a great many problems, and it removes a lot of personal touches in life that there ought to be between people. But in reality, oftentimes, the owning the stuff in general is not so much troublesome. It's fine usually, right? And resources being directed through the market and money and whatnot. That's usually fine to some extent, right? Which is why market capital, or what is it? Market socialism, I think is what it's called. Yeah, market socialism tends to be a pretty acceptable thing in my eyes, because regardless of anything, sure. Neoliberal capitalism is modern capitalism. It is unregulated and focused on short-term profits and not towards long-term viability. That is to say, it is all of capitalism's problems with none of its benefits. Right? It's fundamentally the issue, right? And it's all about the concentration of wealth and power. Whereas thoroughly regulated, i.e. market socialism, something closer to that, right? Like, especially if you actually take the socialism parts of it much further, you give people universal basic income, right? Because that would basically sustain the economy in perpetuity. Because that's the thing. Inflation is a lot less of a problem so long as people's needs are still getting met. Right? Economically speaking, it does not matter near as much as people act like it does if people's needs are being met. But they're not. So, functionally speaking, if people's needs were to be met through, like, universal basic income and or by the decommodification of housing, of water, and of, like, maybe electricity as well, possibly. But housing and water are really, really important ones. If you decommodify these two things, you basically remove a whole lot of problems, yeah. Because, yeah, it's completely unregulated capitalism, as you say. It's worse than well-regulated socialism, you know. That kind of goes back to your point earlier. I think the root of this problem is one of regulation, rather than a specific system. Well, to some extent, yeah. Here's the trouble. Regulations are easier to implement in some systems than others. And the sad truth is that the United States system is capital and laws are far too, well, first off, regulatory capture, right? I'm sure you're familiar with the phrase regulatory capture, has already happened. So basically, if your system is even remotely vulnerable to regulatory capture, that means that once it has happened, you kind of can't go backwards. You need to kind of redo everything. It's all fucked up. Because once regulatory capture occurred... Hey there, Ash. How you doing? Glad to see ya. Right now, we are talking about regulatory capture. Once the... Yeah, because it's an interesting thing. Because yeah, once that once that happens, the system is functionally kind of like it's a bit borked. Yeah. Yes, Ash, it sure can. I would not carry too much stuff. It can absolutely, and I would be careful about that because the clavicles. Oh boy, whenever I dislocate my clavicles. So basically, sure, I can explain it to you. Basically, your clavicles, your collarbones are one of the primary means by which weight that you carry on your shoulders is loaded or like the force transferred throughout the body. Oh, a regulated socialist system is less susceptible to regulatory cap. So there's two things. It's slower. It happens more slowly, and two, every citizen is more accustomed to the government having nothing to do with profit. The government, its purpose, and like a lot of, and this is very much true in a lot of like, what do you call it? Places like Finland and Sweden and just a lot of places up north that these countries are a lot more. It changes the relationship of the people to the government, right? Because a very common idea, as I'm sure you know, Kibble, in the United States, is the idea of like big government bad. The existence of this. Indeed, I agree. Astolfo dance and Astolfo sway. Big true. I like that. Good shit. Everybody loves some Astolfo dance and Astolfo sway. But yeah, like, the reason it's less susceptible to like regulatory capture has to do with how people relate to the government, and then how people relate to the market. Because fundamentally, in those countries, the government serves the people, not the other way around, right? Whereas in the United States, most people don't even feel like the government serves them. Right? And this fundamental disconnect is a big part of the problem. I'll tell you what, Kibble. Well, yeah, that's true, right? But the thing is, if everybody's getting their salary, and the point is just to get the water to the people, and that they're not like there's not like a division of it to like hunting people down and like figuring out which places like to shut down the water to, right? First off, there's just more people who can do that work, right? It's just a more efficient structure in that sense. What's more, like that's one end, right? But at the end of the day, there's a lot of ways in which it becomes more efficient by having the government handle that. Like I've said before, I am not the most adept person to argue these things. Yeah, I'll tell you more about clavicles. And Kibble, I'll tell you what. A different stream, between streams, maybe not like this stream and the next, but between this and maybe 3 streams from now, sometime in there, I will get back to you in terms of answering that particular question about how it is that the government can remove the profit incentive, right? I can get back to you on that one. Because I'd like to personally look at countries that have already done that and the way that those systems work, and then kind of like use those as the examples from which I draw the evidence. Yeah, you got it. Because I don't want to just talk out me ass. I'd much rather give you a proper answer. Yeah. Because I like giving people proper answers. But, you know, some of these things, they get very complicated, you know? They get very complicated. Okay. Let's move these guys. Now, about clavicles. So. Make them contained. I love the... I love that. It's a great little meme. Or emote thing. It's good shit. I love it. So, basically... Oh, wait a minute. That's actually quite interesting. So even without the Nala, these would probably detonate themselves, which is nice. Cool. I think I see what I was doing now. So, never. I'm sorry, Ash. I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't have it in me. I don't have it in. I can't do it, man. I just can't do it. I can't play Rain World because it's so stressful, man. Like, maybe I would consider, like, downloading... Like, what did you do this Friday, by the way? Do tell. Tell us what you did, and then we'll get around... Yeah. But yeah, basically your clavicles, unless you're using a frame backpack, which, by the way, you should. You should use a backpack that has a frame. So if you're carrying that many bags, Ash, get a hiking backpack. Do you know what type of backpack I'm talking about? Like a frame backpack? Like, you do know what I'm talking about, right? Give me a sec. I am looking at their ergonomics. Give me a sec. So is it the duffel variety, or are you talking about the actual proper backpack dealio, right? Because it's okay. Like, it's not the best thing I've ever seen. I see. And I'm glad that you agree, Shlifu. Yeah, because I tend to be very much... I try to be very, you know, even-handed, like, even-keeled about these things. Hey, Bayhue, welcome on in. Thanks for the raid. Let me give you a shout-out. And also, if you haven't followed Bayhue yet, y'all probably should. Internal frame, I got you. So here's my thing, Ash. Internal frames have some issues. They got some troubles, let me tell you what. But let's, shout out. Shout out. Bayhue. Damn it, I spelled it wrong. Yep, I definitely... Yep, makes sense. Shout out. Bayhue Matt. There we go. Wait, what game? Oh god, the one you were talking about? Oh shit. Oh god, that's funny. Poor Bayhue. You gonna go to sleep finally? Well, sweet dreams of Bob without a hat. really, so I recommend a hiking backpack of some variety. If you have anybody, well, realistically, you could probably find some like, I'm not even kidding about this. There's a possibility you might be able to find some, like, excess military gear somewhere. Because they have lots of external frame backpacks. But yeah, you want, like, one of those external frame type of, like, yeah, like, because, but if you have a Boy Scouts, if there's somebody, like, that does Scouts or Boy Scouts and whatnot, you could probably find a backpack there. Like, I don't think that I used to have one, and I guess that my, hello, Ash, may I help you a bite of moss? Yeah, it's so good. That's so good. But Meatball's saying, Outer Wilds does not have a survival aspect like how Rain World has. Okay, this is good. Remember you said you wished to not play it. Guess you may worse up about the game that put you up. This is possible. Let me look up the pictures of the Outer Wilds again. Outer Wilds. Let's see. My goodness, excuse me, I burped. And it was, in fact, a burp. Maybe. I would think about it. I would think about it. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, so here's the issue, right? So when you're thinking about the biomechanics and the loading of a hiking backpack, right? Even when you're using the, like, waist strap thing, that's not doing as much as you would need and would hope it would. As sad as I am to say. And indeed, yummy moss. Nom 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 nom. Also, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
God, no, wait, there's platforming? No!
I'm gonna paint the town
You almost convinced me,
red.
but I can't. Platforming. So, honestly, if I had a webcam, I would hide inside of my shirt, is how I feel about platforming, right? That's messed up, bro. Ash, that's terrible. The common military backpack is a frameless type? That's a crime. Like, I don't think it's, like, Ukraine's fault or anything. It's just that's a crime. Just, not like that they committed, just in general. My God, that's bad. Okay, so I do enjoy spicy food, Schleifer. Here's the trouble. My body doesn't handle it that well. For Ren, it's even worse. They like it, but their body just handles it even worse. Like, they just don't handle it at all, realistically speaking. Their body's just like, blah, 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 blah. Is kind of how it goes. Yes, this was not the most, that did not go well, in terms of that wand exchange. That went terribly, actually. Oh well. Such is life. Things don't always go perfect. Give me the damn wand. Give it. Give it. You son of a bitch. God damn it all. One sec. I am focusing. So that I can make this thing do what it's supposed to and stop
God, okay, this might actually help. Okay. Toss the blood mist over here. Evil frameless backpacks. Mind you, like, I despise frameless backpacks. They cause so many problems. They're so non-ergonomic, right? They cause so many, like, an unfathomably significant number of issues for, to people in general and young people and the like. They just, like, they're basically just a way to, you know, speed up the fucking timetable on, like, young people getting chronic pain, and it's just like, what is the reason for this, right? And it's just like, everybody, I don't care how unfashionable it is, every single fucking person basically just needs to have a fucking framed backpack if you're gonna carry around a bunch of textbooks. It's just kind of the way of things. And if that's a problem, well, I don't know. Maybe they should just go digital already and just save the children the chronic pain. Maybe that's what they should do, eh? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I would say about it. Yeah, I have feelings. I have feelings about it, I tell you. A lot of feelings about it, because fuck that shit. That's just stupid. Causes too many problems, causes everybody issues, and there's no goddamn reason for it, I tell you. No reason at all. It's some bullshit if I ever seen it. True, Kibble. Why? Yeah, why we say this true? And hey, again, Dream Hunter, how you doing? And Bayou say you was looking at your follower list, and who to rate? And it was a tie between me and Steffi, but I won by a little. I appreciate that. Of course, I really much appreciate that, Bayou. That's very sweet. Mean a lot. Thank you. Three messages. You got it. I shall look. Not to worry. 3 buttons left. Right and jump. And that's all. How you control your jumps is up to you. That's fascinating. Interesting. And indeed, Meatball, platforming. It makes me want to hide inside my shirt. Red. And then you learn some levels that are fun. A fun challenge. But some you need to just some frame perfect bullshit. I'm gonna put this wand in the ceiling real fast, because this is where it must go. And then I need to grab this other wand. Grab. I have grabbed it. Very good. Fun challenge. Stream and complete. But some of them are just frame perfect, and that's no fun. It's a casual player, so yeah, you're done with end streaming at least. That makes sense. Back to your FPS roots. I mean, hey, that tracks. That tracks. That's totally valid, understandable. And also, the most common military back, I still can't believe it's frameless. That's just a crime. How could they do that to everybody? The ones you can get without being ex-military, that's rough. Slovenia was a part of Yugoslavia, and it had the JLA forces, which are the most common source of old. I see. And their backpacks were... That's fucked. Not JLA, JNA. Interesting. Yeah, frameless backpacks do suck. They're terrible. I have nothing nice to say about frameless backpacks, because they cause so many different problems for so many different people, right? In so many different situations. Because frameless backpacks basically just, I mean, they're basically just a way to cause you again, like, just cause chronic pain, really, is what they do. Like, that's what they're good at. If somebody asks you on the test, like, what's frameless backpacks good for? The answer is chronic pain. And if somebody says otherwise, you just put me in touch with that teacher, and I'll just yell at. I won't actually yell at them. I'll just calmly explain to them why that's the issue. But you know, yeah, I'm not sure why somebody would actually be having that shit on a test, but it would be very funny. It's silly. It is very silly. Sometimes I really do wonder what the utility of the concentrated explosion spell is. If somebody knows something, Kibble in particular, if you have something, I would love to know it. And Ash saying, Girl, the amount of pain Ash gonna have 40 years down the line because Ash carried every book at once. The frameless is I mean, like, Ash, I'm right there with you. I even just carried them with my arms, right? Which did result in, for a few years, me being unfathomably strong in the upper body. The problem was after those years were done. Yeah. And Kibble, why would anyone save the children from the chronic pain? Why would anyone do? You're right. We do just want people suffering here. You're right. But here's the issue: is that my agenda of like increasing squish power involves reducing suffering. So it's quite important, you see. And Ashley, especially when you can make money off them. That's funny. That's very funny. Yeah, I have been streaming for the past 9 hours. I'm not quite sure why. I'm like not entirely out of steam either. The mold rooms? What mold rooms? Tell me about this. You have not. One of my arsenal could realistically kill you, isn't enemy. Yeah. There's quite a few, actually. Especially if they just open fire with it really fast. It might take them a while. Like, it might take a while to kill me. But they could do it. And then a few ones with, like, polymorph and whatnot. Like, these spells right here could manage it. These could kill me. But that is, of course, why I am being very careful with this shit. Yeah. And I am not putting these things on anything else that doesn't just have a fucking wand refresh, like, in front of it. You see, yeah, in fact, all of the things that I've put it on so far have wand refresh, like, in front of it. Because it's scary, I tell you. It's scary. Ugu indeed. Let's see, what else we got? I agree, Ugu. You guys very right. Ugu. What's the mold rooms is what Ash calls your room at home. That's awful. What the hell, man? Why has it got mold? Is it like how? Why has it got mold? I gotta know. Behu say, back in your preteens, you used to play Soldat. Funny little, I've heard of it. 2D multiplayer shooter. And now we have 88 squish power. Kim will say, oh, reducing suffering. I could have sworn the goal was suffering. Squish away the suffering. Squish! Exactly, I'm glad you understand. Glad you understand. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. But used for the frame backpack about the city. Really, no, true. Making the tests woke. It's silly. That's very silly. It can reduce lag a bit if you want to make high damage explode. Oh! I didn't know it could reduce lag like that. That's pretty pog as all hell. I know of a few wands I would like to put that on now. Thank you for this information. I will not discard them out of reflex anymore. You a fucking nerd with the giant book? A little bit, yeah. A little bit. For sure. It's true. What you say about this game, European Thunder Lines, abbreviated to EDA. Estimated time arrival. True. And that's where you learn there's a Basque separatist Spain terrorist organization called Euskadi to something. Also abbreviated ETA. I did some terrible things back in that's very fun. I had no idea. That's incredible. And I agree, Ugu. I'm glad we all agree that, you know, Ugu. Exactly. It is an Ugu store. No one bothered consulting anyone who had anything to do with health or safety. Interesting. Indeed, squish. The squish power must grow. Difference in temperature makes it so that there's condensation. Oh, fuck, that's brutal. And I agree, it's a better number. 89, it's a pretty number, it's good. 90 is also a good number. It's true. You don't like 88? That's understandable. However, I am personally very fond of 808 as a number. It's a good number. Because 8, I've told you this before, but in the extremely sleep-deprived state that I was in when I was cooking up this ridiculous system I'm about to describe to you, it's 808 is the only. It is the only. What do you call it? How describe? Wait a minute. Can I make the all-seeing eye projectile bounce? Oh god, I need to figure that out in a bit. Because that could be profoundly fun and profoundly stupid. But I also need to toss these guys because I do not need any more plasma. I have so many plasma beam crosses. What could I possibly need more plasma beam crosses for? Okay. And I also, wait, it doesn't have collision with terrain. You're right, that makes perfect sense. But I also wonder what would happen if I added something like rotate towards foes as well. And then also the explosive bounce, because explosive bounce fundamentally changes a lot of projectiles in a lot of peculiar and unexpected ways. But I agree, I will be trying that in a bit. This looks like a pretty good emote. Let's take a peek at it. It's loading. It's loading. And let's see, let's put this one maybe right. Well, okay. I should also move. So why is it taking forever to load? Will you hurry up and load? Why won't you load? I exit the chain bolt one. Will that make it go faster? What about the KU Scholarworks? So get rid of that one. What about this one? How about I reload it? And it suddenly loads. That's pretty delightful. That's a pretty great little meme. You know what? I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. Let's go ahead and add it. Yeah. Let's see. Alrighty. Confirm. I think I opened up a space now. Maybe. I got rid of Weebs Detected. Moss always hates fascism. I'm totally here for that. That's great. You doubt it since you don't think that's collision with terrain. Oh, that's a funny one. Have I played Little Inferno? What is that? What is that? That sounds fun. What is this? Oh god, these are such good little emotes. I love the panic emotes. They're so funny. I love them. I also like the woozy. That's also pretty good. And I agree. It's true. Yeah, like, it's true. I am absolutely... I watch a lot of anime. Like, I've actually not been watching as much lately, But it is indisputably the case that I'm still most assuredly a weeb. There's not really any hide in that one. It's just how it be. What can I say? It's how it be. It's just how it be. What can I say? Fahue says, look, I don't want to say terrorism is cool, but from a historical standpoint, pretty interesting, underexposed compared to other such groups. That's pretty funny. It's a game where you burn stuff. Interesting. It does sound kind of fun. Yeah, like truly, there is no hiding the fact that I watch a lot of anime. It's the case. It's true. It's true. I mean, yeah. I mean, this guy. It's true. And I agree. The Poggies emote has surprisingly deep lore. I agree. It's actually really bizarre to me, the degree to which the lore for the Poggies emote is just seemingly endless. Okay, so out of these so here's the trouble about this shit. So I want to make a funny little wand for, like, I want it to be I want to make a goofy little thing that's like a, it's just, the entire idea is just, you know, spiral arc, except with, it's a ping pong Lumi wand, but it's spiral arc instead, right? That's the entire idea. Well, fuck me. God damn it all, why did I do this? Now on to a series of a lot of clicks. And now that's what we're doing for the next minute. This is why you will never rate Hamper ever. Oh no, so sad. I'm glad you're joking, that's good. But yes, and let's see. So, you know what? This particular wand will be a fine platform for making a really silly ping pong Lumi, but spiral arc. And then, okay, got these guys. Always cast octagonal bolt bundle really is a strange wand, I tell ya. So is that one. That was a weird one. Although, I guess now that I know that the pinpointer perk is the one doing certain things, it does kind of render certain wand experiments I was planning to do kind of moot. So I guess that frees me from having to do those this run, which is nice. Fuck yeah. Less work. I'm here for it. Huh. It's not a bad emote. It's a good one. It's a good one. And what am I doing? Good question. I am going through a various, you know, like, I accidentally put my telewand into here, so I now have to recover it. Because it goes to the end of the thing. And this is actually the most, at the current moment, the most densely populated of these folders, which is really unfortunate. However, yeah, I can take the opportunity to also empty out this particular part. And I agree, Shlifu. Awoo. Awoo. Okay. And you see, this is why I am fine with admitting I am kind of washed. I fat-fingered too many things. I pressed too many of the wrong buttons. Also, an always cast chain spell, genuinely one of the weirdest, like, always casts I've gotten ever. And it's also on a really solid wand. 800? Like, look at that shit, man. Like, that's actually kind of, like, so incredible, I'm leaving it out of the thing so we can experiment. I'm pretty sure it's just the same wand sprite, but I will look. I'm not seeing it. Yeah. Because it basically, to my knowledge, goes to the very end of the list. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah. Oh, this one you're thinking? Yeah, it's the same sprite. But yeah. However, I can. Now I will take the opportunity to get rid of these excessive... Because I learned that the large and the giant magic missiles have the same mana cost. Isn't that neat? But of course, the large magic missiles are just categorically better and upgrade in every conceivable manner. I'm also super surprised it doesn't let me scroll. I'll try. No, it doesn't. No. I'll also try holding option, maybe that would do it. No. No. Shift? No. No. Oh well. I tried. Okay. Oh, this is a much better... Ooh. Hell yeah. This is a much better one of these. I am moving this to the tab 3. Fantastic. Okay. This is a terrible wand. It's got a very pretty sprite, but I don't need it. I'm tossing it. Goodbye. Ooh, woo indeed. Hey, Coitus, welcome on in. Glad to have you. Right now, I'm recovering from accidentally putting my telly wand at the end of my list of wands, which, you know, that's fantastic. But, you know, how you doing? And let's see. And, we got that feller. Got this ridiculous wand. Because, so here's my problem with this wand, right?
I don't need your mimic come.
It makes so incredibly much worm blood, because intense concentrated light makes so much smoke, and smoke and steam are worm blood. So it's just like, oh god, it's a problem, let me tell you. But I also don't quite have the heart to take the heavy shot off of it. But I really want to, but I don't have the heart to do that. It just feels so heartless to do. In what way and to what extent is that heartless? You know, great question. I didn't say that my feeling was reasonable. Okay, well, let's see here. Let's move the bounce down to here. So this wand is a very silly guy. Let's also move this guy over to here. And this one. And I guess, what else does it need? Well, frankly, it kind of needs one of these at least. It could really benefit from a wand refresh, realistically. That would be enough if I did that. Let's do it. Okay. And then, after that, I can figure out what it needs later. Oh my, we've got a different language. Back to lurking because you got midsummer celebrations going on? Yeah, you bet. I absolutely will, Coitus. I'm glad to have you, and I hope you have fun at your midsummer celebration. That sounds great. So here's a question. If I do the Tau Tentacle Chainsaw, Kibble, and I apply modifiers to the Tau, would it still, like, apply the modifiers I was hoping it would? you raiding here, and you streamed a fun game, but it turns out me and that game don't go hard in hand to hand when it comes to streaming. Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh? I see. Oh, and it would kibble? That's fantastic. Let me give a listen to the sound you've added. Actually, let's give it a listen. It is pretty good. That is pretty silly. So here's my thing. I'll think about it. I'll think about it, but I'll be entirely real with you, Shlifu. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Yeah, it's a goodie. It is a goodie. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a goodie. No. In fact, I think it's actually all good. I was thinking about it, and if anything, it was gonna be that it might lack it lacked certain bits of context, but then it was merely that I did not hear the first brief moment of it. But that that brief moment makes it fine. Because one of the issues is that something I had to deal with quite a lot that I find it's a little bit miffing. It has been miffing over the years. Is just listening to like so much as Meatball finds like the measure, like certain measures psychologically not to be valid in his eyes, right, or not to be measures at all. There have been many people over the years who've said that psychology is not a science, and they say these things to my face, and then they don't even know the first thing. It means that it miffs me. It means that it makes me a little... I guess upsetting would be the synonym. Yeah. Right, so over the years, people have said things like that to me a great many times. And, it's tiresome. So without the I'm messing with you bit, the psychologically one was just like, it sounded a bit to me like, any number of instances of people, mocking various things, yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about it, it's okay. It's not your fault in the least. These things just happen, sometimes you mishear, sometimes you just didn't hear the thing. Actually, what is this always cast? Is this explosion or explosion of brimstone, or what? It's just explosion. So here's my question, guys. Can you think of any possible usage for this as a always cast? And Bayhu, yes, it is the study of like the human brain and mind. It's like, how is it not like a study? How is it not a science, right? And like that's kind of my thought, right? But so here is a systemic bias that affects quite a lot of people. A lot of people believe that there are two types of sciences. Can I add life? Let's try. What does it do if I add? Does it do anything if I add lifetime? Let's find out. What's the difference here? It doesn't seem like I can, no. It seems entirely non-useful. What if I put what happens if I put add trigger on it? Oh, that's funny. it does it. I think you can't add lifetime. So not. Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. Well, I mean, it's a static projectile, but it's not a projectile, right? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, right? That'd be pretty rare that it'd be in a situation that would be especially helpful. So I'm just gonna put it there and be done with it. In fact, I may not have even intentionally, like, stored that in the first place. Entirely possible. Well, also, let's, let's discard these guys, because I don't really need those. And let's give it a chainsaw. Let's give it a Lumi drill. Yeah. Good stuff. And then we can put it away for a bit and apply it to other things in a bit. We'll do this. Let's see. Where's my damn telly wand? Where are you gone? Where you run away to? I get you. Having a projectile always cast can sometimes be useful for perks that scale off of that. But imagine you have. I do in fact have multiple of those. But yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Quote, we've got the exclamation mark cat. Exclamation mark cat. Dark Fox being misremembered as the sayer. In reality, it was dodgy. It was always dodgy. Yeah. Or Dodge J. But yeah, I know, right? In terms of the... You want to know? The in-universe contest? Because nothing like that. Sure, I'm happy to hear it. Exactly. More than that's a great way to put that, Meatball. More than displeased, but not enough to be angry. That is actually a truly, supremely accurate way to put that. Like, fantastic, truly. Pew, pew. Pew, pew. Yeah, I don't... I can't... I am struggling to imagine a use for this particular spell and why I would keep it, but you know what? It's, have a plasma cutter, I guess. Have a plasma cutter and hope for the best. One of these guys, maybe, I guess, actually, maybe one of these. Yeah, the magic arrow with that. Maybe that could become useful. If I toss a bounce on there, maybe we could actually be looking at something handy. Yeah. That's 8. That's pretty 8. Could be better than trash. Not saying much, but it's something. Okay. And I agree, how is it not a study? Go down deep enough. All the interactions are just chemicals, the interaction of said chemicals in our brain. So how is that? I mean, yeah, like, it's a solid question, right? Like, it's a solid question. Yeah, the issue, yeah, but basically it's this bias of, like, hard sciences. Hard sciences. Versus soft sciences. And, yeah, the entire idea is basically just that, quote-unquote hard sciences are, quote-unquote real sciences, and soft sciences are not. That is to say, social sciences, those that have to do with human behavior and the like, are just somehow not real sciences, is the idea. You'd be surprised how many people, like, especially in the academic fields, feel this way deep down. And in fact, the idea that, like, psychological measures are not real measures, comes from this type of systematic bias, right? It's understandable that Meatball probably is not meaning to, like, be coming from this particular type of, like, perspective, but in reality, that is kind of, like, the source of a lot of these ideas, right? Yeah, that's just kind of how that should be. That's not their fault, right? Like, it's just, you know, just one of those things. It's a type of systematic bias that kind of just exists within the sciences because of the initial problems with, like, psychology, because psychology was a very, very problematic like, thingamajig for a long while, in the sense that it really lacked a lot of key things that it needed if it was to be taken as seriously as it is today. Two, three, four, whee! I guess we shall... 0.93, that's extremely rough. Extremely rough, I say. They definitely need at least, I say, a Lumi. Yeah, just like this. Lovely. That should be better, but not fixed. How have I still not wrapped back around to my fucking telly wand yet? How is that even possible? Also, this wand... Will one of you guys just tell me to dispose of this wand? Like, I don't want to have to recharge Skip for this trash. It's not good enough. I don't need it, but I also am having trouble letting go. I'm going to remove the spells, right? But somebody just tell me to get rid of it, because I don't want to have to make that decision all on my own. I might be able to use divides in the main shot state to remove the explosion radius from it, and then copy it into a trigger shot. It's so funny! What the advantage of doing that over using the explosion spell directly? It's probably non-existent, though. That's one of the funniest ideas that's honestly very informative if that you actually think that might work. That's actually incredibly interesting. But also fascinating. And Bayhu, all the quotes have typos and misspellings of usernames because I'm terrible at spelling these things. I did have to say it like that because, frankly, it treats the subject with the amount of seriousness it deserves, right? Yeah. Quote comes from an Adventure Time episode where Finn and Jake are told to capture the Ice King. And they manage to imprison him. But the Ice King says that this time he didn't... Oh, I remember this episode. It's a great episode. Imprisoning him. This is a man which completely destroys Finn's worldview. And then when he says the quote... That's great. It's so unreal to you. How it's studying the human brain. And how it works physically and how it works fundamental level, not a science. So here's the thing. A lot of people... So... Here, you can... There's a legitimate way to view neuroscience, the study of the thing you just laid out there, with these, you know, human brain and how it, like, relates to human behavior and the like. There is a legitimate view of that as a reactive response to the reproducibility crisis within psychology. Specifically, so remember, neuroscience versus psychology not being necessarily the same or even related. Yes. And so the, I guess I will just put this here. I do not need it. I get rid of it. It go away. I okay with this. And so it's basically like you could view it as a response to the disqualification of the legitimacy of psychology as a quote-unquote real science in the eyes of many people, right? Because many people have never or do not, and have for a long time viewed psychology as a lesser science, a less real science than others. Which, to some extent, I can understand that especially when you have people like Freud, and a lot of the nonsense they've gotten up to over their career, right? I can understand that particular perspective, right? Like, I get that. However, the trouble, of course, is, Freud is not psychology as it exists today, In fact, psychology is very, very heavily concerned with the reproducibility of results, right? And the validity of their metrics with which they measure things, right? Well, I mean, I might make the argument that music has some, like, that there could be there is a science of music, and it's called music theory, right? But that's a separate real separate discussion, right? Now you see, Meatball, your particular perspective, though more measured than most, is, very, in fact, indicative of the type of bias I am talking about. And because I've dealt with this my entire career, right, I'm not that fazed by it, realistically speaking. But, to me, I don't necessarily... If I took that particular metric... So here's the thing, right? Look at attachment theory, and look at its applications for treating psychopathology, that is to say, any type of personality disorder. It has extremely useful ways you can prevent the emergence of psychopathology. In fact, like even in twin studies, you can show that it happens with the one person, doesn't happen with the other person, right? And thusly, it's like the type of thing where it's very much clearly effective at certain things. And I think there's more than enough evidence for it to be sufficiently rigorous. To be qualified as a science, because if you start, like, splitting those particular hairs, I mean, it's not really a good road to go down for a lot of different reasons. Not least of which is that basically, it leads to the exact issue I was just kind of saying with, like, neuroscience being a response to this entire idea of hyper-focusing in on the parts of psychology that are the most reproducible, that are the most biochemical in nature, because by doing this, it is fundamentally missing many other aspects of these phenomenon. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay, that explains quite a lot. But by hyper-focusing on these things, which is, of course, the result of that type of view, it's a natural response to it. Yeah, it's, can be a bit problematic. Nah, Kibble, it's quite different. The reproducibility crisis is something that's been happening in a lot of different fields, physics included. It's basically just an issue where the specific political, monetary, and other factors involved in academia have resulted in a significant number of things being very difficult to reproduce, or basically you do the experiment, right? Trying to reproduce the effects, and the result is that you are unable to reproduce the effects. Meaning that something went wrong. Because science is the most useful, of course, when you can in fact reproduce effects. However, in quite a few different fields, physics included, this has been less and less possible. However, psychology, by far, has taken the worst reputation hit from this issue, because it has been occurring in all sciences, not merely psychology, not merely neuroscience. As a consequence of this, I'm not especially keen to tolerate, like, too terribly much shit talk of one science over another, when in reality the issue has a lot more to do with the publishing, like the publishing process of academia and the peer review process and corruption in that process. Because in most regards, this is where the issue is likely to be cropping up. When you look at all of the issues in that process, it makes it very clear why there is that reproducibility problem. It has to do with the incentive structures of academia, and how basically, if your study has a result that is, we did the study, we did not find that this result reproduced this thing. However, we had limitations. So we can't say that the thing isn't gonna work. We just say that in this situation it can't work. Here's what we suggest in the future. There's a 0% chance you get published. 0 fucking percent chance, basically. Because it's not punchy or useful enough in a lot of people's eyes. In the editors and whatnot, right? It's not viewed as good enough science in their eyes. And this problem crops up over and over again in the peer review process. And it's almost like it's also an issue of prestige. If you don't discover something sufficiently big or good or profound enough, it's kind of viewed as like insufficient. Like it's just not good enough. It's not sufficiently sciencey, basically. Like it sounds stupid because it is. But yeah, that's part of the reproducibility crisis as a whole. But the branch of science hit the hardest by this reproducibility crisis is psychology. In particular, I think because of a systemic sampling bias. This systemic sampling bias can be summarized thusly. White college-aged males. I rest my case. The things that apply to white college-aged males do not necessarily apply across the board. And that's basically all I feel I really need to say on that particular topic. So obviously there would be a reproducibility crisis. And that's a big issue to do with the framing of the research in the first place, right? But remember what I said about the sensational, like the research needs to kind of be somewhat sensational for it to get published in the first place. So you need pretty big effect sizes. You need pretty sizable things happening, basically. And if you can't get that, you probably can't get published. Yep. And Schleifu, do not get me started on Freud. I've said my piece about him. He did one thing right. Defense mechanisms. And the fact that I point no other things out should be indicative to you that I think he did a lot of things wrong. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Nuka, thank you so much for the raid. We are discussing the reproducibility crisis in terms of all sorts of shit, but in sort of sciences. But yes, welcome on in, Nuka and friends. Hello, I am hamperchamp, the Eldritch Slime. Right now I'm playing Noita, and we are talking about the reproducibility crisis in both psychology, or not both, psychology, neuroscience, and other things. And we're having lots of fun. Let me give a shout out to Nuka. Yes, we shall do this. I know how to do this. Shout out to Nuka, and you Q-U-A, and you Q-U-A, yeah. You got rain run, you got rain get food, you got it. Your body's angry with you for not eating. That's super valid, yeah. That ooh-woo indeed. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have an ooh-woo sound? I'm not sure. But I do have nya.
Nya.
I hope it works. Oh, we do have an ooh-woo sound. Hell yeah. We also have an ooh-goo sound. Ooh-woo. We have ooh-goo. We've got nya.
Nya.
We've got nya too. We've got Trobio. Because of course, you know, Trobio is love. Trobio is life. It's true. Ooh-woo. I should probably turn the ooh-woo sound up. But yes, welcome on in, Super Blue Flames. Welcome in, Hair Tanko. Good to see you.
I'm gonna
Let's see
paint
what
the
we got.
town red.
Yes, Super Blue. That's what we got. Welcome in. I'm glad to have you guys. Let's see. And focusing on a chemical aspect fundamentally misses parts of it for a spiritual argument. And indeed, Kibble, there's actually a lot of reasons behind that. I'll get into that in just a sec. And how exactly meant to find I don't know what that's referring to. And, oh no, is Bayhu going for the evening? Seemingly so, yes. Have a lovely evening, Bayhu. Have a great night and some good sleep. That tracks being awake for the million deposit for Dunka Slam. Makes sense. And Dream Hunter, welcome on back. Rock and roll, da do 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 do. But you get some good sleep, Bayhu. But yes, essentially, the biggest trouble with the reproducibility crisis in science, as it stands today, I think has the most to do with the publishing side of it, right? Because in many respects, when you're trying to publish something, you have to basically convince the editors that whatever it is you're trying to publish is cool and sufficiently science-y enough to count in their eyes according to some extremely arbitrary set of, you know, measures that, frankly, you can only guess at, and you have to kind of, like, probably ask your colleagues what the particular people who edit this particular publication. Yeah. Let's see. It's true, poor Trobio. Trobio is just, he's doing his best. But I mean, Trobio, of course, is love. Trobio is life. I love Trobio. It's a great sound, truly. But yeah, I really appreciate the raid, Nuka. Thank you so much. And let's see. We got sufficiency science. It sounds like something from You know what? You're so right about that. It does sound like something from Aperture Science and like Portal. So if oh my god, I actually have this on demand. This is so I have like the funniest shit for you guys to give you. If you guys want a laugh at some point, I have just the video for you. I found yes, I have it right here. I'm gonna also put it in the Discord for y'all. But oh my god, and I'll also would somebody else do maybe a Discord link? I'm not sure if you guys have the ability to do that, but if you don't, then I will do it. But yes. Let me pause the thing. There we are. And now I can simply paste it. Because it's so funny, guys. Oh my god, Super Blue Flames, thank you so much. Exactly. Sufficiently credible and significant as a form. Exactly, right? And, no, our Discord thing doesn't, that thing doesn't work yet. Paste. No, I guess it's not pasting. I need to copy the link better, it would seem. I need to gooder up the copy of the link better. Here we go. So this is a very funny YouTube vid. Watch it whenever you feel like. It's basically it's on Portal's OSHA violations. And if you guys didn't know, you may or may not know this about me. I love OSHA, the organization that protects workers and has like worker standards. Because, as it happens, my particular disability tends to benefit a lot from all of OSHA's regulations. Yeah, but yes, in case y'all didn't know, I am disabled. I have a joint condition, basically. But the long short of it is that it hurts sometimes, most of the time. But you know, it's all good. Yeah. That's just how it be. However, OSHA's great because, like, first off, it kicks ass, right? But it also protects people, and it focuses in on the ergonomics of the human body, right? So here we go. This guy. There's the Discord for you. But it focuses in on the ergonomics of the human body, which is a really important thing when you're, you know, designing worker regulations and shit, you know? Exactly, and that's very valid. So right after the stream, that's honestly understandable, yeah. Man, I slept so much before stream. I think I slept for like 15 or 16 hours or something. I'm not sure why I needed so much sleep, but I needed a lot of sleep, it would seem. Which is part of why I'm just not really running out of steam. It's a good video. Yeah, I can thoroughly recommend it, which, I'll be real with you, I cannot say that about all that many, like, videos. Like, that where I'm just like, I am super all aboard for this video, but this is absolutely one of them, no doubt. But yeah, it's a goodie. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much, Super Blue Flames. I have lots of goofy things that I like to do when I stream. Yeah, I usually am playing Noita, but I'll probably play Punk sometime soon, which is a fun new game that's out. It's like, I don't even know how to describe it, frankly, and I'm not going to try. But it's cool. From what I hear, it's very cool. And from what I've seen, it looks pretty good. You fly around. And I think maybe you're, like, I can't tell if you're, like, a unicellular, like, organism, or, like, some type of, or if you're, like, in, like, some creature's body, and you're, like, trying to, I don't know, maybe it's, the game is, maybe you're, like, some cancer cell or something. That's kind of how I interpret it, but yeah. Yeah. I can't quite tell. But it does look like a pretty fun game all the same. If y'all haven't seen Primordialis, you know, that's how I interpret it, right? You fly around, and then you like, destroy, like, what looks to me like cellular structures, right? And then you take it and you use it as fuel, right? And then you use that to build, you can make drones that then attack other cells. If I doubt, like, that sounds like somebody gamified the process of, like, viruses and or cancer. I'm just saying. Oh god. I was gonna make it. I can't in good conscience make that particular joke, so I shan't. It's not a very good joke anyway, so it's fine. You don't like it anymore? Oh, don't worry. I am, like, 100% incorrect, Schlifu. Don't worry about it. Like, I'm basically, you can guarantee that I'm wrong about my interpretation. In fact, like, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Ren and I, we were thinking about, like, making some, like, goofy, series of TikToks where the entire thing is my very incorrect interpretations for song lyrics. Because my song lyric interpretation abilities are so thoroughly borked that it turns basically normal song lyrics. My brain just hears them and I'm like, oh yeah, so you must be talking about some type of time loop or something of this nature. Surely it's the only explanation. And I won't really think about it too hard. I won't think too hard about the fact that that's absurd, that the odds of me being correct are near zero. I'll just roll with it. I should play Little Inferno. Great game. 10 out of 10. You know, I will type it into a thing. I will find out. Little Inferno. Inferno. Little Inferno. Interessant. Oh no, this is terrifying looking. I don't know about nah, you know what? No, the visuals upset me. No, Nevar. Not my vibe. Let's see. You wouldn't bet. You wouldn't bet on me being wrong. That's very funny. I mean, I don't know about that. I'd bet on me being wrong in certain situations, but I can understand. Explosive bounce. That's right. That's right. I remember. I gave it to Egg to see what would happen. I was disappointed that not very much seemed to happen. It just was Egg. It was just Egg with more egg. And what you got? I mean, just egg. Egg with cluster bolt makes more egg with cluster bolt, right? There's not much to say, really. However, that does mean I can reclaim my explosive bounce, because I don't have enough of those. However, I am pretty surprised that the egg doesn't actually benefit even a little bit from the projectile area teleport. That is most peculiar. I didn't know that. What about Meteor? Does Meteor benefit? I went and very effectively clicked off of the thing. I'm a silly person. I just went and I was like, I'm gonna click, and then I clicked right off of the screen. And so now, I gotta go into the options now. And I gotta pretend like we're gonna go into the windowed mode. And then go back, because that's seemingly what the game demands of me. Yep, there we are, all done. Because for whatever reason, it just goes, it's very dim if I don't do that. So this can benefit of it, but the egg does not benefit from the always cast. Now, isn't that interesting? Fascinating. I don't really understand why this is. However, this always cast, it has so few slots. I suppose I will make some type of silly wand out of it, but it's probably not going to be very strong. Awoo indeed, Schleifu. You speak the truth. This is true. Awoo. I am a strong agreeer with the awoo. You're weird to see the game running at normal speed after watching this for so long. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, the fact of the matter is, yeah, this game does not run at normal speed for even a little bit. Ooh, this is a much better Omega Saw Blade. Always cast, I think. Well, I guess the next time I see the other one, I will try to remember that I have a much better one. Oh, I think I am nearly arriving at the wand I'm looking for, thank God. I thought it would never end. And Schleifu say, I always speak the truth. Also, I'm always right. I know everything. Because I am...
I'm Sherlock Bleeding Holmes!
Oh, that was perfect timing. Like, that was legitimately perfect timing. Like, you and I were both operating on all cylinders with that one. That was 10 out of 10. Like, that was some genuinely good stuff right there. And now let's put this particular wand up here because it's got far too many useful little things there for me to simply ignore there. Here we go. Weren't you paying? Yeah, of course it's perfect timing. They do everything. Weren't you paying attention? True. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. 10 out of 10. I absolutely love that. Let's see, let's toss these fellas. I don't really need the worms at this particular stage. Something, worm, something. Yes. Okay. However, the intense concentrated light, I really don't feel I need that. But let's see, so it's probably been... It has been some... Oh, it's time to have afternoon medication. I do that. I have done that. Now, I must press 45. Yippee indeed. The 45-minute alarm. How the hell am I not tired? Like, usually I would be a little bit tired by now. I would have, like, some amount of, like, maybe I'm getting a little tired or weary. Do you get some of my medicine? Oh, hell no. That's very funny. So, but however, I do plan to add a Yoshi lick. Shlifu, if you find the Yoshi lick sound, I will probably add it in the very near future. Like, as in, like, not like immediately, but within a day or two, really. Because I love the Yoshi lick sound is by far one of my favorite, like, sounds that Dunk has on his entire stream. Like, and I feel that it's utterly delightful. But don't worry, I will happily share some of the foods that I eat in 45 minutes when I eat the foods. I'm afraid I just can't be legally held liable for you know, sharing medicine and whatnot. Let's see, we got this guy. Move the spark bullet trigger. But yeah, I suppose if you guys don't quite know what Noita is, it's an every pixel is simulated to kill you type of game. It's extremely difficult in general, and it's got so much going on. However, my game runs very slowly, so it is a lot less overwhelming. Yes. But yes, it's generally a very silly little game. And a lot of goofy things happen. It's also quite difficult. It's got a very steep difficulty curve. Yeah. 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 I think that's a pretty accurate summary, realistically speaking. Now, the real question about Digging Blast is... Something I would like to try is if I... Well, okay. Here's the first thing to test. Does Explosive Bounce alter any of its characteristics sufficiently that it might be useful? Probably not. Nah. Unlikely. Okay. Let's toss a few of them, but then keep the rest, probably. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's in the Discord, and if I add lifetime with them... That's a great question, Kibble. You know what, that will be one of the things we test out here shortly. Because I would very much like to know the answer to that. But no doubt I have Digging Blast laying around in more than one place. But if not, I will pick it up off the ground right there. Let's see, 8, 10, 270. That's a very good wand, actually. Like, that's like really good, actually. Like, that's super strong. It's kind of crazy. I should absolutely set this up in the ceiling here. Also, something I want to try, is the Firecracker spell. I want to figure out what exactly it's doing, because I wasn't very satisfied with the wiki description. I don't really remember what it was, but I recollect not being satisfied with it. I remember reading it, and I was like, that's all you have to say about it? That's barely a description. And then I remember thinking to myself, grumble, 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 grumble.
If you want something done, do it yourself.
No, it's
If you want something done right, do it yourself, kiddo.
Wait, really? It has explosion of material? I want you to please elaborate a bit, Kibble. I don't quite know what that means in this context. But I would like to know. And we will also increase lifetime with the bounce. Yes. Bounce. Now let's find out. What does it do? What do? Boing, 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 boing. And let's toss out this spell. It's probably not that useful to me at this particular juncture. If you want something done, just tell me. I mean, it's true. Like, Shlipu is absolutely on top of everything. It's a fact. There's some spells that create a material in a radius determined by explosion rate. Really, that's fucking bizarre. So if you add explosive projectiles with firecracker fruit, it will make a bunch of gunpowder since the radius is... Oh my god, I had no idea, Kibble. So what you're telling me is that that's a fantastic way to deal a bunch of fire damage. And also obstruct the movement of enemies while burning them. Because that sounds like a genius idea. And the exact type of nonsense I would like to do.
Let's also scooch these things a squidge. And also let's give it the explosive bounce modifier now. Let's see what happens with the digging blast. You know, I mean, here's the other question. Do you actually? Let's find. Here's a great idea. I'm gonna do that again, but I'm gonna yo. I think this makes it so that that can do damage. So I suppose this is another way to give damage to digging blast. You know, you're right. It's probably not fantastic, Kibble, but you're right. It is probably just a way to do it. Yeah, true. Okay. Oh, I see. I already had the... I forgot I had that guy up there. That's good. Very good. Ah, yes. And the very silly tentacular spell. There are several things I would like to do with this absurd spell. But, frankly, it's difficult to know what the best thing to do with it is. Like, I'm thinking some type of mobile circle of stillness. And then, like, okay, fine, be that way. Do not to be like that ways! Yeah, that sure did fall a ways, didn't it? What would be a nice quality of life mod in Noita? I'd love to hear it. I see. This is where I forgot that, but you know, I am glad that I found this particular one, because I had forgotten where that thing was. This was meant to be my other, like, experiment to figure out what the deal with the plasma beam bounce is. However, plasma beam bounce was so underwhelming, in general, that I forgot about it. I forgot that I even had this wand laying around with these other spells on it. It was pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie to you. Plasma beam bounce is profoundly meh. Like, most of the things you would hope it does not do. Most of the ways it would interact with stuff, it does not. And most of the interesting ideas you might have to do with it, it simply says no thanks.
It just be that way sometimes, you know? So we got the toxic mist, we got some pollen, we got the giant spitter bowl with timer. I mean, I suppose I could just do it like this. Put those there. Journey mode, is it? I don't, but I know that it's easier than the other mode. Yeah, I don't know very much about how that works now. I know in the other mode, like the harder mode, you gotta make your way back to your, like, where you perished to get your money. I remember that. And what I'll also do is I will put the horizontal path always cast wand over here because I would like to test a few things out with that. But also, man, 26 slots, so nice. So good. Delicious, even. It is delicious. What can I say? But it is much delish. You know, it's a good delish. Oh, I remember this. I think this wand actually works well. To my recollection, it's actually a little bit bizarrely strong. Yeah, that's right. It's pretty good. Yeah, that's right. It makes a cute little eldritch I remember now. It's a cute little eldritch friend, you see? It's a cute little, like, tentacle. Like, this is a cute little eldritch tentacle friend. Who just, you know, he wanders around, he follows you, he makes the world a better place. He leaves a bunch of plasma behind, and then you bleed slime all over the place. Because, you know, much like a lot of pets, they bite you because they don't know. You like this wand? You do? I am so glad that you like this wand. One of my favorite things about it is how, like, incredibly simple it is, right? So in journey mode, once you collect a certain number of an item, you can just, oh, I did actually know that part. Yeah. But the number is different from item. That makes sense. And I agree actually that it would be a fantastic quality of life mod. You're so totally right, Shlifu. I agree thoroughly and profoundly. Yeah. Good stuff. Heck yeah. The way in the super late game you wouldn't have to search exactly, right? Because my thought process is that, like, this is part of why I like decide to install this wand, that I have like the specific, like, just the thing we have with, like, the spell inventory as well as the other inventory, the wand inventory. There we go. The reason I was totally fine with installing that after I got, like, into the late game was, like, there is no such quality of life perk, and it's like, at the end of the day, it's just like, it would just be a bunch of tedium. And I'm just like, what is the purpose of this tedium? Exactly, the storage would be a non-issue, but yeah, you're right. What would be nice about this is also, you know, I wouldn't have to, first off, I wouldn't have to store, I could just store wands for the purpose of, of, like, their stats, right? I would never have to store something just for, like, the number of slots it has, so I wouldn't have to, like, yeah, like, it would just make everything so much simpler, right? So here's the problem about Spell Lab, right? Fundamentally, because Spell Lab is in a controlled environment, there are many things you cannot easily test. Right? it's more difficult to test, like, the way that a particular projectile might hit an actual enemy, right? Like, it's not as applicable, right? Because to me, I mean, I am also curious what exactly you mean, Kibble. But yeah, like, it is a fair question, truly. I'm interested in the answer. But yeah, it's definitely a really interesting type of question. Oh, is that so? I didn't actually know that. I think they were asking you, Kibble. I'm also curious, but if not, I'm asking you, I suppose, to elaborate a bit more, right? Because to me, what I like about this is that each of the spells, you know, in a sense, you know, like like, earned each of the bits, you know, the bits and the bobs of the things. Like, each of them is, like, every spell, everything in the jig that we have here is something that that I got myself and whatnot. And earned and the like. And personally collected and all that good stuff. It's merely that my backpack is a bit bigger than normal. Oh, really? It was for me? In regards to what? I see. It's great for testing. So to me, the Spell Lab, because there's so much in front of you, it, like, as for me, what it causes is, like, I look at all the spells available, like, literally every spell available to me, and I can't help but kind of, like, miss the a forest for the trees, I suppose, in a way. Right? I know, but, like, I would not be able to use it correctly, is, I guess, my trouble with it. And I guess that's a me problem in some respect. It's just distracting, I guess. So even if I didn't have it open all the time or nothing, it would just be kind of like, I would look at it, and my eyes would just have trouble focusing on the right things. And it would just kind of invalidate my ability to use it for its very purpose. Right? Whereas the inventory, I can handle. It's like, oh, I'm just looking at like 26 spells at a time. Whereas it would kind of be like looking at the progress screen. When I look at this progress screen here, and once it loads anyway, I can barely make heads or tails of it. If you ask me to find a spell on here, I would really, really struggle. Yeah. Yeah. And no, I mean, I appreciate being told it's valid. I'm glad you understand. It makes me happy to hear that. Yeah. And to answer my question, it sounds like the argument along the lines of, past a certain point, managing inventory becomes tedious instead of challenging. Yes. Yes. Past a certain point, the game does kind of become tedious instead of challenging if it's a super late game. I'm just experimenting with wands since there's nothing that can actually kill me, yeah? I mean, to a certain extent that is true. Although in my eyes, there's definitely still a lot of things that could probably pretty handily kill me. It would just take a bit of negligence on my part, right? And that's kind of like the... I guess... Because there's a question of, like, at what point is, like, the negligence that it would take to, like, make it, get you killed in a particular run? At what stage is that negligence... At what point should you just, like, flip on a immunity to poly or some nonsense, right? You got home from the beach, and I am good, actually, because I got, like, 16 hours of sleep last night. It was some good sleep, by the way. It was such fantastic sleep. I mean, the dreams weren't very pleasant or anything, but I mean, I did dream, that was nice. But yeah, because the dreams, my brother in my dream, he ate my last cupcake. Can you believe that? The nerve of that guy in my dream. Hello, kitty. How could he? How could he? The nerve. But indeed, I am in fact good. I agree, Meatball. I'm glad you understand. Yeah, I probably won't be streaming that much longer. But, you know, I am surprisingly still. I've got plenty of energy, but it's probably got to do also something with the fact that, you know, for whatever reason, my sleep schedule. But yeah, welcome on in, Zero Damage. Glad to have you. Let's see. Like we were just kind of discussing how like the game past a certain point is. Yeah, it's like a, and at this point, Poly can kill you, and that's about it. And you can negate that as well by farming Poly. And that is true. That is true. I could do that, and it would be a whole thing. You know, I think the best way to go about doing that would probably be just, you know, find some polymage and then find that enemy that revives the enemies. Yeah, I remember who suggested that, but it was a great suggestion. It was a marvelous suggestion, truly. Aw, the kitty's snuggling with me. Aw, he's so cute. He jumped up and he was like, I want snuggles. But how was the time at the beach, Zero? I'm curious. Do tell. Oh, who's a fluffer? Who's a little puff? Who's a good little fluffle bear? Who's a good fluffy guy? The sun's finally down, so you can open the window without being air fried, and that is good, because you know nobody likes to be air fried. You know, your legs are a bit burnt. Oh, that's rough. But I'm glad that you had a good time. I saw a little bit of the stream from the beach. It looked like you was having a good time. Which, that is always a fantastic thing. Oh my, we've got blood magic there. And this one's, oh, I see, this is my always cast quantum split. What the fuck what was I doing? What in the goddamn was I trying to cook with this one? I am not so sure, really. But yeah. Yeah, during stream the other day, I was talking to you about, like, the interesting ways. Well, first, we might as well just look at the ways in which infestation is affected by, explosive projectile rather than explosive bounce briefly, which is how this particular one is set up. It's also got the, you know, the electricity and shit. But this makes it pretty, like, easy to, like, view what's going on with this particular spell because you can see all of the different, like, little guys who are going around. But the explosive projectiles, like, kind of, they mostly happen seeming not like random intervals, it doesn't seem, but it only happens with some of the little guys, some of the little infestation fellers. I'm not exactly sure what it determines when it's going to detonate, but the explosive bounce seems to do something rather quite different. And however, I do know that adding the bounce drastically increases the number of explosive projectile explosions. Because now let's look at this. Well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it does more this way? Actually, I think I need to get rid of this electricity, because the electricity might straight up be fucking with the experiment entirely. In fact, I think that is the case. Hello, little kitty man. Oh, you want even more scratches? Is that what I'm hearing, Mr. Man? My God, what even is my health right now? That's a big number I can't read. Only happened because some of them, because the copies. Yeah, I get the quantum split don't have the modifiers, right? But I meant more so like why are some of them like some of them are doing the dealio, right? With the I also put away whatever this one was. Son of a bitch. Well, guess that's gone. It's fine. Moving along. Yes. So, first test. We're waiting for when it explodes with the explosive projectile. Is it not gonna do it? It's definitely not the explosive projectile. Oh, there it is. So it seems that the explosive... So it this would like suggest to me that something that makes it a lot more effective here is just the bounce all by itself. Right? So let's now add the bounce. So the bounce all by itself, we've already got, I mean, that is more detonations. That's one detonation so far, but it seems that this is not the whole story. Because as we were, oh, well, that was another explosion. Because when we then add the explosive bounce, well, let's not, well, actually, no, let's leave the explosive bounce out of the discussion for a moment, and instead give it this back, the electric. Because the electric seems to also be fundamentally altering it somehow, and causing it to then detonate more. Why and to what end? I'm not exactly certain. But it does seem that it's really quite drastically doing this. But explosion! Now, what happens if we then add the explosive bounce here? Well, so the electric arc is the thing creating the explosion. Okay, this is good to know. So let's remove it. And now we do explosive bounce. And now it's only detonating every time that it hits the thing, right? However, this is already, you know, pretty significantly enhancing its effectiveness because we got something like that going on. Right? We've got a bunch of little explosions there. Just nice. In a more confined space, it does quite a lot more. But these little explosions are not affected by the explosive projectile, I don't think. And so that leaves us, you know, with reduced options as to how we can really maximize the manner in which to make this as devastating as humanly possible. And I found that the best way to go about this is truly, it's just as blazingly simple. It's just speed up, right? You just make it go faster, you make it bounce more, you can add a second bounce to really, like, double down on all of this. And then that basically just turns us into a situation where things like bouncing like literally everywhere and exploding. And then if you put this on a rapid fire wand, then God help your enemies, right? Like, look at this. I fired it one time. That's part of why I chose this goofy ass and not very good wand to do this on. It's because I'm only firing it the one time. And it's very, very effective. And it's really not a very complicated build. And these three spells here, these three, unnecessary. Homing, unnecessary. It's just speed up. The anti-gravity's helping, but it's, again, unnecessary. It's really just the speed up, the explosive bounce, and the bounce. With the infestation, these are the things really selling this particular wand build. And what makes it really function in the first place. And thusly, you know, it's like, you could do a lot of crazy shit with this. Could do a lot of fucking crazy ass shit with this. Exactly, right? Explosive projectile and infestation together alone, very good. Exactly, right? But adding the extra bounce. Oh, I agree. The explosive projectile alone, but the thing is, it's quite good. But what I like more about the explosive bounce is that you can control where it's exploding better, because the explosive projectile I found has this like element of it's harder to control, I guess, where it's going to detonate, and you basically have to then modify the velocity of this, like you can fire with something slow, etc., etc., to really make it do exactly what you're hoping, or put it inside a trigger or something. But even then, it may fly over to you and explode you, and that's not great. Whereas with this, if you're careful about the way you angle it, you could basically not have explosion immunity. Just fire it into a like confined area, run away, and you should be perfectly fine, right? And I like that quite a lot about it. And I think it's lovely, and marvelous, and great, and beautiful, and the essence of art, because it's so fun, and cute, And it's great, and it explodes in most delightful ways. Wait a minute. What if I made an explosive box with Tentacler on it? I could have an explosive box Tentacler friend. This is a great idea. I'm a genius, I know, thank you. Okay. So this particular, you know, I don't need any of this. It's trash. I don't need no, it's trash. Blood mist. I mean, I guess I'll keep a single wand with it on here, but I really, what what good is it gonna do me? What good is the blood mist gonna do me at this stage in the game? And the answer is it's not gonna be very helpful. The explosive projectile infestation doesn't have the friendly fire explosions by default? Then I'm wrong. Then that's the better. That's probably the better call if you don't have the explosion immunity, because I think that the other thing does have friendly fire. So that is definitely a drawback. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that one. I ain't gonna be sugarcoating that boy though. Yeah. And flamethrower. I just don't have her. I've been underwhelmed. I made it like divide by 100 or something. Explosive projectile, one of these guys for the flamethrower. It was silly. That's about the only thing I have to say about it. It was a silly ass thing. Now this. I don't recollect what unhinged nonsense I was cooking with this, but I was. But then I decided I was going to do something else because I got distracted, you know. You know how it goes. And... oh, what the fuck? Actually... well, I'm glad that it got caught on that rock over there. That's good. What the hell was I doing here? I don't think I was doing anything. I think this was a storage wand. In many respects. And it's got all the bounces, which is nice. As such, I'm going to store it over here. Nola. You put. Oh, you know, I did actually know that one. I am very fond of the Omega Saw Blade thing. So something I've been considering about all this shit is. Actually, I'm not sure if Zero has seen the, honestly, has seen the very silly all-seeing eye digging, but I think it's pretty good. But I have not yet made the all-seeing eye digging everything it can be. It's not yet quite what I would call, like, it hasn't reached its true potential, right? So this extremely silly. So why would I bother using this wand? Well, the only thing this has going for it is it has 23 slots, and you know, frankly, given its other really serious foibles, it's not quite worth it. Yeah, hell no, I'm not. I am not abiding by such nonsense. Yeah, I use the word foibles. It's a good word. It's a good word. I like it. And this wand is pretty meh, frankly. And it's so meh, in fact, that I'm just gonna toss it into the bin. Yeah, chaotic transmutation, to my knowledge, seems to disable the first Lua component, right? Yeah. Basically, whatever the first Lua component in a spell is, for the, what do you call it? For Omega Saw Blade, that is the boomerang. The one that tracks the player. So, by, you know, disabling that, you have functionally removed the only drawback of the spell. which is awesome. Yeah. Okay, so we have each one of these bounces, and then we've got just very simple stuff there. Cool. But we also did not finish building this out, it doesn't seem, yeah. I remember accidentally putting that wand away and being sad about it. Good, we are finally arriving at things I remember. And then, of course, I dropped the damn thing. Of course. But that's okay. I remember the wand sprite this time. And true, you have given it a new drawback in the form of, you know, it randomly transmuting a bunch of crap, yeah. However, what is nice about chaotic transmutation is whatever substance it's going to turn the thing into, that is determined at the time of casting. So basically, you can figure out whether it's going to be a problem pretty damn, like, immediately, basically. And that basically would let you avoid a whole lot of different problems you could encounter if you didn't know immediately. And I do believe there's also, like, some visual effect on it some of the time that, like, I think that tells you what type of thing it is, or maybe that's just as it's transmuting stuff. Not sure. True Orbit, Chaotic Transmutation. With a good material rule, is actually a pretty good method of digging. Because of that. Oh, you mean for acid I would take it? Or something else? Because one thing I have not experimented particularly much with applying that to True Orbit. Wow, this is holy shit, that's very good. In fact, that is good enough. It could probably afford to use Meteor. That's awesome, actually. So much so that I would like to start using. This guy gets moved to 3 because he's just an absolute giga chat of a wand. And you know what? This wand, it is sufficiently mediocre. Well, it's got 8 slots, so if it had 7, I would just toss it out into the abyss and be done with it, but since it's got 8, it can sit underneath the mountain for the time being, in case I need something with that. Now this is 8. That's also meh. This guy can also be tossed into the abyss. Yeah, into the abyss you go. Why did I hold on? I have no idea. I think that was probably an accident, really. Solid wand. This one's also very good. But not like super omega incredible. Huh. What the fuck was I cooking with this guy? If I fire this downward, it should trigger the octagonal bolt bundle, I'm pretty sure. No, because it does not wish to cooperate. Interesting. I wonder what those are. Are those all still infestation things? Probably. Yeah, probably. If I had to guess. Ah, yes. Ball lightning. My least favorite spell. What the hell is this? A very dangerous. Okay, not to me, actually. Just it's got circle transmogrification generalized. Clearly, this is just a nonsense wand. Just a backpack. Not much going on here. But I do have an explosive bounce. If I have a wisp on a low speed true orbit and a good chaotic transmute roll, say shifted something into Halcyon, for example. Yeah. For an idea, then you get a radius around yourself getting converted to Halcyon so you can teleport through it and get healed. Yeah, I mean, that sounds real nice. That sounds very, very practical. Good shit, really. High tier. Okay. And the wand is supremely meh. I need to dispose of this as soon as I take the spells off of it, really. Awoo. I agree. Awoo. You so right. You speak the truth, Shlifu. You so right. Sometimes you just need a little awoo in your life. Awoo. Okay. That's right. This one was a very, very simple concept, actually. I just wanted to make this deliver a bunch of bombs in a magic arrow wisp as a piercing projectile. I just did not finish doing that. I will set this down and we can set to this task in a little bit once I reclaim my marvelous teleport wand that I tossed into the abyss by accident. Oh god. Actually, yeah, this one is very silly. I don't really think it needs to be the way it is. Pew pew. Pew 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 pew. You know, Shlifu, that's a good question. I think part of my thought process was absolutely for aesthetic reasons. 110% for aesthetic reasons, but you know, explosion is also very cool. Maybe I'll do that. Relatable? Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Then we've got this silly ass wand. Like, what the fuck was I cooking with this? I genuinely have no idea. And it's true. Aesthetics are important. It's true. Honestly, society says that certain things are vain. And some things are, in fact, vain. But it's also okay to be vain to some extent, right? Just don't take it too far, right? Much as with everything, you know? The moss does like aesthetics, is true. Pew pew. Okay. Now, what even is this one? A very strange one is the answer to that question. Full of spells that really aren't that good. Like, I don't have a actual rational reason to hold on to a lot of these. They are simply insufficient. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these are just not quite really good enough to be holding on to, but, like, especially with how many others we got. But what I shall do is I shall move it to this category with just the storage stuff, because that's really where it belongs. Here's an incomplete tally thingy. The start of a random projectile wand. Nonsense, really. This is actually basically done. It just needs that. Yup. And now if I drink, I have, in fact, good, I have the chaotic, not chaotic, the stuff. The liquid stuff. God damn it. What even? The words. Mana. Good. Mana. Good. That's so dumb. Pa, it's an excuse to get Lukey legs. That is very funny. Yeah, my trouble with Lukey legs is like if I just Telewand setting up. You know, that's actually a good idea to set up the tele. You know what? Great idea. As soon as I find my happy Telewand, I can put it in a much safer place. It's not at the end of a fucking abyss. Yes. However, this wand, I also need to move this guy over to 3. Because with 300 and... Wait, no, wait, that's all wrong. Never, actually. When I come across it again, I notice that that is not the mana recharge speed, and it's instead the mana maximum, I will discard it, so it's fine. That guy is there for placate shenanigans. I mean, this guy... This one is not very impressive, so I'm just gonna set this one out here. And at every stage, Spiral Shot has been underwhelming. I've been able to do a couple of interesting things with it, but if I'm all being real with you, it's not that great. I do plan to get the... and welcome on back, Imbauto. And I do plan to get the infinite health at the new game +3 mark. Yeah. Perhaps not exactly then, or like, yeah, maybe not. Actually, wait. Oh, this is a funky ass wand. What? Could there even possibly be a use for this ridiculousness? Probably not. What a funny wand. What an unbelievably strange wand. Pew! Whee! It's very funky. It's very silly. Yeah, it's true, Dream Hunter. You are so right. I do plan to get the uwu. True. Now that's pretty clever. I'm amused. Teehee. That is quite... You want to know a very silly thing that just occurred? So, you guys still here? Yeah, okay, it was just this particular computer. That's peculiar. Oh, to my knowledge, regrettably, they don't all get added to your bones folder, as crazily funny as that would be. Oh man, that's gonna confuse the hell out of me. Both Dream Hunter and Kibble Kidlet's colors have now changed because my computer refreshed. Or rather, the page that I have the stream summary open on, it crashed for whatever reason, and it was like, please reload the page. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll reload the page. Or rather, it really was just like, can't load page. I'm like, I doubt that very much. And so then I tried doing it again, and of course it could load the page. But now, the colors are different. So now I have to adjust. Sad. And truly that is my only complaint. I must adjust. Let's see. So yes, this is a plasma beam bounce. Yeah. So basically, this is as far as I'm concerned, the utility for plasma beam bounce is to fire it into like a little confined area at the correct angle, and you can basically use it to drastically multiply your plasma beam output if you get the correct type of, like, if you angle it just right. Because it'll bounce back, well actually, it needs the extra bounce, this one, to do this correctly. Observe. Because if you do that, then suddenly you don't just have one plasma beam, right? Oh, okay, it seems that I need to, you know what, frankly, I think I'm just going to do this. Because this is not a very good wand, it's fine. I'm just gonna do this to make my life easier. There we go, perfect. Basically, you want to go about it like this. You want to just fire it in at some kind of angle like that. Or, goddamn, it's just really not cooperating today, is it? It's probably because this wand has a really slow velocity, it would seem. Or is it that it has a fast velocity? Unsure. But yeah, there we go. Now it's doing it. Yeah, so basically it just bounces between the things and you get more plasma beams, more or less. It does not really function the way you would expect, right? I would have expected the plasma beam bounce to mean that it, like, bounces off the wall and, like, it starts bouncing back and forth like that. No. It basically LARPas. Or is this LARPA? No, it's not LARPA. Bounce. Oh! Thank you, Kibble. You're right. Oh, I mean, it's a great... The thing about the wet bulb temperature is a super good fun fact. I've also shared this fun fact with several people as well. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a great little fun fact. It's a 10 out of 10 fun fact. And you know what? I'm not very fond of this wand at all, so I'm gonna toss it into the abyss. Because the problem is that the plasma beam bounce is good with its specific setup that makes it good, but without that, it's just, oh god. It's nightmarishly meh. In the most painful of ways. Ooh, that's pretty. I like it. It's pretty. That's very pretty, actually. So, let's do this. Even prettier. Mm-hmm. If I do this. Pew, 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 pew. That's pretty savage. I like it. Now, if I do this, what then? That's very... I like it. It's very pretty. Let's do this. And then let's put the chainsaw. There we go. Pew, 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 pew. Okay, that means this guy's basically done. If I need to, I'll get a different one to put it on to gooder it up. D. And then there's, oh god, I forgot about that abomination. Oh lord. Because yeah, that abomination sure is. We'll just call it something. A lot of plasma. I could try double spell pollen. Huh. Can you explain to me what this does? Because I can tell that there's some pollen engine shit, right? Yeah, you're right. This might end up being my... I think I might have made it to 14 hours one time? I don't remember. Well, if I do this... I don't know. Yeah, this is the type of, like, payload I was thinking for the, that very silly wand a little bit ago. With the magic arrow. Wisp. Yeah. Oh, well, the 14 hours one. So VOD's this long. So here's the problem. Think of it this way. I can only upload 8 hours to YouTube. 8-hour videos to YouTube. As such. This means... Actually, this one is storage. And what is stored is specifically those guys. Honestly, I'm getting the more I use the yeah, okay, maybe I won't get rid of all the intense concentrated lights, just one of them. The more I use it, the more I come to despise it. It's just so meh. Let me tell you, it's just so meh. Oh! Yeah, that's right. This one was meant explicitly... Yeah, I think the use case is kind of obvious, right? With the heplicate on it. It was meant to fail to cast Mato Sade or something. Do I? So the idea is that you double spout pollen, and pinpoint of light, pinpoint of trigger, no, pinpoint to trigger, pinpoint for the first time, and then pinpoint has pollen, so it continues to trigger itself along its path. And the pollen has some plasma as expiration payload, so it spawns plasma when the pinpoint... Ah, I get it now, okay. Maybe it was only 12 hours, the longest one. I don't recall. Something like that. Ooh, this could be fun with LARPA. Yeah, this is just asking to be upwards or downwards LARPA. 10-hour video to YouTube, you say? Yeah, I think it was because, like, just everything about it went really well. Like, stream-wise. I'm not sure what it was, but it was a damn good stream. Ah, yes, and this wand I can toss into the abyss. So it's just not very good. Well, you know, I guess it's kind of a blessing in disguise that I accidentally put my telly wand into the thing that has the most different spells, right? Because, or most different wands, because I was looking to, you know, clean this entire tab out at some stage. I didn't want to do it right now. But that's really how I felt for quite some time. I didn't want to do it right now, but for the past forever. So I guess, you know, nothing new. Okay, now we'll put this guy. Oh, but yeah. If 0 damage happens to still be here, I would love to show him. There are 2 9-hour videos. Interesting. That is actually really interesting, because I didn't know that they... That means that a couple of videos that I thought didn't succeed, did actually succeed. That is bizarre. So what's real nice about the projectile area teleport with the bounce on the chain bolt is that it really maximizes the potential and the capacity of Chain Bolt to be able to like deliver. Like, look at how many fucking jumps that was like. It was like 5 or 6 jumps, right? That's crazy. And this does not even have an increased lifetime, right? And so it's just a beautiful work of art, is what it is. And it's gorgeous. And it's okay if you're not here, but you know. I really like this usage of bounce, because bounce with... I feel like Chain Bolt is one of those spells that benefits from it. Yeah, phasing? Thank you. I appreciate you, Kibble. Thank you for that. So, combining the phasing with the projectile area teleport and the bounce, because even without the phasing, to my knowledge... Yup. It makes it so that it does not terminate early, which is very good. It makes it so you're a lot more likely to kill enemies with it. Also, 1, 2, 2, 3. Yeah, that's good. 1, 2. Yeah, that's ordinary. So it's like whatever it is. It's like die 4 or something. Lifetime. Well, right. Even if you didn't, well, I mean, speed-wise, just do this, and you've like made it go faster, right? I mean, it's not a big deal, you know. I mean, to me, it's not like a huge deal to make it go faster, because you can just like, you can just pair it with like literally any projectile to go fast. But sure, Tau. Scoochity scooch. Let's move this for just a moment. Let's do this. Sure, this is fine. Yeah, this seems fine to me. Still seems better to me, you know. Because it still bounces off of shit. Or no, maybe it's not bouncing because it's not getting the modifier. I can't tell. Something is not going correctly. I don't think it's just the speed. So it is bouncing still. Maybe I need to remove the phasing here to really see what's going on. I actually have a better idea. Flip-flop. Okay, yeah. That is better. I see. I see. Fascinating. So you really do need that extra speed from something. Let's see here. From something like what other types of things could you use here? So I guess that means you'd have to get rid of the projectile area teleport because of how much it's losing the speed here. you still want it to bounce. Yeah, it does seem that way, yeah. Fascinating. How very peculiar. Yeah, it does. 0.75. It sure does. I know this because I've needed to slow down the, I only noticed it because I've constantly needed to slow down, like, the, tentacle. And I often use projectile area teleport to do that. Because it's a good one for that purpose. Interesting. So yeah, the pinpointer's making a real difference here with making this able to really bring out the full, like, potential of this, like, particular spell. That's very fascinating. Because I did not know that that was the case there. That's really interesting. How many stacks of pinpointer do I have? Because I have a lot of stacks of it, if I'm going to be real with you. Actually, you know, that's a lot fewer than I thought. I've only got 4 stacks. 4. So what kind of... So what multiplier does that kind of put on things, I guess? I'm kind of curious now. Rather, what would the formula to figure out the multiplier be? Is, I guess, a better question. So that I can generally figure it out anytime. Hey, hey, hey! Good to see you, Dark Fox. Glad to have ya. How ya doing? I hope you're doing well today. Oh yeah!
I don't need this. You
I remember this extreme
I don't need you to mimic
non-build that I basically
Mimic
threw
cum.
together at a moment's notice because I was not entirely sure what I was doing, frankly. Clearly I was not cooking because this is a nonsense. But, you know, it's whatever. Let's see. I'm not sure what I should... here, I'll just... It's fine. I will just put this particular thing right here and deal with it in a minute. Because basically what we're doing is we're kind of doing spring wand cleaning. And thank you for being a real viewer. I appreciate you, Dark Fox. Ooh, 1.4 is a speed multiplier pinpointer. So what basically it's 1.4, 1.4, 1.4, and then 0.8. So what, like, it's 4 1.4 multiplied, and then 0.8. How many times is low recoil do I have? Before that one. Oh no, I didn't. I blind. Base speed multipliers. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm copying this and pasting it in a little note so that I have it. Because that is so useful. Number of projectile stack projectile material spells cast in the shot state. That is so useful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Kibble. That is so handy. But yeah, how are you doing this evening, Dark Fox? And also, what the hell is the deal with this? This wand is... It does not belong in the 4 category. Why did I put it there? Oh, I see. It's because it's got 950 mana maximum. And 26 slots, and that's kind of awesome. And that's right, okay. Something I wanted to do is I wanted to use a Quiplicate or Heplicate with Vacuum Bounce, because there's only 20, which is a problem. God damn it. Using the same trick that you use for, like, Matosade, but with, like, Vacuum Bounce is extremely difficult due to the super thin margins you have to operate on in order to do that. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Oh yeah, I remember this one. This wand is genuinely unhinged as could be. Like, I don't think I need to explain very much. You're feeling strange. You woke up early, and the day was like eternity. Interesting. So you can go to sleep at any moment. Well, I hope you get some good sleep. I could just do add trigger vacuum. Oh, you're right. You're right. So I could just get a really trash wand with terribly trash stats. You know, that's a great idea, Kibble. I will do that later. That's a great idea. Also, this wand is... I mean, it's frankly a bit dangerously unhinged. I'm gonna put it over here and kind of forget that I made something this unhinged. Until later. Oh, right. But what I mean is, so that I can... Oh, right. You're right, because I don't need to do the Heplicate thing anymore. I was just so caught up on doing that I, like, forgot that I wouldn't need to do that if I did the thing you just said. That's pretty funny, actually. Let's see. Is this the Circle of Fervor wand? It sure is. Ah, yes, the 7-cast wand. With, frankly, somewhat mediocre stats. However, I am going to deposit this right here on the ground and deal with you in a bit. I remember this guy. It's a great wand. Whee! 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 Woohoo! And I agree, always cast piercing is kind of nice. I've actually got like 6 or 7. Oh, wait a minute. We've got just the wand for this. Or not wand, no. Yes, this. This is the one. This is the beautiful, this is the art for the moment. Oh, so the healing becomes a problem if there's a lot of it, right? So basically, if I've got the one, like the rate at which this is firing, it's not a huge problem. The problem occurs if I try to apply Nala to this, or basically any other series of things. They cause pretty serious issues. I'm gonna move this to that particular tab. Yeah. Exactly. Brain rot alert. T. Exactly. I was trying to make a wisp. I then got tired of it not going very well, and so I stopped trying to make a wisp. That is what happened with this particular wand. I am purchasing Expanding Sphere, so that I can toss it into the bin. The only thing this has going for it is that it's slow enough that it's a suitable payload for Tentacle with Timer. Something else I was considering is what would happen if I fucked with Glittering Field in terms of the projectile speed as well. Because I was thinking it could be utterly ridiculous and fascinating. I'm not exactly sure what would happen. But I do think it might be interesting. Yes, and this wand shall go with the rest of the wands that have terrible mana recharge. That's to say, it's gonna go right here. Although, I will give it the courtesy of checking. What is your intrinsic speed? Oh. I understand now why I kept this wand. This wand has an extremely low, intrinsic speed multiplier. Why does it gotta be like that? Like a freakishly low. Like you see this shit? It's like absurdly slow for the rock to come out flying, right? Especially given that I have 4x pinpointer and shit. It's like it's unreasonably slow. And like compared to most other wands, it's in slow motion realistically. And what's nice about this is that you can use this to make Bouncing Burst and or Disc Projectile start out at a much slower starting velocity, so that you can then make it, you can get a lot more out of it in terms of making it be a powerful sort of, what do you call it? You know, thing that do stuff. Fuck it, words, man. Thing that do stuff. That's pretty good. Velocity-based damage scaling. Ho ho, words. Some of the time you just need a moment for the words to arrive. Okay. Need an accelerating. And I think that would be sufficient, really. Accelerating, heavy shot, and then I guess maybe a couple other things. I mean, right, Kibble, but here's the thing. I'm not merely interested in making this the best damage wand it could be. I'm interested in learning what amount of damage I can extract from a wand of this nature, right? To learn if it's a worthwhile proposition if, say, in Nightmare mode, I have a homing. I have one homing. I have a velocity speed, like a velocity scaling damage spell, and I have a wand of this sort that has a freakishly low starting velocity, right? Is it worth it to go for this, right? And I want to know how much damage baseline I'm getting, right? Yeah. And do you also happen to know the formula for the eat your vegetables projectile damage that's getting at it? Because I have yet to figure that shit out. Let's see. Let's just set this particular wand down right there, so that we can use it in a little while. That's right. And then we got this rather, really, kind of strong, really strong wand. I'm gonna move this guy over to here, though, because it's, frankly, good enough to go there. Trobio indeed. You are so right, Schlifu. Really, that's not how it works. Oh wait, the scaling changes according. So wait, this. Okay, so you better way do that. Stack a bunch of heavy. Okay, I see. Yeah. So I know that I figured it was like a satiation multiplier, right? Oh, so past a certain point, oh, it becomes logarithmic. Really? So it maxes out around like that. That's really good to know. Thank you so much. Because I wondered about that, right? And it was kind of hard to tell. And there we go. So this guy is a reasonably functional. I see. The last thing it needed. In fact, it's something I can give it basically right now. Is that it right there? I think it is. A Mist of Spirits? No, it's Toxic Mist. Well, let's go ahead. I'd like to toss that away so I don't mix it up again. However, that's Mist of Spirits right there. And so is that. Okay. Mist of Spirits, yes. Very good. And now I just give this wand the Mist of Spirits, and it's basically just straight up done. Yes. Excellent, beautiful, fantastic. So now, this is a very silly bit of nonsense. Like, I guess I could use the accelerating shot too. That would make it perfect. But yeah, now it's a perfectly solid type of like a homing mist thing that also explodes on drunk because we're feeling silly. Extremely diminishing returns, you say. Fascinating. Wow, that did quite a lot of self-damage. That was several million damage. What did that? Oh, it was the blood to power, but of course. Interesting. Yeah, that was a lot of damage. I'm sure it would add a lot of damage too. Neat. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and set this into that particular tab because there's no reason not to. Crit on burning. So this, what you're telling me here is that this is actually just an empty storage one. It really is what this is. So also what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just. That's right, something I wanted to do was move these things onto an actual storage one. So I'll do just that, and then I will get rid of this, frankly, inconvenient wand. It's not very good. Because, yeah, it's kind of meh. Not got that much going for it. Like, one of the only things that I think this one has going for it is maybe, possibly, it's got a reasonable amount of, like, well, let's just find out. What is this thing's speed multiplier? Is it, like, freakishly fast or something? No. In fact, it might be freakishly slow. In fact, it is kind of freakishly slow. And that means that that's the only reason I kept this wand. God damn it. Why is it like this? Grumble, 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 grumble. I am very certain. Because I was using this as a testing metric a while back, and it worked just fine, right? It was, it would go fast, yeah. Sure, sure. If I'm mistaken, well, shit. I guess I was mistaken, but I'm pretty sure. See? You go further. You do more. See? See? I take it off again. See? Then again, that one wasn't as different as I thought it would be. Here's what we do. Let's try firing it. Be as perpendicular as we can. And that one makes it about to the, so it makes it to the edge of that circle, goes a little past. Speed, it doesn't look further. Yeah, that certainly doesn't seem further. So, oh no, I remember it now. It's that it gets indirectly applied through things fired with it. That's right. So, of course, we'll have to be considering, obviously, that the, you know, the pinpointer's going to be doing some work here. Right? Or not. It's also possible that this could be such a freakishly slow wand that it's, doing something. No. And you're kind of right, Schlifu, that the best thing the wand has going for it is the sprite. Exactly right. How can you, wait. I demand you tell me how you found this out, Kibble, because I wish to have this type of information. Did you do it from, streamer wands? Really? Holy fuck, I didn't know you could just do it. This changes my life. Give me a sec. Let me see. Yeah, it's wands. That's what my command. That's right. Okay. Because this is awesome as fuck. This is marvelous. This is great news. This is so exciting. Oh my god. I had no idea. This is the best day ever. This means I don't have to be fucking, like, trying to, like, figure this shit out. Oh my god. Bless you, Kibble. Bless you! Fucking saint. Do you have any idea how long I've been trying to figure this shit out, man? I've been having to try to test this crap. God damn it, man. These grumble, 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 grumble. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I am wrong. Not that infrequently. Explosion! Don't bless Kibble. What if they're a vampire? Oh gosh, you're right. You're totally right. In which case, do you wish healthy undeath upon them or something? You know, I wish you good flow of your negative energy. I hope that your chi is well aligned towards your positive or negative energy. Oh, that's ridiculous as fuck. Oh yeah, I remember this obscenely nonsense. This is just a nonsense build. In fact, this is basically just a backpack, frankly. I knew that you could do that with I learned like yesterday during Dunk's stream that you could do this specifically with a Lumi timer, but I didn't know it could just be like literally any trigger. Are you a vampire? Unsure. I am delighted by this information. That is fantastic. Also, something I really genuinely wonder about is why the speed isn't straight up displayed in the game for the wands, right? I really wish they just displayed that shit. It would certainly make my life a lot easier. I just don't really get why they didn't do that. It feels really bizarre. Like an incredibly strange set of things to choose to not do it. So this guy's got 0.95. It's really interesting, honestly. It's very fascinating. You've yet to be stabbed in the heart or go into the daylight. That's good. You don't especially like garlic. I mean, it could be the case. You never know. You could just you may find out one day that in fact you is vampire. But don't worry, that means you get to be involved in all sorts of late night intrigue and other such things. Haven't you ever played Vampire the Masquerade? Oh god, I tried to play that like seriously, and then I failed because it's too ridiculous. Ooh, damn! This has got a 1.13 speed multiplier. That's pretty whack. Here, have a couple spitter bolts.
Have a couple spitter bolts for the trouble.
Imagine somebody's like Mina saying that and then firing the thingamajigs. It'd be quite funny. This means I can actually evaluate whether this particular, like this one here. This one is exactly a 1.0 speed multiplier, or 1. Well, it's 1.01, but you know, close enough. Which is, I don't really see a reason to hold on to that. But I'm very glad to, god damn, this makes this so much easier. Like, I don't have to fucking guess. No more guesswork with this trash. Oh my god, this is so much better. Like, this is so unfathomably less irritating. Oh wow. This one is legitimately exactly 1.0 speed multiplier. Part of me wants to hold on to it because that's neat, but no, that's just the collector in me. And frankly, that's just not necessary at this stage. On a scale of 1 to 10, if I were to throw rice at you, how compelled would you feel to stop and count it all? That's a silly game. Well, you do like counting. Still a good. Oh god, what is that? What is that? Is that from fucking Oh god. Oh wow, bite me, please. Oh, that's funny. Is that from Adventure Time or is it from something else? I can't remember where that ridiculous idea that like a vampire has to stop and count all the rice. Where that's from, but I do remember it being a very funny thing to watch, but I don't recollect what it was. I think we are very nearly to the point. Yep, we have almost arrived at the thingamajigs, which is good. And by the thingamajigs, I mean the wand we were looking for, which is great. Great news, actually, because, yeah, we have disposed of a great many superfluous wands we do not need. Which is, you know, excellent, truly. Excellent. Really? Oh, I remember. I think it was from the things we do in the shadows or whatever it's called. The things that we do in the shadow. Yeah, that show. Oh yeah, no, the tally is like we're nearly there. Like we're like very, very, very close. But yes, the see. So the remove bounce, I would like to try that on a few very interesting wands. Because it has the capacity to do some very strange things, I'm pretty sure. Wait, this wand? This wand can just go into the abyss. This wand is not sufficiently good. Oh, I agree, Kibble. It's so true. It really did cost me. Not a doubt in my mind, yeah. Yeah, like, there's a reason I was like, yep, well, now we're gonna be doing this for a while. Because frankly, none of the other tabs would have resulted in this. This is the one tab that would have done it. Because none of them are this long. Yeah, because this one by far has, like, the most things in it. Yeah, it is full stop, point blank, period. Now, this guy... Honestly, here's an idea. Why don't I put some of these wands, like, up here? That, like, would be sufficient thingamabobs to, like, mess about with for purposes of, like... I guess it does have 22 slots. Hey, you know what? I'll hold on to it just because I don't fucking want to get rid of it right now. This guy, however, you go. After I find out your speed stat. 0.9, nothing special. Now this guy. What's your speed stat? 1.08. Nothing special. this guy actually actively kind of terrible. I remember I did not want this one at all. And I wanted to dispose of it. I don't even need the spells on it, realistically speaking. Newer interpretations ignore that original vampire lore because of the weakness. That big would make vampires less cool and scary. This is my life now kind of vibe from the vampires, yeah. Also, this is my life now in terms of also like the trying to find the wand in the thing. Yep, it's both really. This is my life now. This guy's got 0.98, but yeah, it's the problem with it is all like obviously it's got like the like it'd be one thing if it just had the dick sprite, like that'd be one thing. But to have that and then have a 0.8 recharge time, that's just far too brutal. Far too brutal to be useful. Ah, that's right. And this guy was going to go to the 3 tab so that we can figure out and sort out which one of my explosive detonator always casts is by far the best. And let's toss a few of these magic arrow triggers. And do you guys think that, like, so I can't really conceive of a reason. Like, could I ever need 2 aiming arcs on the same thing? I struggle to think of a reason I might need 2 aiming arcs. Ooh, I know what I want to eat. I know just the thing. I'm going to have my last tasty, awesome, delicious, what you call it? It's called an RX bar, I believe, yeah. And it's blueberry flavored. And by perks you mean spells, I take it? Okay. Okay. Nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Damn. I'm really glad I looked at the speed of that one. This one in particular has a freakishly high speed stat. It is uniquely unsuitable to a like velocity build of that sort. You're gonna get some. You're gonna add some food next. You're gonna add some food sound. I got it. And I agree. Some nom noms would be good. Like a good nom nom sound. Well, I'm not sure what a good nom nom sound would be, but a good one would in fact be good. Man, that's tasty. Very tasty. Well, 1.01 speed multiplier, neat. Also 1.0. Huh. Very pretty wand sprite, but absolutely nothing special. Okay. Nom nom. Let's see here. So this particular guy. Oh, actually, no, that's better than I thought it would be. However, it certainly recharges too damn slowly. It's not quite bad enough where I'm just like cast it into the abyss, but you know, I am certainly not holding on to it any longer. Music recommendation? Sure. As long as it's not David type music. And I agree, Kibble, that having different types of, I've noticed that having the different types, especially like rotate towards with like other shit, is generally nice. Let's see. I also look forward to making a very functional type of build out of this particular one. This one I really look forward to making. This magic arrow build. Why? Mostly just because, you know, magic arrow is kind of a fun little spell. It's kind of cute. It doesn't cost that much. Kind of nice. It, you know, it's got a lot of the same benefits, you know, Spark Bolt has. It's a cute little guy. It's a good little spell. Oh, I know this. I know the Magikarp song. Who doesn't? Watch a playthrough of any game in the Stalker series, you say? That bad, huh? I mean, that does not sound great. I'll be real with you. Boing, boing, boing. I have no reason to hold on to this nonsense wand. Like, it's just not got anywhere near enough, like, you know what, because I don't have a reason to hold on to the nonsense wand, I shan't. Like, I want to. I really do. But I have no rational reason to do so. Nor can I even come up with a justification for myself. So I just gotta get rid of the damn thing, right? Because that's what you gotta do. Because some of the time you just gotta draw a line somewhere. And if the damn thing is entirely useless, I mean, that's a fine place to draw a line, I would say. Now this is a pretty solid wand, I would say, in a lot of respects, so I will set it right here. And mess about with it later. See, however, it does have the 0.92, which is pretty alright. For the speed multiplier. We played them collectively for more than 10,000 hours. And it still shits your pants, you say. Recommending Magikarp song was a joke because everyone seems to... I mean, it's a very funny Magikarp song, I see. I am amused. And Kibble, yeah, basically. You gotta go? Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate you being here, and I hope you have a lovely evening. And I look forward to seeing you again soon, Dream Hunter. Have a great evening. I hope you have some good dreams and stuff. And I like, genuinely, I do like the actual Magikarp song, but I do not like hearing the, like, spammed sound effect, right? It's not very cash money, I would say. It's pretty meh. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm also going to be testing anti-homing with the bounce spells and to see how effective they can be. Yeah. So that guy is sufficiently good as to serve his purpose as a goofy thing I can mess about with in terms of the, Uh-oh. Please don't knock the wands down. Thank you. It was just a prank. It was just a prank, bro. Interessant. I want to make a fun TNT wand that is good. Nay, not just good, but great. I don't exactly have any thoughts beyond that. Right? The thought might be maybe some type of machine gun egg, or machine gun, like, maybe just launches a whole bunch of TNT, right? Maybe that's the whole vibe. Maybe that's the entire point of the build, right? But I haven't thought of anything else yet. This?